live back on YouTube. And while I get this second presentation queued up, just tell us what International PK Day is.
Hi, everybody, and welcome to part 4 of International PechaKucha Day. We're in the last stretch now, the last 6 hours. So today, the 20th of February, is PechaKucha's birthday, and that's the reason why we celebrate PechaKucha. It started in 2003 in Tokyo. We're still in Tokyo. This is Astrid Klein, and I'm Mark Dytham, and we run Klein Dytham Architecture, and we're also the founders of PechaKucha, which means chit-chat in Japanese. Today we're going around the world. We have over 200 presenters. Many people have teamed up to present, so we could be well over 200 people. And we're 24-hour events. So it's been really, really amazing. We've had some incredible presenters, and we look forward to the next set. And we're going off to Asheville first.
Yeah.
So we're in hour 18.
Let's see here. All right. Let's. Dun, 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 dun.
Yes.
All right.
Oh, I forgot that.
Astrid has her little. Jay, over to you.
Okay, well, let's go ahead and welcome up our organizer in Asheville, Jay Hill. He was a superstar organizer who gave me some tech and moral support in planning this. So thanks for that, Jay. And I'm just going to hand it over to you.
Thank you. It's wonderful to be here with you all. I consider myself part of the PechaKucha Orlando diaspora. There's a group of us who know Eddie in Orlando and then moved elsewhere, and now it's Asheville and San Francisco and who knows where else. My team and I have been running PechaKucha here in Asheville for 5 or 6 years now, and this is our volume 28. So we are pleased to be here. Brian, you mentioned that I gave you some moral and technical support, and I'm going to throw a wrench in that now, because we're going to actually play a video instead of presenting live. But I think I can handle it. Am I spotlighted right now? I can't hear you if you're talking.
There you go. You didn't give me enough technical support, obviously.
No.
But yes, you can share the screen. Go for it. It's all
okay, I don't need to share the screen, but as long as I'm spotlighted.
Yeah, you're spotlit.
Okay. So we have one presenter that we've with us here today, and I'm going to ask you, Brian, actually, will you rename her in Zoom? She's showing up as my name.
Yes.
And our guest is Arlene Dwayne Hemingway.
Yes. Got it.
And Arlene is a musician. She holds a master's degree from the Juilliard School of Music. She's very accomplished in many areas, and is now an author. And so her PechaKucha presentation today will explore her love for a specific form of literature. So I'm going to go ahead and play the video now, and we'll hope for the best on this.
My name is Arlene Dwayne Hemingway, and I'm the author of the book A Twist of Lemon, which is comprised of 100-word stories called Drabbles. This is something that was developed in Great Britain in 1980s, and it was inspired by a word game suggested by something in Monty Python's Big Red Book. The winner of this particular game was supposed to have written a novel on a given theme, and the first one to finish writing the novel was the actual winner. A little bit later, the University of Birmingham of Science Fiction and others created the 100-word form that we know today. It is something that writers like Isaac Asimov and Arthur Clarke have tried as well. But I'm going to read right now a story that was written for this particular event, and it's called I'm Just Saying. Change embodies hope for new beginnings, corrected failings, and brighter tomorrows. Our nation seeks to unify and reinstate its position as a beacon of light, but name-calling and denying others' beliefs, experiences, and wisdom makes this less plausible. The Zulu phrase, Sawubona can serve as a reuniting force. It means I see you and speaks to something missing for eternities, deep regard for the value and importance of all. It implies graciousness in every encounter, a path for only the most intrepid lover. With any luck, Rocky Road will soon refer only to ice cream consumed in crowded, massless gatherings.
Wonderful. Very nice.
Thank you.
Thanks. Could you bring Arlene up too, Brian?
Yeah.
Thanks.
Hi, everyone. Nice to be here. Yeah.
Yeah. So that story that you read at the end, I didn't count, but it was exactly 100 words.
Exactly 100 words, yes. And it was on the theme because it just had to do with love, as I'm sure that all of the people here could figure out pretty easily. And we're
Nice.
in critical times, and this is what we certainly do need: understanding and love and appreciation of everyone for who they are and what they could contribute to the planet. And I'm so glad to see that there's so many people here who are creative and living the lives they want to live, because that's part of love. That means loving yourself, loving life, loving integrating with other people who can have vision. And it means you're not stagnant. So this is a wonderful opportunity and a wonderful setting to be able to present that in. And I thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Yeah, I was excited to bring Arlene to PechaKucha because I see a lot of parallels between the Drabble format, where you can be completely creative within a constraint. Something that feels like a constraint really gives rise to incredible creativity in a similar way to the fixed format of PechaKucha being a container in which creativity really blossoms. So
and I
thank
think
you
there's
so much.
so many people who write journal entries and write cryptic notes and a line here and there, and they don't realize that sometimes they have half of a drabble. They may have 50 words that are just down. And I know a few people who are doing memoirs now and are creating chunks of their memoirs by doing little vignettes of certain people in 50 words. So when they get ready to put their book together, it won't be as difficult for them. So it's using the time that you have to get what you want. And it really does hit the mark. I've fallen in love with it and hope that it resurges in my lifetime. I'm really hooked on the art form. Yeah.
Very nice. Thank you. Mark, I think you're muted there.
Thank you so much, Arlene. It was a lovely presentation. It's the first time I've heard about Drabble, so we'll be looking more into that. But it's very interesting what restriction, the creativity that comes from restriction, and even the restrictions we've all had around the world due to the pandemic. And many people have said that it's given them a chance to look at themselves more in a very constructive way, not in a narcissistic way, but in a very constructive way. And they're discovering the world more because they've been restricted in their homes, or their towns, So
and many people have found it a healing mechanism in many instances. They can write down things that are going wrong, and they can see when you write down something, frequently it's in your face. It's not just in your head anymore. And when you jot down things, it's amazing how much you can correct the route that you're on, or say, wait a minute, this is not where I want to go. So it can create a new roadmap for your life. And it doesn't take a whole lot of time to do that. So I'm really in love with the form. I love it. I love it. I love it.
So that's really great. Jay, that's a wonderful presentation. I'm just looking here at the deck, and to understand the moving parts of this system, we've got one person who's sort of funneling new things pop up in here all the time, and I'm not seeing any other presenters from Asheville. Is Arlene the only presenter that we have from Asheville?
Yes.
Okay.
If we need to fill more time, though, Mark, I've got that presentation about wrestling queued up if we want to see that one again, because it's really about love.
I wanted to talk about you looking like Joe 90 from Thunderbirds in this particular shot you've got there. You do really just need to move your arms a little bit.
Jay, I think I'm gonna have to search my inbox here for a minute and get caught up a little bit. But I think Kalamazoo is meant to be on the hour with you, but I think they've gone. There's been some radio silence from them. So actually, that plane, if you really,
Kalamazoo's there.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, there we go.
Maybe I should change my name.
I see. And
the bell there, Jay.
well, even such, I'm afraid we don't have your presentations queued up.
There was a little bit of a mix-up, and we thought there was kind of a choice between stopping in and chatting and saying
Oh, sure.
hi.
Yeah, that's great. That's great.
Yeah.
That's great.
So we wanted to make sure we stopped by. Well, me stopped by and took part of this. What an incredible feat. We love it. We love being a part of it. And yeah, just wanted to make sure that we were a part of the day.
Tell us a little bit about tell us about Kalamazoo.
Kalamazoo is great. So Kalamazoo, Michigan, I'm doing the Michigan thing with the hand, but we're over here. And I'm so sorry.
PechaKucha, you're fine. PK.
So PK was brought to Kalamazoo, introduced to Kalamazoo by my boss, who started an architecture and design studio, and her husband brought it to Kalamazoo. And I joined as an intern, having no idea what it was or what it even meant. And so of course they asked me to help out on one of the first nights that I think it was the second volume in Kalamazoo, and my first one attending. And I mean, tale as old as time. Of course, I fell in love with it, and so did everyone else there. And now we're coming up on volume 14 in the spring.
Wonderful.
Yeah, so it's incredible. It's been amazing to be a part of. And I think everyone right now is sort of paused, and we're all paused, but we're all just, a lot of us are hoping to get back to this soon, right? But I think it's been kind of awesome to stop and take a look back at the ones that we have done, and think about how we felt, because I don't, like, every time I go to them, I just walk away feeling so inspired and happy and excited, and you walk away feeling like you've made a whole room full of friends. So it's been nice to look back on that and to reflect on that.
Yeah, and you also have some really fantastic posters, and there's so much creativity bursting out of the city. So it's really great to see that.
I knew that Layla would have amazing posters without having seen the posters, because of how Layla's books are organized by hue.
I was gonna say something about that.
Credit for the posters. We have incredibly talented people here in Kalamazoo. I've only done one, but there's a whole city full of talent here. So, I mean, that's just a project that happens.
Right.
I'm going to blame
it. The red books are on the other shelf, is that right?
Huh?
The red books are on the other shelf, is that right?
Yeah. So the other half.
We're not buying red books.
Now, tell us a little bit about where you have PechaKucha. Is it always in the same place, or do you have?
No, we try to do it in different places around town. So every time it's kind of a toss-up about where it happens. We've done them in theaters, restaurants. We've done them in like a building attached to our studio, like in the back. We've done them in like a financial center. It's always different. We wanted to really be a part of the community, and that includes the spaces that we have here. And it's been really nice to introduce people to all these new places and really be creative with how we fit everyone in them and present. So yeah, it's always different.
And so sometimes do you have themes, or is it always just bara bara, as they say in Japan, just a bit various?
You know what? They just kind of there aren't really themes, I would say, besides the posters. I think that the last one was a little bit themed in the sense of just reconnecting and wanting to feel that connection that everyone was so desperate for. But I think that we kind of just let them roll, and the presentations kind of end up bringing whatever theme you have and whatever topic you want to walk out with.
Cool.
Yeah.
Well, you're certainly one of the most interesting named PechaKucha cities that we have. Kalamazoo, I must be something Native
I've been to
American.
Kalamazoo on my Frank Lloyd Wright magical mystery tour around the Midwest, looking at his Usonian house. And you have a snowflake house in Kalamazoo, I think, the Frank Lloyd Wright snowflake house. And
I'm not sure which house it is, but I know that there are some here. I feel like a fake designer for not knowing, but
and
I just know that we have
Kalamazoo where Domino's Pizza comes from. Is Domino's headquarters there? I'm a little bit confused.
Kalamazoo, what are we known here for? We're known here for our name. I think there was a guitar company that was here as well. I'm blanking on the name right now, but no. But wherever it is that Domino's started, I might just move. So.
Gibson Guitars. Sorry, just jumping in. Gibson Guitars.
Yes.
Gibson. Oh, Gibson SG is from Kalamazoo.
Yeah.
Legendary. That's
Thank
pretty
you for
cool.
Cool.
Well, let's go ahead and say hello to San Fernando, who's also on the hour. We got a nice mix up here from Argentina, right? I got that right, Argentina. There's several San Fernandos, but I think the one that we're connecting with is the one down in South America. So I want to welcome our San Fernando team onto the call here, and let me see if I can all unspotlight everybody, and that will get us all on the screen. There we go.
Hello, everyone.
Thanks for being here, Francisco. Good to see you. Thanks for being part. What does your shirt say? Double cheese makes life better. Hey, speaking of pizza, we had Domino's pizza tonight. That's why Mark's asking about pizza.
No, I'm asking because the owner, Tom Monahan, used to have a Domino's. Domino's, of course, he has Domino's. He had a Frank Lloyd Wright house, a Usonian home in a kit.
Oh, the plot thickens. Okay, that's the house, maybe.
Guys, I'm really happy. I have been tuning since last night. For us was like midnight, so I stay awake until like 4. So I guess your song was talking, Max, right?
Yeah.
So after he talked, I just wanted to go to sleep. I slept 5 hours, and then I woke up like. And I tune in again, so I have been.
Thank you.
I'm trying to, like I know it has been a big challenge for you, so I'm trying to do the same thing from this side.
Tell us a little bit about San Fernando, and you guys you're new PechaKucha Cities, right?
Actually, today we're celebrating the first year.
Congratulations.
Yeah, well done.
Our first event was on the first International PechaKucha Day. So me and Victor, that is just right here.
Hi, Victor.
Right?
I don't know if you can see me.
We can see you.
Okay, yeah, right. Yeah, Francisco contacted me to help him, and I'm a sound engineer, and like we have this space to do the event, but we didn't have any way to amplify the voices of the people, so we had to work with our nails to make that event come true, and it was really awesome. Yeah.
Oh, well done.
Nice.
Brian, you're muted.
I was saying that's what it's all about, amplifying hidden heroes in our communities. And speaking of that, let's go ahead and let's get into it. Who do we have here first? Francisco, you're going to present.
Yeah, we are both co-hosts, organizers. We are both the ones that are going.
Finally, you two step into this. Take the 2020 challenge. Okay. All right.
So I will talk about myself and San Fernando.
Okay. Are you ready to start?
I'm ready.
Let's do it.
Well, hello everyone. I'm Francisco, and for the last 4 years I've been living in Argentina, but actually I'm from Panama. That is a small country in Central America that is between the Caribbean Sea and the Pacific Ocean. And it's also the narrowest point between South and North America. In Panama City, I was working in the advertising industry, but after 6 years of doing the same thing, I started to become exhausted. I couldn't find, joy on what I was doing. So I decided to move to an island near Costa Rica on the Caribbean side, and I started working in this hostel in front of the sea. Unfortunately, many of the people that live in big cities are living like in this autopilot with zero connection with their core self. So it's a very busy, life is very busy. So I think very easy to forget about yourself. So that's why I replaced my office job to be a tour guide and teach people how to surf, to sail, to take them to nice beaches. So, but after almost a year, I decided to continue traveling. So I spent 6 months on Central America, and then I decided to come to Argentina. So as an advertising person, I knew Argentina was the place, and because they are really known about their advertising and creativity. So I moved to San Fernando, and this is a place, my hometown since I came. And I'm in love with this place because it's very close. It's to the river. It's also like the biggest waterland of all Buenos Aires province. So all the activities are surrounded and are focused on the water. So when the pandemic hit, I really wanted to change again because, after 3 years of working advertising again, I really needed to disconnect again. So I started rowing, and I love it because it really connects me with the nature and the water. So I really wanted to ask everyone to get outside and do exercise, just to reduce all the stress from the regular world, get more vitamin D, reconnect with yourself, just see the beauty that is in the natural world. We are in a big pause right now. For us, we are not used to the things that are happening to us. So I ask you to take this pause as an opportunity to reflect and reconsider. So realize that it's very important to find value on yourself outside your job and take back your time. Like find places like these to just disconnect, grab a glass of wine, like I have one up here, cheers. And, find happiness in the little things that makes you happy every day. Just remember always to do it. I love photography, and on my travels, I try to really capture the essence of the water. I don't know. I don't have a professional camera, but I have a GoPro that really allows me to get very close to the water. So I love how the water, I love the different colors. Right now, after 40 years and living in Argentina, I don't know. My next step, I guess, is going even more south to Bariloche, that is surrounded by mountains, lakes, and snow. So I want to keep doing what I love. I love Argentinian food. I recommend you really to try. They have these really amazing pizzas and empanadas and the asado. That is a really good barbecue, as Joha was telling last night. I also love coffee. Actually, Panama have one of the most expensive and best coffees in the world. I don't want to argue with this gentleman that last night was talking about Jamaican coffee, Well, Panama is also very good. Well, yeah, these are the things that I love. I also like to do volunteer work. I spent almost 8 years working in an NGO that is called Techo, or roof in English. So the goal was to build houses, like emergency houses, made of prefabricated walls. So just to people that live in extreme poverty. So I really love how they welcome us, and they find happiness and things. Like we are always complaining, but they always smile. But I don't know. I couldn't understand how they do it. I'm in love with the music, and I think one of my greatest motivations was this movie is the Aristocats. And so yeah, I'm a percussionist also. I love to play drums, and this is me. This is me also. I organized PechaKucha back in Panama with a company named TVWA. I did it like 17 PechaKuchas. I presented twice. So when I came to Argentina, I felt that the necessity to give the people the place to share, you know. And I want to end this saying that after all the problems that we are living and we have lived in the last year, there is a rainbow in every cloud. Like it takes sunshine, not rain, to build a rainbow. So I want everyone to thank you for this chance, you know, to spreading love.
Thank you so much. That was a really great presentation. Very powerful as always. And I like that connection back to TBWA. We designed their offices here in Tokyo. So there's some lovely connections all around the world. And I'm glad you've been connected with PechaKucha for so long. Yeah. And you're absolutely right.
I really felt the necessity to keep going. Like when I came, the event wasn't, I mean, it was a group of people that were organizing in Buenos Aires, but I don't know. I needed to get it active again.
That's great, you know. And I think, well, it gives you the keys to the city. It allows you to go to talk to people and say, please come to the event. And it's a lot of young architects and designers use it as a way to network in a town and make sure they're known and they can bring people together. So thank you for doing that in San Fernando. It's really, really amazing.
Francisco, I liked what you said about get out of your house and get some vitamin D. I think in my case, I know I'm working at home a lot, and a day or sometimes 2 or maybe even 3 days will go by and I won't even have stepped outside. And it's a good reminder to go out, just get some sunshine, just walk around the block, not even necessarily to get, you know, a sweat in, but just to get some sunshine on your body and on your face, you know. So
I was talking to Victor about that the other day, and you know, our body needs vitamin D. You know, it's not just going out to work out, you know, or do something heavy. Just get out, you know.
Yeah, it's very important. Very good reminder. Thank you for that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, that was a great presentation from San Fernando in Argentina, and we'll go to one more presentation there from Victor, right? Okay.
Yeah, my presentation.
Wonderful.
What happened?
Oh, no. Oh, wait. Hold on. I'm gonna redo that one more time. Give me a second. Let's see here. That's what we want. Okay, Victor Valerio. Are you ready?
I'm ready. I'm nervous, but ready.
Okay.
As it should be.
Spotlight for everyone. All right, off you go.
Okay. Well, my name is Victor Valerio. I'm a sound engineer, and as such, I'm also a great music lover. And this gentleman, Friedrich Nietzsche, was also a great music lover. He said that without music, life would be a mistake. But I found out that he also said that love is something you must learn how to do. So imagine there is a bottle in the middle of the ocean, and inside of it, it's a little paper with the chord and lyrics for of a great song, the perfect song, a song that will change your life forever because you didn't identify with it in this precise moment. And with such bottle existing, would you go out and swim a little and getting wet and try to save the bottle? Would you try to find out a way to play the music, although you don't know anything about music? You maybe go and search between your followers on Instagram, and maybe you have a friend who knows how to play the piano, and he's a great piano player, but he reads it exactly as it is in the paper, and there's something weird because the melody and the lyrics are really happy and the chords are really sad. So maybe you're missing out something. And this is assuming you know the language the song is written on. And this is also assuming maybe there's a problem of language codes. Maybe the author used a word that has a different meaning for you. It happens in cities. They use the same word for different meanings. So if you don't know the language, that you can take this lyric and give it to your translator friend, and he tells you, no, well, there are a lot of phrases that cannot be translated into your language. So, well, then you try to figure out who is the author, and you find out she didn't publish a lot of songs. She had a difficult life. She was really busy, although she clearly well managed her finances. She didn't get enough time to publish a lot of material of our music, although here is the song. She expended a lot of time editing, fixing this and that until it was enough, until she abandoned the song. Because, yeah, there are a lot of things in this universe and in the human realm, in the realm of human-made stuff that are never done, that are never completed, but abandoned by their authors because they believe their work is done. And instead of publishing the song, she throw it into the ocean so you can maybe have the opportunity to ask your friend to sing it to you. But with all of this, I'm maybe cheating a little bit because there's no way you can know a fact before you can encounter it. There's no way you can know how good is a song before you can listen to it. And yeah, I know it's a cliche that you shouldn't judge a book by its cover, but I'm trying to go deeper. And for that, we need to go back into our example. And now, instead of a paper, imagine there's an MP3 player inside the bottle. So you can actually listen into it. And instead of water, the ocean is made of other bottles of all shapes and sizes, all with songs inside of them. And all these songs are competing for your attention, for the opportunity of being part of the soundtrack of your life, for the opportunity of being the key that turns on the time travel machine that can take the conscious you of the future back into this exact moment where you are listening to this song you are falling in love with. But with a sea of songs, how are you supposed to find this perfect song that we are talking about? Well, maybe you can try to listen to all of them, and maybe you can get really good at it with with a few seconds you can know if you can skip it or not. And while doing this, you can maybe become a little bit addicted to this rush we all feel whenever we find a new song. But deeply, we may feel this new song isn't the one. And hopefully you can realize there's so much time you can expend listening to music in your whole life or in a day. So does it haven't happened to you that you listen to a perfect song and you save it, but later on you find out you don't actually like it? And we are not talking about yet about those kinds of songs that you need to hear 5 or 6 times before you love them. It wasn't that long ago that it was other person who picked the song you were going to listen. Maybe it was the radio station or the person who hired the musicians themselves, chances of life. But right now, in this actual moment, we all have the choice. We can skip a song, we can swipe, and by doing that, we can, I mean, a third of all people skip a song before the first 3 seconds. And if you have listened to Bohemian Rhapsody, you know that's not enough. And I'm a defender of that idea that there's no such thing as the right person or the perfect person for you romantically. And I think that this same thing happens with music. It all depends of context and your own personal development. And the point isn't that you should stop looking for it. The point I'm trying to make here is that we should give the opportunity to the song that we were going to skip. We should try to find out why we disliked it. We should maybe save this song. We should maybe let it teach us how to love it. Thank you.
Awesome presentation, Victor. You're so on the mark.
Yeah, I try to practice, but not practice so much.
No. I mean the point you're making. Yes, you were on the time. Yes, fine. But the point you're making is perfect. You've hit it right on the nail, right on the head of the nail. Am I saying that right? I'm getting my English.
You've hit it right. You've hit the nail on the head, Brian.
Thank you.
It's getting late, I know. But yeah, I think this notion of giving things an opportunity and not sort of deciding, like, don't judge a book by its cover, is really important. And these kind of little shoots, sometimes, as designers or creative people, that tiny shoot, which is actually the gem of the brilliant idea, you can't squash it down, and you've got to let it go a little bit. And I think during design, or even with PechaKucha, how we manage PechaKucha over the years, we sort of let it go, and then we sort of prune it back a bit, and then we let it go. But without letting it go, you don't progress. And the last year has been one of those things where we've suddenly had to change from a physical community to a digital community. And it's been just by letting it go and seeing what happens has been really, really amazing. And there's so many benefits. And the biggest benefit is we can run an event like this around the world for 24 hours incredibly smoothly. We've had a few hiccups, but all of those things that Corona brought and the pandemic brought, and turning us all onto online and going to Zoom and practicing that, and we're fairly relaxed about putting these things on. And Brian's done a terrific job as always. But again, it's about letting things grow out, and then we'll trim it back a little bit. So yeah, really great. It's a little bit like your beard, really. I think, yeah, it grows.
Yeah.
I have to trim it back.
I was a teenager. I always wanted to live, like, trim my beard in this shape, but I never had the time or like the guts to actually do it. And I would like to applaud all of you for this event. That it's massive. I mean, I'm sorry. Oh, okay. It's a massive event, and such as you said, we all people that create things and that create events or that create the opportunities for people to be in love of something. We gotta let it go, but there's the other part of the coin, that is, we should let things come to us, and we should let those things that come, we should let it develop or to grab to our life, just like music does. Sometimes, if any of you like I don't know, contemporary jazz music, that is hard, it's difficult, you need to let it just play for several hours until you get the point, like, oh, I get it, or now. And it happens with a lot of stuff. So in this era of content everywhere, free information, we just need to remember that these things are we shouldn't let them. We should value them all, like with all the shapes and sizes that they come.
There's
Maybe.
more to appreciate when you have to sort of work to, you know, appreciate them. I think like so many records that are too easy to appreciate, they don't, you know, you just stop listening. It's too many albums, you know, that are just, you know, easy songs to love. You fall out of love with them really quickly. But music that's kind of, it takes effort to like, you know, it lasts forever. You listen to it for a really long time. So I think you made a really good point.
What I liked about you, can I just say something here?
Please.
What I liked about your message, Victor, is the fact that you're alluding to the fact that you must love yourself in order to do that. You mentioned being reticent about cutting the beard and shaping it the way you wanted to, and that you can't always listen to what other people say about you. You have to do things because you believe in yourself and you want to do them and you need to do them. And I think that's a very important message about love. It starts with self often. And if you don't love yourself, then you can't find other things, whether it's a piece of music, you're so closed off. But you appreciate yourself and say, gee, I'm a pretty good swimmer, or I'm a pretty good writer, or I'm a pretty good listener, whatever that is. And that's saying, well, that's one in the check box for me. This is something I do. This is a part of who I am. And you can love yourself. So there's nothing wrong with that. So I really appreciated that message.
Thank you, Darlene. It's true. Well, I think we've got those were amazing presentations from Asheville and from San Fernando. I think we've got 10 more minutes on the hour. And Jay did allude to some wrestling video that I was piqued my curiosity. I'm not sure I know this one. Is there a PK that exists that we could watch that might close out the hour?
There is, yes. And this, so this presentation was from our last event, volume 27, and Mark was actually there, joined us early in the morning, I think it was, in Tokyo. And
I know where we're going.
and Mark had very nice things to say about this presentation at the end. So you'll see why I chose it. There's a lot of passion and love for wrestling here. So I'm gonna.
It's a PechaKucha classic. This.
All right. So let's go ahead and run this. And yeah, just interrupt me if this ends up if you can't hear it or anything, Brian.
Okay. We're not hearing audio yet, but
this
there
is
you go.
just
Yeah, perfect. It sounds good.
like
Go for
everything in life. Just like you said, it's a mixture of failure and successes. And life has no box. Clearly, this is me. I'm a regular guy. I work for the Department of Health and Human Services. I go to sleep at 10:30. I wake up at 9. I do everything that a regular person does. But in the sense of there being no box, I don't let anything keep me there. So I'm a wrestler, I'm a rapper, I own a business, and I'm a wrestling promotion owner, a business owner. So I did say professional wrestling. So what is a guy like me, a little guy like me, doing in the ring like that? Like, are you kidding me? Like, whenever we think of professional wrestling, we think of Hulk Hogan, Ric Flair, Macho Man Randy Savage, and Austin 316, right? We don't think about the little guys. No longer is wrestling a place where you see overly muscle-bound people in the ring. You know, now, some people would say that wrestling is a modern-day soap opera where you're just watching a whole bunch of drama. Men in underwear wrestling and fighting for a belt, right? Makes no sense. But at the end of it, wrestling is way more than the little bit of fanfare that it's attributed to. It's way more than just some pyro and loud music and a light show. Ultimately, wrestling, it's where we have community. Wrestling is where we find the best parts and the worst parts of what life is. It's a representation. It's still real to me. Now, I'm not going to tell you that everything that you see in that wrestling ring is as real as we would like for it to be. But the ultimate truth is it's real enough for you to end up in a stretcher. A lot of people have lost life and limb doing the things that we love for the art of wrestling, because that's exactly what it is. Now, over time, we've lost some of the connection with the people, some of the connection with our folks, because it has been caught up in the speculation of being fake. But so many people don't realize that prior to anyone being able to live that dream of jumping off the top rope and pumping that elbow down into the chest of your foe, the force is just with me, that you have to train. There's weeks and months and years of training that has to occur. You know, I have seen many of people take that first bump that is the opposite of every self-human preserving thought that you have. And once you hit the mat, you're walking out the ring. But it's a lot more than just men and women and people just fighting. There's psychology. There's got to be something that ties you in, that makes you feel. We have had people cry and people laugh and cheer. And ultimately, pro wrestling is life. You know, it is the physical embodiment of struggle. It tells a story from the start to the finish. You know, sometimes in wrestling, you have your victories, you win. Sometimes in wrestling, you're winning with your friends. Sometimes you're winning with your enemies, or folks that you don't know are your enemies. Oh, wrestling gives you the opportunity to peek deep inside of who you are as a person, to feel your pain, to feel the struggle. You know, sometimes wrestling is very funny. Wrestling is funny, just like life is. And, you know, and just like life, sometimes you just got to grab it by the balls, because ultimately you never know what life is gonna. I am so sorry, y'all. I know this was not meant to happen. 1 second.
Hey, man, I got your pizza here you ordered.
I didn't order a pizza, man. Like,
oh, maybe you didn't hear me first. I said I got this pizza here you ordered.
I didn't order pizza. Just chill.
Right.
Just. Oh.
Yo, what's up, big man? Huh? Oh, how you like that? Oh. What? Is this a camera? No. How you get this off? Do it. Go shoot. Ah!
Sometimes you never know what to expect, but you got to kick wrestling in the face. You got to kick life in the face. And at the end of it, you come out on top. It's a struggle, but you don't give up. It's a constant fight. Sometimes you get hit with the pizza, but then you realize that that person that you saw on TV that was spouting lightning from his fingers, you're not just like that person. You are the lightning. And after a while, you start to realize that every box that was set in your life, everything that they told you that you couldn't be, you could. It was inspiring. Wrestling showed you that you weren't just a dad, you're a superhero. Wrestling is life, and we need to connect back with our people. We miss you guys. So buy those tickets. Come to those events, whether you are joining us virtually or not. It's life, and we miss you. Thank you.
Woo! Hey, amazing, man. I totally remember that when I was watching it live with you. What a shocker. It's a modern day PechaKucha classic.
It really is. The pizza box is great.
Thank you for digging that. I'm glad we found time for that. I didn't forget it, but it was perfect. It was absolutely.
That was a good time. Yeah.
Jay, thanks so much.
We're getting lots of awesomes. We're getting a lot of comments in the we're getting lots of comments in the chat. So that's really awesome. Fantastic. Well,
that wraps up whatever hour we're on. I don't know.
We are
18.
Okay.
Yeah, going into hour 19.
And
thank you so much, Jay. And
Kalamazoo and Asheville and San Fernando delivered hour 18 in the books.
It's really, really great.
What time is it in there? 5 a.m., no?
I think it's
with us,
6 a.m.
we're 6 going into 6 a.m.
This is the
6
final
hours
stretch.
left.
One
home stretch.
Final home stretch. We got West Coast. We're heading west, baby. Oh, there's my alarm. Okay, I think we're good. All right. Jay, see you guys online. Good luck in San Fernando. Good luck in Kalamazoo and Asheville. We'll see you in the next PechaKucha extravaganza, whatever we end up doing. You know, we'll see you online.
Thank you all. Have good luck in the home stretch.
Thank you, Jay. Stick around. All right.
So tell us what hour it is, Brian. Yeah, we're in hour 19. So I just want to introduce Sean Smith, who's our CEO of PechaKucha, and he's based in Chicago. And that's where we build all of our tech and do our business things. And here in Tokyo, we look after the community and keep everybody in trim around the world. Astrid and I are going to take a short, an hour or so a break. And Sean's going to take over and hang with Brian and go through the next cities, Albany, Ellensburg, and Dayton. So Sean's got a great background in radio, so I'm sure he's going to do absolutely fine.
Well, the presentations speak for themselves. But Mark, before you go, I mean, I know you'll be back, but I mean, dude, you, Brian, I mean, Astrid cut out a little bit. Incredible. Like most of us, we were listening to you when we went to bed, and then we woke up and you're still here.
And I think I got about 3 hours last night as well. We've worked out this before. You're normally up 24 hours before the 24 hours. So we'll get there. But if you could take over a little bit in sunny, is there that much snow in Chicago?
Yeah, we've had about 3 feet of snow. No, that's the background, right? But no, we've had about 3 feet of snow here in Chicago. I know most of the states got a lot of snow as well. So it's been pretty incredible. So I don't mind, being at the home, being warmed by all these stories that you guys are sharing with us. So Mark, go cut off. And hey, Brian.
Sean, are you that way or are you that way?
He's above you.
Oh, you're above me. Well, it depends on my screen. You're this way. Here, we'll do a fist. See if we can do a fist bump. We'll do the double fist bump. All right, let's have a good time. Okay. All right. So let's see who we're gonna bring up next. I think
so. We have Amy in Albany.
Hi, Amy.
Hey. Hi.
Hey, where's Amy? Hold on. I don't see Amy. There she is. Okay, Amy. I've always wanted to meet you, and this is great. I finally get to see you face to face. Opalka Gallery, right? This is the gallery. Yeah, I always want to say Okapi. Whenever I see your email address, I love this animal. The Okapi. Sorry, it's a strange thing to bring up, but
yeah, it's like a deer.
Ryan, you can bring up anything you want after 18 hours.
What's Opalka? What does Opalka mean?
Opalka it's a name. The couple, there's a couple of benefactors who the gallery's named after, and they, endowed us, and so we're named after them, the Opalkas. And we're an art gallery on a college campus.
And you're an artist as well. You're an artist and a designer, but you're an artist as well, right?
I'm not a designer, but yeah, my background is in art, but I do a lot of other things at the gallery. We're a small staff, so we do everything.
Okay. So let's see. I'm don't really know where we're headed here, but oh wow.
So we have David and Donna.
Okay, let's spotlight everybody. There's David. We'll add a spotlight, and Donna. Where's Donna? Hi, Donna. Can you give me a wave, Donna? Are you coming online? Here, let's give you a spotlight too. And we'll do the Albany.
Hi, guys.
And we've got Dayton on the line and Ellensburg. This is going to be a good hour. We should get into it. This is like the power hour, girl power hour.
Yeah.
Is that really Albany? Is that all? Are we looking at Albany? That's not.
You are.
Wow.
Yeah, that's. I mean, we have a very quiet, still crowd right now.
Wow, that's beautiful. That is really no. I'm looking at the picture. The picture of Albany is like amazing. What I gotta go.
Oh, that thing on the screen, screen share. Yeah, that's our Empire Plaza.
Wow.
That's the State House right there in the middle.
Okay. All right. That's pretty cool. Okay. Well, we got Donna queued up first. Do you want to give Donna? It's Donna. Can we go to Donna? Yeah.
Sure. Can I give her a little intro? You want me to do that?
By all means. Please do.
So she didn't send me a bio, so I have to do it. I just have to. Oh, I didn't get it. I got to ad lib. Anyway, she's a great journalist, writer, columnist, editor, and connector of people. She's like, I feel like you'll bring a community with you wherever you go, Donna. So let's let Donna take it away.
And friend of Amy.
Yeah.
Okay, Donna, 1 second. And are you ready?
I am.
Let's go for it.
One day when I was working in a library, I found this tiny painting sticking out of a library book. You can go from boring to exciting in a second when you find something unexpected. I love finding things. And this painting was inside a book titled Charlotte Solomon's Life or Theater. This is the Woodstock, New York Library, not too far from Albany, and its excellent art book room. And this is where I used to work sometime before COVID. The surprise of a painting gave me this rush. It's beautiful. It's a postcard-sized watercolor abstract, and I believe it's painted by a local Woodstock artist. The book is about a German Jewish artist who painted in the early part of the 20th century. I sat there and leafed through the book and learned about Charlotte. Her work seemed rushed, a feverish desire to get her entire life story told before it was too late. On the opposite side of the little watercolor that I found, the artist wrote a congratulatory personal note to a musician. The message is moving and lovely and made me cry a little there in the library. It urged a musician to keep making music. It's the kind of encouragement all artists need to tell other artists, whether it's making music or paintings. I felt like a thief because I found something, and it feels a little like stealing. In another library book, some time ago, I found a Santa photo of this little girl. She was inside Ray Bradbury's Fahrenheit 451. She's smiling really hard and she's wearing 2 different socks, which I loved. I also found this bookmark inside Roxane Gay's Hunger, also a brave book. I feel like I'm eavesdropping on moments in other people's lives when I stumble upon things. I love finding things all the time. I find things all the time, and not just in books, but all this finding means someone's losing. I lose stuff too, mostly water bottles. Once a sentimental bracelet and a diamond earring. This innate talent I seem to possess for finding things might be because I'm a foundling. I might have some sort of sixth sense from being briefly lost in the world. Babies used to be left in a little basket for the nuns here at the New York City Foundling. That's where I'm from. I was in foster care for a while and then adopted. I was found. I found a cat in my tree once. As you probably guessed, I have a weakness for strays. The kitten is named Frankie. She's the second tuxedo cat that I've found. I found a calico too, and her 5 kittens. I found a couple of dogs, one who let himself into my house somehow. I found homes for them or the owners who were seeking them. I found these silver rings once, a couple of summers ago. They were strung on cotton twine and placed on a nail on this telephone pole in my neighborhood. I slipped them on my finger and they fit. I wondered if they were meant for someone else, so some kind of game. I put them back and for weeks, I watched and waited, but nothing. Finally, I was having a bad day, so I took them. I put them on my finger and I have them right now. I found a perfect circular rock on a Maine beach. I found a snowy owl feather on a hike. I found an elderly woman once wandering in my neighborhood. She didn't speak any English, but she handed me a slip of paper with her daughter's address, and we found the house. I found a tiny toy zebra and a plastic blue bird the size of a marble. They're my good luck charms. I found a $50 bill once on a sidewalk. I found a favorite poem, one art by Elizabeth Bishop. The art of losing isn't hard to master, she wrote. Finding isn't hard either, as far as I'm concerned. You just have to look. I found treasures in my own home. It used to be an antique shop. In corners and in rafters. I found this saucer and this old shoe mold, decorated glass, and an ugly pitcher. In the garden, I found shards of pottery and pieces of an old in-ground pool. I found beautiful floors under layers and layers of varnish. I found a family, my work, a community, because really the best things to find aren't objects at all. My kids and husband call me the finder for finding things. I find lost socks, the remote, the scissors, their homework, you name it, they come to me, I find it. And so many times misplaced car keys. I found these other keys in a little box in my house when we moved in. The previous owner was one of those people who took care of other people's houses when they were away. And there are also keys for furniture and keys to lost doors in our own house. They don't exist anymore because the antique dealer who owned my house sold all the doors. I found out our house wasn't built in the 1940s like we thought, but in 1905, because I found these scraps of newspaper used as insulation in the attic. They were much older than what we thought when we thought the house was built. We found old wallpaper under paint behind cabinets. These scraps look like trash, but they're history to me, evidence of who was here before. Not sure what the previous owner was thinking with the gold lame in the kitchen though. I found grocery lists and some to-do lists. I snatched these scraps left behind in grocery carts or in parking lots. They read like diaries: Oreo cookies, Dawn, dental tape, bagels, graham crackers. One with beautiful old-fashioned handwriting seeks Entenmann's Comet. Finding things often leads me down a new path, like with the tiny painting. When I found the painting, I also found Charlotte, the artist I never heard of. I found her life fascinating and tragic. I found looking at her paintings difficult. Charlotte's work tells her life story. She called this work something crazy special. The paintings in the book were her magnum opus. Her own mother killed herself when she was 9, and later she lived unhappily with her grandparents in the south of France. She'd been sent there in 1939 because it was clear Germany wasn't safe for Jews. And then her grandmother killed herself. What's not in this book, since it was recently discovered, is that Charlotte's grandfather was abusive and she poisoned him. She sketched him while he died. Charlotte eventually married in France, but in September 1943, the Gestapo came and she was sent to Auschwitz. She was 5 months pregnant when she was gassed upon arrival. She was 26 years old. These things that I've found have given me comfort. This last year, like many people, I lost a lot. My health to COVID, but I found it again. I'm okay. My beloved godmother to cancer. And I found ways to find hope and peace and love and remembering, especially in the woods, on mountaintops, and in this tiny chapel, not too far from the library where I found Charlotte and a tiny painting.
Oh my God, Donna, that was amazing.
Thank you.
Wonderful,
Thank you so much. Like I can't, like there's so many layers. Can I just tell you that it was an excellent story? And I mean, I don't, the tragic story of Charlotte, you know, talking about finding things in books. I mean, I don't know about you, but every book has like a ticket stub from something that I totally forgot about. You know, little pieces of art for my kids. Your personal story. Oh my God, Donna, like I love how you just weave that in. I am floored. That was so much fun to listen to. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. That was really fun. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, like all the chat, just so you know, all the chats here on the YouTube, like people are just like, so someone said I'm getting weepy. I mean, no, I mean you really, because it was like okay, like I like the found, and you're telling the story, and then you like just like drop in there like, well, I was found, and I was like, oh, it was like this turn, but then you're like, okay, back to finding stuff on the street, and then it was like Charlotte's story, and I'm like, oh, so I don't know. I have to get off, but I mean, it really it's amazing how a story can like impact you and make you think. And I mean, I just want to watch that one again, to be honest. That was lovely.
Well, thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Oh, you got a new fan. Very good. Yes, found things. That was a really lovely presentation, and we'll go ahead and keep it going. Thank you, Donna. And let's go ahead and bring. Hold on, everybody remember to mute your microphones when you come in. We have the Let's see I think we're okay now. All right. And let's see, David. We got to find David. And where did our host go? Where did
I'm
Amy
here.
go? There she is. Okay. The thing about turning the videos on and off, the thing about having a Zoom with like 25 panelists is that they kind of, they ditch off, they cut off the screen to go have a sip of something, or they go run to the loo, and then they come back and they're in a slightly different place, and you guys are constantly kind of moving around, and I'm like, where'd they go? Where'd they go? Okay, I gotta find you guys again. So let me bring Amy up, and
we're looking for David.
Let me look for David too.
I'm right here.
David, there you are, David. All right, thank you.
Okay.
Hi, David. What? Thanks.
Hello. How you doing?
Whoa. Oh, hold on. Don't worry. What do we get out of here? All right. Sorry about that. We'll get you queued up. Amy, you take it over for a bit while I get this set up.
Okay. Our next presenter is David Klein. He's a professional writer, the author of the novels Stash and Clean Break, 2 separate novels, many short stories, and a blog called By David Klein, where in true self-absorbed fashion, he writes mostly about his own experiences, feelings, and desires. He said self-absorbed. That's not my words, those are his.
Okay. All right. I think, David, are you good to go?
Yeah, let's go.
All right. Ooh, this is a little off. Let me get it right. All right, David, the 20 slide. Are we doing 10 or are we doing 20?
No, 20.
All right, let's go for it. The 20 slides are yours.
Okay, the theme is love. One thing I love is storytelling and the different ways to do it. This story is called Food Truck. A few years ago, a hurricane created record level floodwaters in the Schoharie Creek and caused a section of the thruway to collapse. Traffic was heavy, it was night and raining and hard to see. Cars and trucks drove right off and crashed into the waters. We were the state police, the firefighters, the paramedics. We were the road crews and rescue teams, and we were the media. We spent the night combing the banks of the river for survivors, posting eyewitness reports. We were cold and exhausted. At one point, one of us noticed up on the field, on a road across the way, a food truck was parked with its lights on. Some of us made our way over there. We ordered hot coffee and sandwiches and then returned to our work, revived and determined. The food truck wasn't news yet. We had other stories to post about the loss of life and our nation's crumbling infrastructure. Then you might have heard about another event, the escape of 2 prisoners from a maximum security prison in Dannemora. Near the main intersection in this town, where media congregated and police launched a massive manhunt, a food truck appeared. Soon we were in line for coffee. And for a special treat called the Rainbow Grilled Cheese Experience. Some of us said it was the same food truck as had appeared at the highway collapse. Some of us said it was the same proprietors. As the search for the fugitives expanded and covered more territory, the food truck moved as well, somehow appearing where it was needed the most. Because after searching every vehicle, hunting through dense woods and soggy marshland, and approaching hunting camps with our weapons drawn, who wouldn't be ready for a cup of coffee or a hamburger or a popsicle? The manhunt so gripped the community, we didn't consider the food truck newsworthy, not yet. But then we came upon a hunting camp that showed signs of the fugitives' presence. One of the signs we found was a paper bag containing foil packaging remnants of the Rainbow Grilled Cheese Experience. Because we hadn't seen the food truck that day, we were afraid the fugitives had come upon the truck, murdered the proprietors, and helped themselves. This wasn't the case, because soon after, a subway bomb exploded in New York City. There were many injuries and deaths. But within minutes, the food truck was there to offer nourishment and hope to rescue workers and victims. The strange thing is that the food truck was within the police perimeter. Therefore, we had to conclude it must have been in location prior to the explosion. Also, near the food truck, we noticed a torn railing from the subway station and broken concrete, yet the truck itself was undamaged. We couldn't explain that. One of us, a reporter who stood in line for snack and coffee, asked the couple working the food truck, how did they manage to be at the bridge collapse, at the fugitive hunt, and now at the subway explosion in New York, locations spread apart by hundreds of miles? Our restaurant has wheels, the proprietor allegedly said. We're supposed to travel from place to place. And as if to prove a point, the next place was Wrigley Field in Chicago, where a gunman started shooting, injuring a number of fans and causing a stampede during a Cubs Pirates game. Our food truck was there. Other food trucks were present too, but as the rescue operations went on, other trucks ran out of food and closed. Ours was the only one that didn't. One of us started a rumor that a miracle had occurred, not unlike the miracle of the loaves and fishes performed by none other than Jesus, who fed a crowd of 5,000 hungry followers with only 5 loaves of bread and 2 fishes. A miracle, or perhaps something more sinister, because this is not the only thing that raised suspicions. One of us did the math. There is no possible way to drive from Lower Manhattan to Chicago in the interval of time that passed between the food truck being spotted in New York and then again at Wrigley Field. For some of us, this got to be a little too much. The coincidences, the miracles, the suspicions, we had to do something. We took the couple in for questioning. They had their appropriate permits. They had their legal identification, but they were shadowy and strange. Even our forensic linguists couldn't identify their accents. Eventually, we had to let them go, wondering if they would turn up again. They did. It was the strongest earthquake in San Francisco in more than 100 years. Countless buildings collapsed. Thousands were dead, injured, missing. We were overwhelmed. The food truck proprietors cooked, they served, they never ran out of food. People began asking them about their missing loved ones. Even amidst this major emergency, the food truck became a big story. By now, everyone had heard about it. Tens of thousands of people were descending on a disaster area to see a food truck. It was surrounded on all sides. It was hard to know who was in line. I guess we all were. The crowds caused disruption to the rescue and recovery options. Soon, a military convoy pushed through the rubble and inched apart the crowd. Armored vehicles surrounded the food truck and led it away for the couple's own safety, or because we were scared of the unknown and didn't know how to respond, or because inspirational leadership was sorely lacking. There was a major forest fire next in Arizona, but we didn't see our food truck. There was a highway pileup near Buffalo, but no food truck. A gas leak and explosion in Boston, no food truck. We felt responsible for its disappearance. It felt like things were all going all wrong and no one was working to make them better. A huge protest was planned against the direction we were heading. We had no plans to attend the protest. What was the point? What could we do? But then word spread that our food truck would be there. We decided we would go to the protest, and so did 1 million others, 2 million others. We were all heading to the same place because we knew the food truck would be there for us, offering comfort and nourishment. So the food truck, it began as a short story for me of 5,000 words. And I wanted to see if I could tell it somehow in this 20 by 20 format. And well, this is what just happened. It was a little awkward, but thanks for listening.
No, that was great. It was not awkward at all. It was like so captivating. Like, thank you for sharing that, David. Like, I think it worked. How did it feel to you?
I had done it before, so it was about the same as last time.
No, I mean, it was like gripping. Like, I mean, I've never heard someone like, write something and then present it in this way. Usually the PechaKuchas are, situational or talking about their own personal lives. But like for you to come up with a story.
Yeah, I wanted to see how you could extend the format or what you could really do with it, because I find it fascinating. And so I've been playing with it,
Yeah, I think when we see schools, like, so teachers, like especially for the kids, when they're doing like the sitting there and reading the book and the picture book, it kind of gets that same storytelling vibe, right? It's enough to keep your mind active in the story, but you're really listening, and it makes it go deeper than if you were just reading words, certainly.
Yeah, no, it's totally different. I mean, you're really cutting it down and picking out what's most important and then finding some visual that'll match it. So it's fun. So thank you. I appreciate it.
David, I'm not sure I caught Amy's introduction that was fiction or nonfiction, because I was probably busy fiddling with the slides or something. But about how, well, I was on the edge of my seat there to have these guys keep showing up at the same place. And you really kind of started to spook me there halfway through it.
Well, clearly, it's fiction, but there are some real events that took place that I overlaid fiction upon, I'd say.
Yeah, that was you spun it together splendidly. Thank you so much.
Okay,
What awesome presentations from Albany. Is this what it's like there every PK night?
Oh, there's some of my favorite ones are from Albany for sure.
Oh my God,
I got a bunch of good ones from Albany.
Yeah, we've had some very good ones. We haven't organized an online, like a virtual one yet, which now I feel like after today, I feel like we can do it.
You can do it.
We can do it.
You can do it.
Totally. Please invite all of us.
Yeah, I will.
Get Sarah to tell you how she aced it. Her and Monica hit it out of the park. We should have had them running this event, actually, to be honest.
Yeah, Donna and David, thank you so much for presenting, and Amy, thanks for arranging this for us. It was truly a treat.
It was fun. Thanks, David and Donna.
Thank you.
So I'm a little nervous about what's going to happen here because I keep hearing I can't pay attention to the email, but there's something crazy is about to happen, I think.
Well, we got Monica. Monica, I see you in the chat.
I think we got Sarah and Monica. I think are you guys both coming on? Yeah.
Yeah, we're here.
Okay. So there's our pals, Sarah and Monica. Sarah's been to Tokyo. Where did Sarah go? There she is. Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, Sarah.
So good to see you, Brian.
Good to see
Look
you
at what
too.
you guys have put on. Sean, it's so nice to meet you. I can't wait to travel the world again and making new connections, but
totally
being paid.
In Ellensburg in Washington State, yes?
Yeah.
The one and only.
Yes.
The one, oh.
As of now.
Okay, so tell me what do we got going on here? Do I have I don't even know what's queued up here. Do we have a 10? What do we have coming up? We have a 10 by 10. We're going to go for this, right?
Well, if you just shared Bruce Dickinson and his is like a 20 by 20. So
okay. Do I have?
Yeah, it's kind of a mix.
Hold on, I think I only have 10. Hold on. Oh, okay. Wait. Why are these different? I'm sorry, guys. This is not.
You want me to play it from my?
Yeah. I do.
Really?
Take it, Sarah.
I mean, yeah. If you're offering.
I coordinate. I did not come here to work, but I will try to do this.
Can you give me a break, Sarah? Just give me just one. Just you save the day.
I'm gonna go to my city.
Actually, I honestly don't have any slides queued up for what's the deal? I'm joking. Why? I can definitely play it. But why are there not slides? I mean, Sarah, I'm not joking. If you have it queued up, you by all means go for it.
Hold on, my friend. Hold on.
Let's see what's
working
going on
on
here.
it.
Hey, Hirai, there's not slides in here.
Yeah, my event page has all the presentations. Just go to my event page.
We're going to the event page. Okay.
Yeah.
This is why I was saying somebody needs to come tell me this in my ear because I can't see the emails that are going around. I just can't pay attention to it all. So, okay. So let me get to Ellensburg's page. Sorry, guys. It's just there's.
Well, how many presenters and how many city organizers are we managing through, Brian? So, dude, yeah, it's all good. Take your time.
We're gonna get there. Yeah. Thanks. Yeah,
We are gonna get there. Would you like to?
I've got them right here.
Would you like me to share my screen?
Do you want to? I've got 5.
I got it.
Okay. I'm sorry, Sarah. You're a superstar. I'm gonna hand it over to you. Go for it.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is that? Yeah. Shall I? I feel like we're going in circles talking about it.
Here we go. You see it?
Yep. Go for it. Yay. Okay. Sorry, Sarah. I'll pay you.
Oh, you
Tell me what you just send me an invoice.
I love you though.
I love you. I love you.
Okay, what the world needs now is love. Sweet love. Okay. Here we go. I gotta do share audio with this.
Share audio, you got it. You're a pro.
Share sound. Okay.
Presenters, mute yourself.
I'm Deidre Petrina. This is my story of how losing myself led to finding that love we are all searching for. That unconditional love that can only be found in one place. My story starts with that first true love. That first love that I'll always remember. That first love that I secretly compared my other partners to. That first love that will have a special place in my heart. But with that first love came my first heartbreak. The pain was so bad that I vowed right then and there, whether consciously, subconsciously, or both, that I was never going to love again to avoid the pain. That led to some really bad decisions around partners. My next partner sexually assaulted me, and I no longer felt safe in my own body. But it didn't stop there. I continued to make really bad choices. My next relationship, he verbally and emotionally abused me. At one point, he even tried killing me. I no longer trusted my choices, and I definitely didn't trust my feelings, and so I turned my feelings off. I became emotionally numb. I didn't feel sadness, I didn't feel anger, I didn't feel happiness, and I definitely didn't feel love. And along the way, I forgot who I was. I didn't know what I liked. I was lost. And so I decided to take a break from partners to find myself. Along this journey, I found somebody. I found somebody where I felt safe enough to start feeling again. Somebody where I felt safe enough to start embracing me. And so I married him. Several years after our marriage, we had a little girl who completely changed my life in so many ways. And she inspires me on a daily basis. But it wasn't always a fairy tale story. After several years, I started to feel really angry. I was angry that I didn't love her the way that I wanted to love her. I was angry that I wasn't the mom that I wanted to be. I was angry for being angry. And I was angry that anger was really the only emotion that I felt. And then I met my twin flame. This was an incredibly challenging relationship. But what it did is it opened me up to my emotions. It connected me to my emotions again. But my emotions were so intense that I didn't know how to handle them. And I knew that I didn't want to be like this. I didn't want to live like this. So I searched for help, and I found Layla Martin, a sex, love, and relationship coach. And it just so happened that her 2-year program for coaches was opening up. And a small deep part of me said, do it, and do it now. And so I joined her 2-year coaching program. Part of her coaching program is to heal yourself. And she does this through pleasure. But I felt so unsafe in my body that the only thing that I could do was caress my arm. It was the most pleasure I could give myself. Later in the year, we met in Mexico at a retreat. A very deep healing retreat. 50 plus women came together for breath work and rituals and group sessions. In one of these sessions, Layla asked us to say something to ourselves. I couldn't do it. It was too hard. And I thought to myself, you want me to say what? How could I possibly say that to myself? It was just 3 little words of I love me. I had so much wounding around loving myself that I couldn't even say those words. Instead, it came out as this. I like myself for my eyes. That was it. That's all that I could say. And so I realized that I had so much wounding around self-love that I made it my mission in that retreat to start healing those self-love wounds. By the end of the retreat, my heart had grown 2 sizes. And what I realized was that this self-love was that unconditional love that I had been searching for, and that only I could give myself that unconditional love, that me alone could do it. And that's when I started having empathy for myself, and I started having empathy for my feelings. And that's when I started to embrace my emotions, my feelings. And I loved anger and sadness and happiness and love itself. And I realized that this unconditional self-love was the most incredible healing that anyone can do for themselves. And that it was the source for you to use to follow your dreams, to make them happen. And so, with this newfound unconditional self-love, I was inspired. And I became a love and empowerment coach to help you find your unconditional self-love so you too could.
Oh, we cut her
Did
off.
it work?
No, it was great. We just cut her off at the end. Oh my God, though, what a great story.
Oh.
And Sarah, like I don't know if you're cutting out there, but you're back.
Yes.
No, that totally came over. Thank you for picking up the ball and sharing that.
I'm sorry I didn't give you the warning that you would feel completely relaxed after that one. Wasn't her voice so smooth, soothing?
Yes, absolutely. No, like I mean, like, come on, like, you know, again, the tragic beginning, and then just taking us through like the reawakening of the emotions, though. I mean, like, yes, I mean, it just put your mind at this, like, you know, I was like a very steady state and just gripping, really.
Right. And right now, I mean, for those of us that are living alone during COVID, you know, we have to spend a lot of time alone, and love being with ourselves, you know. So that was the message that I took away, you know, very much.
Absolutely.
Are you ready for the next one?
Real quick, was that a pig on her when she was laying down? Was that a pig? I think it was a pig. All right, sorry. Just
yeah.
I had to ask that one.
I couldn't breathe for a moment there looking at it. Yeah. I need to share.
You got the floor. You keep sharing.
Keep going.
All right. All right. Well, you know, here we go.
I love this one. Oh my gosh. Yay.
Thank you, Monica.
Thanks for picking it.
Bruce, I hope you're watching.
Hi, Bruce.
Oh.
Sarah, maybe we need to start it over and share with audio. Can everybody else hear?
No, sorry, Sarah, we can't hear it.
Sarah, we can't hear it.
She could, though. She was enjoying it.
She was enjoying it, wasn't she? Sarah, share some of that love. Share some of that audio love.
This is called African 1, American 2, a true story in the style of Dr. Seuss. The plan was not to have a third while traveling, how absurd. But in their failure to govern, surprise, a baby in the oven. He grew to love his dogs and nails, he grew to love adventure trails. He grew a brain inside his skull that did what most did not quite well. Don't means do, stop means go. There was a war back then, you know, a war against the fighting Turs that left behind the kids and hers. He yelled as bombs flew overhead, his screaming mother filled with dread. Don't worry, Ma, it's quite okay. They're shooting someone else today. Big sister didn't fare as well. Big brother, you could never tell. There were worse things inside your head, like crocodiles under the bed. We left that place. We left it fast. We left behind the battered past. We left and found a place with trees and rocks and hills and stinging bees. 9 years passed, then came another, the little boy, now a big brother, a sister born, her life a joy. Then 2 years passed, another boy. Big and small, a sibling each, from some to learn, then some to teach, always feeling as he grew, will they still love me if they knew? Girls he loved but never could give them what he thought he should. He saw himself a joke, a flake, and once he tried his life to take. He failed at that and made a plan to be a stronger, better man, to live his truth, fully embrace, though different, he had a place. The teachings of the church were wrong. He didn't stay there very long, and one day found the strength to say, dear family, I know I'm gay. I know I'm gay, I'm not confused. It's not a choice that I have used. This road is mine, it's mine to walk. About it, I don't want to talk. I grew a lot those coming years. I conquered all my inner fears. Adventure beckoned once again. For me to stay, there was no gain. By fate and chance a plan did hatch. For snowy mount a plane I'd catch. A place that promised much for me, of hopes and dreams and liberty. The place I found, I would surmise, was cold and cruel, a harsh surprise. Then love stepped in, not true but kind. I didn't feel so left behind. His friends and family took me in, and underneath their giant wing, I found a girl, we made a pact. This friendship, it must stay intact. She asked if I would marry her to save my breaking heart. Visas only last so long, from them I'd have to part. So wed we did, and wed we were, sometimes hard, I must concur. For this life I didn't ask. She gave with love, she took the task. 14 years plus 3 unwed. We've spent these years, it must be said, with laughs and cries and joys and fears. In this machine, we were the gears. Husband, brother, uncle, son, to each of them and every one, I found a place inside their hearts, and theirs in mine right from the start. Hard work and humor served me well. Friends abounded, life was swell. But I was never really made to sit beside an Everglade. Fate and chance again would bring my family, my heart could sing. And so I packed and said goodbye for mountains, vista, big blue sky. It's not raining here. First one to tease, and then another, nieces from my own big brother, searching for their special treasures, one of my life's greatest pleasures. A time we lived together thus, me trying not to cause a fuss, but wild at heart I'll always be, and so I found a home for me. A courtyard full of friends and peers, I grew again those coming years. Gay number 9 was known to be, of laughter, fun and parody, where people came to feel at home, if otherwise they felt alone. Old drunk eyes, Jim, Mander and Ann, 3 children too, a happy clan. Friendships born in truth are best, my secret had put it to the test. But friendship finds the place it was, when it was paused, not why, because. He needed me to make him smile, his heart had walked the broken mile. We pledged to have the best of fun, underneath the summer sun. Over one of many beers we'd share, I happened on a stranger's stare. I went to find the man whose eyes had made my heart jump in surprise. I haven't known a love so strong. I haven't known a love so long. I didn't know that you could love without the need to push and shove. A year in Sydney, our dogs behind found pastures of another kind. Our hearts so broken, hand in hand, we followed through and bought some land. Roo and Riles rest peacefully, still part of our menagerie. Jack and Ozzy, Moon and Sun, 2 cats, 3 goats, and chickens run. On ashes left by Taylor's flames, we've built a home to many names, have lent a helping hand and seen. I do are truly words we mean. It's not with ease we've walked this path, sometimes it's hard and not a laugh, but wish upon a star we said, and our stars shine bright upon our bed. What lies ahead, who knows, who cares? It's not for things we want, just wheres. Wheres and whos that bring much more than wares you buy inside a store. Now I travel far from home, liberated, free to roam. For you and them, don't overlook the importance of this little book. For 50 years they've never split. They gave me life, and with it wit, to see me through, to be legit, to follow what this doctor writ. You have brains in your head, you have feet in your shoes. You can steer yourself any direction you choose. You're off to great places, today is your day. Your mountain is waiting, so get on your way. Guthrie penned a song before, left this verse out from the score. There was a big high wall that tried to stop me. The sign was painted, said private property. But on the backside, it didn't say nothing. This land was made.
This land was made for you and me.
I'm so sorry the website cut you off there at the last moment, but we got it. So I all these presentations from all day today, and those certainly the two that you just shared, Sarah, they're all going to be posted on PechaKucha.com. I can't wait to just kind of go back and look at some of these. It's really just wonderful art.
Yes, thank you. And we've moved, I felt like we've moved quickly, but we still have multiple presentations, two of which the presenters are here with us in the Zoom room. So if you could say hello to Randy Rees of Ellensburg and Crystal Church of Ellensburg. They created PKs for this event.
Oh, well, we can't. Brian, what do we do?
Got it.
What do we do?
I've got you. I got you. You're on. Hi, hi. Wait, sorry. Did I spotlight the Crystal and Randy? Randy and did I get that right? Was there somebody else? Okay, good. All right. Shall we carry on? We have a presentation queued up for Randy. Yes. I'm not sure about Crystal.
Okay.
You want me to? You want me to
work on Crystal.
Okay, you work on Crystal and Randy, you're mine. Okay.
That's cool. And Dayton, we're pushing you back just a little bit, so please bear with us.
Okay, we'll roll with it. Here we go. Randy, thanks for coming on board. Are you ready? Does Randy need an introduction? No. Hold on, I don't hear.
Randy needs no introduction. You'll see.
Oh, all right. I'm going. I can't hear Randy. Randy, can we hear you?
Yeah, Randy, we're sorry we can't hear you. It seems like you're not muted, so
Yeah.
It's not that.
Maybe volume is down, or what could it be?
Do you have like headphones, or let's see, you're muted now. Now you're not muted.
Technical difficulties. Let's see. Randy, it might not hurt to pop out and then pop back in. Oh, wait, I think we got you maybe.
In the well-known words from the famous drag queen, how the hell you gonna love somebody else? Can I get an amen? Self-love starts with the authentic, raw, unfiltered you, loving you.
Well, that was a nice interlude.
Yeah, was that me? That was Sarah.
That was a commercial. That was a commercial.
Hey, Randy, I think we got you. Oh no, wait.
Things I love of music. You ever go to a concert and not see people having a great time?
I don't think we got Randy yet. I think that's Sarah's autoplay. Okay. How about
You want me to just play Randy's?
Yeah, let's play Randy. Unfortunately, we're going to need to play yours because. Okay. Just a problem with the audio, unfortunately. Let's.
Wait, no, I got it. Randy, you're the mime. I love that. You totally are faking us out.
Okay. Are we ready for crystals then?
Go for it, Sarah.
Okay.
Love If you would have told me 6 months ago that I would move out of my dream apartment, get married 2 weeks later to my ex, I would have told you that you are crazy. Let me introduce you to the reestablished Mrs. Church. In October of 2020, my PIA, pain in the ass ex-husband, had been experiencing pain, and this led to an ER visit pandemic style, which literally means dropping him off at the sliding door and saying, peace out. But really, though, I went home and I tried to stay awake long enough to be alert when he found out why his hip hurt so bad. Several hours later, he called and I picked him up. He was medicated for pain and was told some of his levels were high. Go see your primary Monday. That visit was the first mention of prostate cancer. Fast forward to November when we traveled over the snowy pass to hear the confirmation of stage 4 terminal prostate cancer. You could literally feel the silence surrounding the young doctor's words. It was like he didn't want to deliver the news. I mean, I get it. The whole experience really defined what I continue to describe as the most strange, unique, and somewhat uncomfortable life I am living. Oh, and yes, it's amazing. I'm happy, I'm healthy, and I have love in my life. Now, where was I? Okay, Hotel Theodore, downtown Seattle. Beautiful place. And a strange visit with my ex as we share a room. Yes, not beds. And we share a special time away from everyone to initially process the news. Or did we process? I mean, I'm not sure one could ever really process this. Terminal cancer. I asked him that night, what do you want from me during this time? And he said, without missing a beat, I need you to move back in with me, be my caretaker, I guess, at some point, and give the kids stability. I immediately answered yes. And fast forward to December 30th, 2020, I married my feeling fantastic ex-husband, now current husband, who is terminally ill. He proposed, bought a ring upon my encouragement, and we had an intimate ceremony with the kids, and it was officiated by my longtime childhood friend. It was perfect. It was recorded on Zoom, of course, because Zoom is 2021. Love. That is love. But wait, there's more to the rewrite of the church love story. I chose about 2 weeks prior to the wedding to really fall in love, be loved, and love. What a trip to say this out loud after being divorced for 12 years. I never dreamed I would remarry Phil, let alone fall in love. Here's the funny part. Love always wins. I have and continue to fall back in love. My personal development work, this pandemic, ascension, and my circle of friends have supported me in seeing that love wins every time. I am constantly reminded of the love I felt when we were first married that turned into hate and divorce. I've since realized that we live somewhere in the middle of love and hate. Today is 3 weeks and I have been reestablished as Mrs. Church, and 2 of those weeks, Phil has been on one of many, I hope, many bucket list adventures. He is Harley riding across California, Arizona, and Nevada. I tell this story because it defines my role for him in the C word journey. I get to encourage him to leave no stone unturned, stay positive, because I've got all the stupid tasks and details that go with dying. So I encourage him to live each day. Well, you know the rest. I don't say it anymore because I really can't claim to know or understand living each day as if it is your last. And that was one of our first discussions. I couldn't really, as he said, you can't really understand what I'm going through. And it's so true, I can't. And honestly, it's easier to not try to imagine it. I listen, take care of research options, present my findings, support all of his decisions, and I'm a controller, so this is kind of hard. And I welcome all learning in life. So let's talk Western medicine. Kill the testosterone, kill the cancer, save the patient. Did you hear a key word in that statement that might impact a new couple? Yep, testosterone. I'm so thankful that we have had this opportunity to experience a love affair of the heart. I honestly didn't think there was such a thing. My early experiences with sex predisposed me to believe that love and sex were synonymous. Not fucking true. Maybe that's the biggest super cool surprise about remarrying my ex. I've never experienced love of the heart, connecting with someone who knows your heart and has known you when love meant sex. This is love. My word for 2021 is not love, it is transition. Transition because that seems to be where the highs and the lows, the roller coaster of life happens. I have historically been someone who accomplished and moved on to the next thing until I realized that game you can never win. Winning is now, each and every moment, especially those moments you work so hard to crush. Yes, those. Stay there. Feel it. Don't rush the transition.
Thank you so much. That was lovely. That
Thank you,
was
Mrs. Church.
what a wonderful journey. Oh my goodness. My grandmother married my grandfather twice. She married about 9 different men, and my grandfather was like number 1 and number 6. Yeah, it's the truth. And she passed away in a casino, gambling and smoking and drinking and having the time of her life, and wearing like leopard skin high heels and like crazy hair and cool sunglasses. She was a wild woman. Yeah, there you go, exactly. I mean, yeah, she really was. She was a pretty daring woman. I wish I had known her a little bit better. Great story. Oh my gosh, it was really wonderful story.
Thank you so much for this opportunity, PechaKucha headquarters. It's like a love fest today for the world, and we all need it so much. Thank you to our people in Ellensburg who jumped in and made it happen for me to have this moment. So let us not take any more of Dayton, Ohio's time, right?
Well, let's come. I think if we have time, we've got a little bit of time, an hour. I think Dayton's got 3 queued up here, and I think they're all 20s. But I've got a little open field in hour 23, which is, I can't tell you how many hours ahead that is, but it's our 10 a.m. Japan Standard Time. So let's welcome Dayton on, and let's get a presentation or 2 from Dayton in, and then let's talk about this in the chat. Would that be okay? And see if we can sort it out.
Yeah, we'd love to find a place for Randy. So Shayna from Dayton, let's get her on the stage. And then I think, Shayna, you mentioned somebody is off work or taking a break from their work. So when it comes to the schedule of the 3 that you have, like who's like on the job right now?
Hi, this is Katie from Dayton PK. Yes, we have someone that with our schedule, they scheduled at work so they could present live. So if we want to go ahead and do that right off the bat, I don't know how much time Sean has off of work. So maybe we could do that first.
Yes, let's get Sean. Let's find Sean here.
Sean's here.
Okay.
Hey, Sean.
If it's helpful, I said work. You just hold yourselves over there. We got PK to do.
Okay.
So we're good.
Sean's here. Let me get Sean's presentation queued up.
Life priorities. Yeah, I agree.
Right.
Okay, what number is Sean? Sean, you are not first. There you are. Okay, we're good to go. Sean, are you ready?
I was born ready.
That is the right answer. Okay, Sean, the 20 slides are yours.
All right, so this is Tom. Tom's a really neat guy. I don't know if you can pick up on it or not, but Tom takes photographs. He took some pictures that I'm going to talk about here today. A big thing is Tom is a part of the same community that I'm a part of. That's our Dayton community. And I'm a huge fan of this community because Dayton has so much going for it. And I have to admit, I'm extremely biased. I've been here for a very long time. What I love about this city is its collaboration, its ability to connect, how organizations work with each other. And they work with each other through building communities, building networks. The city has wonderful, just top-notch businesses, organizations. There are nonprofits that get involved, and those nonprofits are actually boosted by the different restaurants, the different businesses, the different organizations that are regularly involving themselves. Some good examples are you'll have our local food bank will connect with a local arts organization, and that arts organization will host a rehearsal event in which if everybody brings a different food item or canned good to donate, they can go for the opening rehearsal so that the actors and the performers can get a chance to try on something different. But yet they still get this opportunity to see the show, and you're feeding our community through that. You're engaging and connecting. We have sports organizations. Dayton Dragons, over 20 years of flat sold out every single game. And that's because they're giving ticket packages to nonprofits to take clients, to take individuals out. They're giving corporate businesses and organizations the opportunity to connect their business folks, their employees, with the community. On top of all of that, and I myself am very partial to our bars and restaurants. That being said, it's where you'll easily sit down, have a lovely craft cocktail, and be able to shout at 3 or 5 of your friends. Now, at the same time, this builds our communities and our small neighborhoods that make one giant neighborhood we call and love Dayton. You have these small neighborhoods that have their own block parties. They have events where you'll go out, you'll engage with each other. Now, this is a little different, obviously, in current COVID times, but even prior to the COVID times, what we found is that we would have these calls to Zacks of our I think I got muted there.
Sean, you got muted. Sean, we're just gonna back up a slide. Give us a second. We're gonna back you up a slide. Sorry about that.
No problem.
So sorry about that. We were trying to just eliminate some background noise for you, but we ended up accidentally muting you.
Oh, no problem.
That's the worst. Here we go. All right, there you go. Off you go.
All right. So as we see, we have our calls to Zach, where we're actually having block parties and neighborhood gatherings. So we have our small communities even built within our larger communities. Now with this, it's actually rather interesting because our neighborhoods have changed. Especially since the 70s. If you look at architecture before the 70s, they had giant, large front porches that wrapped around that neighbors would sit out in front of and wave to everybody passing. Now, what we see is since the 70s, the houses we build have giant backyards and privacy fences. And we've moved our lives from the front yard to the backyard. And we've actually created even smaller subsets. Now, there can be some negatives here because what we've done is we've kind of taken ourselves out or siloed ourselves into certain bubbles. But in doing that, it's given us the opportunity to break out of those bubbles into larger community gatherings, opportunities to actually engage in street fairs or downtown events or everyday happenings that might not be just next door to us. Now, with all of this, it supports our nonprofits, our services, it supports small business, big business, you name it. It's all building around where we work, live, and play. That's what community is. But there's an important part of all pieces and facets of community, and that is engaging with each other, having that cast of characters, that unique development of neighbors, friends, different acquaintances. Ultimately, it allows us to engage with each other in unique ways and better understand ourselves. Now, for many that know me here in the Dayton community, they know I have a special love, sir, for a certain individual, Mr. Fred McFeely Rogers, known of Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood. Now, the beauty of Mr. Rogers is that he was actually able to build a community, build a connection and a neighborhood through a TV screen. That's right. He built his own community that he was able to display to the world through a digital means, which even now, as we move our lives into the backyard, or as we move our lives inside and we isolate, we're actually building up and connecting in different and unique ways. And something that Mr. Rogers found how to do way back in the day. He started it through a television screen, and through that, one individual was able to create and connect, and that individual was able to bring a community through his own cast of characters that showed diversity. It showed differences from everything of race and color to employment background. He had a pacing, a certain way that he developed his own neighborhood, and we all fell in love with it. We celebrated it. And while we are celebrating still today, but maybe on a smaller scale, what we really find is that it just does take one individual, you, being the person to love your community, being the person to love and collaborate with others, that allows you to build and be a part of your own community. So at the end of the day, you really just have to ask yourself is, when you put on the sweater, what are you gonna do? Thank you, PK Global.
What are you gonna do? I love that. That's great. I mean, I honestly, like, I love Mr. Rogers so much more again now. Thank you for Sean putting that out there, and your love for Dayton, by the way. I mean, that carried the beginning part there. It was great.
Thank you, Sean.
Okay, so we're a little bit behind schedule, so we're gonna kind of just keep going here. I know we're needing to get on to our next hour, but let's I'm a little bit confused here because I'm suddenly getting an update that Luther's presentation needs to be played from the website. Is that correct? Is that right? Do I have that right? Am I hearing that right? Can somebody help me on that? Is that right? Do I play his presentation from the slides? Is he presenting live, or is he presenting
from the website as well? We did a 10 by.
I see. Okay, just give me a minute to get that queued up. I think it's right here.
That's cool. And Brian's doing that. Yeah. So our 20,
I got it right here. So thanks. We'll just go to it. Here we go. Hold on. We're almost there. Share. Hold on.
Can we have some time to introduce our presenters?
Yes. Who's asking me that? I'm sorry.
This is Katie from PK Dayton.
Yes, Katie, go by all means.
Thank you. I'm actually going to throw it over to Mike really quick because he had a nice intro for Sean.
Oh,
hello.
Okay.
This is Mike Bierbauer from Dayton. Am I on?
Yes.
So I have this little bio here for Sean that says he's a Dayton advocate who fell into happiness via nonprofit work over a decade ago. He believes the Dayton community is a gem built on innovation. And he says our current innovation is our collaboration. And through the examples of a familiar neighbor, it can only take one person. Now, my personal addition to this is that I know Sean as a friend, and Sean is truly one of the most community-minded people I've ever met. He's one of the most compassionate people I've ever met. He's one of the most optimistic people I've ever met. And that optimism is not the optimism that everything is just fine, but it's the optimism that we can do whatever is in front of us and that we can all do better if we just try. So when Sean says it only takes one person, he's talking about Mr. Rogers, but around here, Sean's kind of our Mr. Rogers.
Thank you for that. And I'm sorry that we didn't get that in before the before Sean's great presentation. You can definitely feel that the sentiment of your kind introduction. We heard it in Sean's voice and in his presentation. So thank you for that introduction. And do you also have an introduction for Luther, by the way?
I do. Thank you so much. So next up is a recorded presentation from volume 42, which was our IPK 2020 event in February 2020, the last time we were all together. So the presenter is Luther Palmer, who's on the call right now. He is a professor of electrical engineering at Wright State University. Luther says he suffers from chronic procrastination disorder, believes in the plurality of self, and enjoys a brisk hike. He hated history in high school, but now loves it. He loved math in high school and is now disturbingly infatuated with it. So here's Luther's PK called The Language of Numbers and Why 12 Must Die.
Oh, 12 must die. Okay. Luther, here we go.
All right, it gives me no great pleasure to do this, but our longtime friend, 12, must die. And let me tell you, it's not going to go quietly in the night. We have to brandish all of our mental powers tonight to put an end to this formidable foe. Now, I'm going to remind you of our number system, and humanity has had three great triumphs. The first is we built fire. The second is we built this number system. The third is the movie Inception. And I will fight you over the first two in the lobby after this is over. You may not know, we only came up with the number 0 about 2,000 years ago, and 0 allows us to have this beautiful pattern. Google is an intentional misspelling of the number 1 with 100 zeros behind it, which was already a mathematical term, Google. But the pattern of numbers gives us rise to all these really cool, interesting things. Of course, everyone loves 69. This, if you see it real fast here. But let's talk about 12. 12 is one of the Drakes and Madonnas of the number system. I am Luther Palmer. I'm known by two names. Most of you are known by two names. Most two-digit numbers like 72, 45, 26 have two names, not 12. That is a serious problem. Look at what we've done to the beautiful number system with our stupid words. 0 through 12 have very unique names. Right? Then we start this pattern of callbacks where 13 is 3 and 10, and 23, though, is 2 10s and a 3, so a little bit backwards. Right? Why is 12 so significant? So previous cultures, if you hold out your hand and count the, what are these things called? Phalanxes, something on my notes, whatever they're called. If you count them with your thumb, you have 12 of them, right? So ancient cultures used the base 12 system. If you use two hands, you have 12, 24, 36, 48, 60, 61, 62. You can count to 72 on your hands. We're so stupid we can only count to 10. All right. So let's have some fun. Let's have some fun. The bottom right pattern, where do you think the orange piece should go? So think about it. Right? This is relatively easy. It's going to get a little bit more difficult. The next slide has numbers on it. I've instructed them to lock the door so you can't leave. Right? But we'll do it together. 1 plus 3 is 4. 4 plus 3 is 7. 7 plus 3 is 10. You can kind of recognize the pattern. 19 plus 3 is 22. 22 plus 3 is 25. Well done. All right, now let's do it for words. Okay, this is tricky. 52. 42. 32. 22. What do you think is next? Okay, if you said 12, you have not been paying attention. 12 is dead. We buried it together. You were literally sitting in the same seat when that happened. 12 is gone. So what do we have to save us from ourselves? Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce to you 1T2. All right, let's go to church. Let's go to church. Turn to your neighbor and say, neighbor, I believe in 1T2. All right, so how did we get here? 5 10s and 2 1s, another pattern. 4 10s and 2 1s, 3 10s and 2 1s, 2 10s and 2 1s. The next one is 1 10 and 2 1s, right? If we use this pattern To get ourselves into this collection of terms, we have 52, 42, 32, 22, and our new risen Savior, 22. All right, so we're going to dispense with 12. We're also going to dispense with 11. We're going to put in 1T1 and 1T2. Now we have to deal with the teens. And some of you are regretting that because the teens were some of the best years of your life. But they're about to die. Okay. The problem with the teens is that, let's see, the numbers are backwards. So no one would mistake the number on the left with the number on the right. No one would mistake the group on the left with the group on the right. No one would mistake 15-year-old Oprah with 50-year-old Oprah. But we often mistake the word 15 and 50. That's because the word is backward. 15 is Schwarzkab, or backward. Numbers like 72 put the tens first and the twos. The number 50 puts the 10 first and the 0, but 15 puts the 5 first and the 10. This is backward. This is why these two numbers sound alike, and they absolutely shouldn't. So we're getting rid of all the teens. Look at what we did together. We did this together. We came together for a common goal. Now, what are we talking about? We are talking about something called, if I could find it in my notes, we're talking about something called linguistic transparency. Other cultures with linguistic transparent names for their numbers learn to add faster than our children. It always used to be strange to me when my kids could count from 1 to 10 very, very quickly, but then they would get stuck at 14, 15, and I would think, why don't they know that the number pattern just keeps going? Well, they don't know that because the linguistic pattern is all over the place. So if we replace the bad linguistic pattern with the good linguistic pattern, we'll do better. I'm not the only crazy person talking about this. All right, this is my last slide. And some of you are saying, oh, PK Talks have 20 slides. This is slide number 20, but I started at the 0th slide. When we teach our kids to count, we count from 1 to 10. We teach them 10 before they learn 0. Makes no sense. Teach your kids to count from 0 to 9. Their future can...
Oh, that's great though. I love 1T.
Luther, do you want to finish that up real quick or say something? Hi.
Oh, how you doing? I just was saying, if you teach your kids to count from 0 to 9, their future computer science teacher will thank you.
That was so much fun, man. I love that. I wish I was in the room. I can't imagine everyone after that just going to get a drink.
Yes.
The crowd was awesome. Crowd was awesome. Yeah, it was awesome.
If you couldn't tell from that audio, Dayton PK usually draws about 450 people to all of our events. We've been around since 2010, and all of our presenters today are some of the most popular ones that I remember, like laughing so hard I was crying at Luther's. So thank you so much for playing that and for being here, Luther.
My pleasure. Great.
That's great. And so we're 15. Go, Brian.
Yes, it seems this presentation is also. Oh no, here we go. Let's get it queued up. All right.
Thanks so much, Brian. Would you like me to do the introduction?
By all means, please.
Thank you so much. All right. So this one is actually a new format introduced just for this event. It's a recorded 10 by 10. It's called Self-Made Mermaid, the sequel. And I want to point out sequel is spelled SEAQUEL because it's a shortened version of an awesome presentation from PK Dayton Volume 32 in 2017. Jacoby, who's on the call today, Jacoby Rose Buchanan, is a former dancer turned costume designer who is always looking for an excuse to play dress up. And this is the short but sweet version of how a casual invite turned into a 12-year love affair with the Coney Island Mermaid Parade. You can watch the full 2020 from PK Dayton in volume 42. So go ahead and we'll take a look at this.
Okay, here we go. Oh, just adjust this. And thanks so much. Here we go.
As a child, I loved watching my family rearrange the furniture to make space for art. Mom and Grandma designed dresses and dolls, Grandpa made quilts, and I collected the fabric scraps. I loved dance, which took me to New York, where a friend first invited me to the Coney Island Mermaid Parade. I had no idea what it was, nor had time to make a costume, and that was the year after. I realized quickly that my favorite way to experience the parade was from inside. I'd spend days to months conceptualizing my costume and in return be treated to a visual feast from others who had done the same. It's a celebration of the summer season, a buffet of self-expression, and a creative and logistical challenge that I love to take on year after year after year. Believe it or not all of us marchers are exhibitionists. Some of us are quiet, maybe even shy, but on parade day, you'd never know. There's an instant, palpable joy looking out over a sea of strangers and catching glimpses of familiar eyes and smiles from years past. I've come alone and found friends in minutes, and I've brought friends along for the ride. It's hard to say what I love most about the Mermaid Parade. It could be the confidence it calls for, or maybe it's how I always end up smiling and laughing until my face hurts, and making others do the same, hopefully. Or maybe what I love most is that there's just so many people, all dancing, all rejoicing, and all united in a singular act of art.
Wow, what a wonderful whoa. Good grief. Sorry about that. What a wonderful way to end the hour there. Jacoby, that was a very passionate presentation about how we all need to have more art in our lives. So thank you so much for that. And yeah, big round of applause for Jacoby and for hour 19 in the books. Do we want to sign off? I want to say a special thank you to Dayton and Ellensburg and Albany. You guys knocked it out of the park. We had a really good time with you all. We really appreciate it. And we're just going to keep this show moving along. Yeah? Is that okay? Yeah? We'll stick on the line, guys, and we'll do our best. And I'm going over to this side next. Chun, cha, cha, chun. And this is getting bigger. We're going to redo. Oh, there's our hour 20. You can see it. Dun, 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 dun. And I want to welcome Bozeman up to the stage. I don't hear anybody. It seems everybody's muted, but our Bozeman posse, maybe you can unmute yourselves, and Bermuda, and who else do we have? This is the B hour. Burlington, Vermont, Bozeman, Montana, and Bermuda in the Caribbean. So thanks. Welcome to the hour, everybody. We're just going to kick it right off and get right into Bozeman. Yeah, Bozeman. I've been to Bozeman. I had a lovely time in Bozeman many years ago.
Everyone in the U.S. wants to live in Bozeman right now.
Bozeman is a lovely place. Our first presenter from Bozeman is Pete.
Excuse me, can I introduce the presenter? Is that all right?
By all means, please do.
Okay, I'm not sure. Am I on video right now? I don't see myself, but
you're there. You're there.
Okay, great. Yeah. Here I am. Great. Terrific. So let's start with Pete Kamen. Pete is a big, well, first of all, let me just say something real quick about Bozeman for those of you who don't know where it is. We're in Southwest Montana, about 90 minutes north of Yellowstone. It's a city of about 50,000 with big ambitions and growing very fast, as you mentioned. A lot of people, especially at this time, are looking for beautiful places to move that are out of big urban areas. And both of our presenters today have big ambitions in different ways. The first one, Pete Kamen, is an avid hockey player. He played hockey at Miami University. He now coaches hockey at Montana State. And in his free time, he is coaching youth hockey around the world, all over the place, in addition to his day job as a marketing director. So I'll tell you a little bit more about other speaker afterwards, but with that, take it away, Pete.
Larry, thanks for that great introduction. And Pete, the 20 slides are yours. Are you ready?
I'm ready. Yeah, thanks for having me here. I'm ready once we get rolling here.
Let's do it.
All right. So hockey has always been a lifelong love of mine. I pretty much was born with skates on. There's a picture of me back in the 80s in Minnesota. As you can tell by the skates, it kind of dates me a little bit, but hockey's been a big part of my life ever since I was born. It's something I've always loved, and I love coaching. After my playing days in college were done, I kind of fell into coaching. And with that, it's taken me around the world. I spent a year actually in Namibia, Africa, coaching youth hockey there with kids that otherwise might not be able to play. We arranged gear donations, but basically just spreading the love of the game and trying to help those kids benefit from the games. And recently, the game took me overseas to India. So here I am overlooking the city of Leh in Ladakh, India, a place I never thought that hockey would bring me, but I was there for a special purpose, and we'll get into that here in just a second. But as you can tell, hockey, it's a love of mine. It's all over the world. In Ladakh, here at this rink is what they do in the winter. It's up in the Himalayas. This rink's at about a little over 11,000 feet. And in the region of Ladakh, where the city is Leh, there's over 2,000 hockey players. Now, you wouldn't expect that in India, of all places, but it's thriving. People love it. They can't get enough. So when I was there, we played in the game. I'm there in the blue jersey with my team. We had people from all over the world who love the game as much as I do. Russia, Czech Republic, Sweden, Canada, US, and we played against a local team in Leh as kind of a warm-up for our world record game that we were going to attempt later on. So while we were in India, that's my younger brother and I, we were able to share the experience together, fortunately. And as you can see, we were taking in the sights and sounds, couldn't believe we were in India for a game of hockey. And as you can see in the back corner, the 3 fans were going crazy with excitement watching our game. So it was a good time. But really, I'm more of a coach than I am a player. I hung up my playing skates a long time ago. And while I was there, I had a chance to train with the ITBP, the Inter-Tibetan Border Patrol Team. These are all active military duty personnel that in their off days practice ice hockey and compete in ice hockey in Ladakh. And a highlight of that, while I ran practice for that team, the highlight was being able to sit down for about an hour or so and have tea with their coach. And despite the language barrier, we had an interpreter, but we went through drills, we went through some X's and O's and strategies, and we're able to bond over the coaching aspect of our love for the game. So when I went to India, it was through the Hockey Foundation, a nonprofit that I work with. And part of the goal is not just to teach hockey or play hockey, but also extend the benefits of the game, like inclusion and opportunity and empowerment for young girls in the area, so through hockey. So basically, we're trying to improve lives through hockey. And so you can see those young girls, they learn how to skate. And then as they grow up, like this woman here, they have an opportunity to compete for their villages or their towns and eventually make the Indian national team, which affords them the opportunity to travel the world and experiences things that they otherwise might not have the opportunity to do, along with the benefit for the self-improvement of their lives. So while we're there, one of the main reasons we went there was to host a world record game. And in those trucks were hockey boards. They were bought in Austria and Europe, flown into India by the military police and the military jets, and trucked up to the remote areas of the Himalayas right on the Tibetan border. And so as you can see, we built a full-size international regulation ice rink in a highly remote area right on the border there of Tibet. And we staged the world's highest elevation hockey game. We were a little over 14,000 feet. And as you can see, the village in the background is so remote that most people can't even find it on Google Maps. But while we were there, that was our locker room. Makeshift wall tent. We had ice on the floors, about negative 20 degrees. It was harsh conditions, but people were there for the love of the game, and we were excited to be there, just shy of 15,000 feet, ready to play, ready to share. Before the game, we had a ceremonial escort in traditional wear from the region in the Himalayas. It's a little more fancy than my regular escort to the rink when I'm playing back here at my home rink in Bozeman, but it was quite the experience, very memorable. And I think we were a sight to see for the folks there coming into their remote area. But once we got playing, hockey is hockey. My team, made up of visitors from all over the world, played against the members of the men's Indian national team. And this picture is the first goal scored. I was lucky enough to assist that goal, so I got my name on the score sheet, got it in the record books. But like I said, hockey is hockey, except for one thing. The Indians had no trouble at all. We, although had had a lot of trouble. We had to take pulls from oxygen tanks after every shift. We had a doctor on the bench in case any of us had a heart attack while we were playing. But competing at that high elevation was definitely a first for all of us, and we couldn't have done it without oxygen. But at the end of the game, this photo was taken. We had completed the record for the Guinness Book of World Records attempt for the highest altitude ice hockey game ever played. A few months later, it was certified. We were in the record books, and still to this day, I keep in touch with many of the members on both sides, the Indian and the national teams. In addition to the game, though, part of the purpose of the foundation and why I went there was to help spread the love of hockey at a grassroots level across the world. We donated over 100 sets of donated gear to the local youth hockey associations, as well as all the players in the game donated their gear. I left all my gear there for the adults as well. This is a little reminder to everyone that's watching that travel doesn't necessarily equal vacation. This was in Tangsei. This was a drop toilet in the house that we had to stay at for 3 days to acclimate to the 15,000 foot altitude before we were able to play. And life was a little different there. But with that, I coach all the way around the world. I've been very fortunate with that. I coach here in Bozeman, and it's been such a big, passionate piece of my life. And now with my young boy, he's just learning to skate now. He's in his first year right now of hockey, and I'm very excited to see where his love of the game and his passion, following the passion of hockey, will take him in the future. So with that, thank you, PK International. I appreciate your time and love being part of today's event.
Awesome.
Congratulations. I love that story.
Brilliant presentation.
So today, I wore the jersey today too, just for good measure.
Brilliant. It's absolutely.
Well, thanks, Pete. I told you people in Bozeman are ambitious, and I'm going to put some words together now that I don't think anybody's put together in the same sentence. Our next presenter is Maury Irvine. He is a 97-year-old retired rocket scientist and amateur dinosaur fossil hunter. Maury, I am going to bet he probably doesn't want me to emphasize his age. Remarkable man. I am going to bet that he is your oldest presenter today, probably by a few years. And he has had a remarkable life. He worked for Bell Labs, started out, got a PhD in physics from Lehigh University in Pennsylvania, taught physics for 4 years there, then worked as a rocket scientist, doing all sorts of stuff for Bell Labs for about 30-something years. And he'll tell you more about that. And then in his spare time, I guess after he retired, he went on 5 dinosaur hunts with world-renowned dinosaur hunter Jack Horner. And that's only a small piece of Maury's bio, but when you've lived 97 years, it's kind of hard to cover the whole thing. I'll let Maury tell you. I will say this, though, as an intro for his presentation, one of Maury's, although he's very interested in space, he also has a passion for ancient history here on planet Earth, and that's his topic for today. So with that, Maury, take it away.
I'm going to be, am I unmuted?
Yes, you're unmuted. You're all here, and I guess you're going to get your slides going in a minute. Yep.
Okay, Maury, off you go.
And well, Bobby and I went down into King Tut's tomb. We saw many wonderful things. But when I saw how a well-preserved mummy looks after a few years, I immediately decided to be cremated after death. And we're going to see some rather large stones here at Stonehenge, England. And they're aligned to the sunset of the winter solstice and the opposing sunrise of the summer solstice, which made me wonder exactly how much work is it to change from daylight saving time to standard. Bobby and I loved studying with the 14th Dalai Lama. He taught for 6 days at Lehigh University in Pennsylvania. His subject was the book, Great Treatise on the Stages of the Path to Enlightenment. It was written in 1402 by a Buddhist monk. But that experience encouraged us to plan a trip to Lhasa, Tibet, to tour the Potala Palace, which was the winter retreat of the Dalai Lama since the 7th century and symbolizes Tibetan Buddhism. Now, even with all my travels, I had only been to 6 of the 7 continents. So I hopped on a ship going to the Antarctic. Right after I arrived, I documented the feat by holding up 7 fingers. And then I went for a walk through a landscape covered by hundreds of penguins. They were very accepting of me, but not terribly impressed by my accomplishments. And now off to Easter Island in the mid-Pacific. It belongs to Chile and was settled about 1700 years ago. A former governor of the island guided our tour group. He was also an archaeologist who found the first eye of one of the statues. And then, just for fun, Bobby and I looked around and found a very dry piece of land that was 262 feet below sea level. And in case you find that impossible, here's the proof. And from the depths of the heights, here, Bobby and I are taking a stroll on the Great Wall of China. Work started as early as the 7th century, but the most well-known pieces were built by the Ming Dynasty from 1368 to 1644. Now in China, we also saw the terracotta army that the first emperor of China had buried with him in 210 BC. The army had more than 8,000 soldiers and 130 chariots with 520 horses. Now this slide is not really ancient history, but history making. In my previous life, I was a rocket scientist building the first ICBM defense system. Here on Kwajalein in the Marshall Islands, you see the warhead coming in and the defensive missile launched to intercept it. And in 930 AD, the chieftains in Iceland established one of the world's oldest parliaments. Bobby and I visited it during the Independence Day celebration. That's not Hawaii, believe it or not, that's belly dancing in the streets of Iceland. And then I visited the Church of the Holy Sepulchre in the old city of Jerusalem. And here is the stone of anointing, the stone where Christ's body was laid down after being removed from the cross and prepared for burial. One day I felt like doing something silly. On the spur of the moment, I went down to Ecuador to find the equator. I then found a good spot on the equator and placed one foot on the northern hemisphere and the other foot on the southern hemisphere. Bobby and I loved our visit to the romantic Taj Mahal in India. It was commissioned in 1632 by the Emperor Shah Jahan to house the tomb of his favorite wife, as well as the emperor himself. Now, when we were in Kenya, Africa, we did something that had nothing to do with ancient history, but the chance to pet this magnificent lion was an opportunity we could not pass up. And we also pet a few cubs. Oh, give me a home where the dinosaurs roam. Oh, wait, that's not how the song goes. But in Glen Rose, Texas, we found a 113 million year old trackway where the dinosaurs really did roam. Now, here is our view from the structure Parisians know as La Dame de Fer, French for Iron Lady. It is, of course, better known as the Eiffel Tower. We've spent a lot of time in it surveying the romantic and ancient city of Paris. It's hard to answer when people ask me to name my favorite trip, but if I had to choose, I would probably say my dinosaur hunt with Jack Horner, the famous paleontologist who was the technical consultant on all of the Jurassic Park movies. But if someone asked me, what is the most recent fun thing I have done? The answer would be easy. It was preparing and giving this presentation. I loved every second of it. Thank you.
Oh, Maury, you're an inspiration.
Oh my gosh, brilliant.
So do we take the record for the oldest presenter?
Larry, you brought us 2 world records from Bozeman. You brought us the highest hockey match and the most elderly PechaKucha presentation possible.
Well, we don't call him. Maury is not elderly. I don't know when elderly starts. But
oh, that's true. Very good point.
97.
I'm not sure. Yeah, you couldn't be more right. You couldn't be more right.
I told you Bozeman is ambitious. We bring in about 450 people twice for every presentation, 4 times a year. And Maury has done 2 other presentations for us recently, and I bet he's got about 4 or 5 others in his quiver still to come. Oh my
gosh. Make sure we know about them and make sure that we blast them out on the global channel, because that was just such a thrill. Thank you so much, Maury. And Larry, thank you for curating 2 great presenters from Bozeman. Thank you so much. It was really lovely.
Thanks for doing this. Thanks, Maury. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you. And
Thank
moving.
you.
Thank
Love
you.
from Tokyo.
Yes, love from Tokyo. Please come visit us. Moving along, we've got Burlington. I believe that's Chris. And who's on the Burlington team? Remind me of everybody's on the. I know Chris is on the Burlington team. And hi, Chris. How are you?
We're doing great. We're doing great. I think here today we've got Bianca Lima with us and Heather Winther also on the Burlington team. I don't know if there's anybody. Is there anybody else from Burlington?
I see Bianca over here. Bianca, you're welcome to come on. And anybody else, I'm happy to spotlight you here. Burlington. We had Rhode Island and we had Burlington, and I can't think of Rhode Island and I can't think of Burlington without thinking of Joe Biden or Bernie Sanders, respectively. How about that Bernie Sanders meme? Like, my gosh, that took the world by storm, didn't it?
Well, it's pretty topical. We're going to learn a lot more about it. So I'm presenting on behalf of the Burlington PK Organizing Committee, which is to say I'm introducing myself. The organizing committee actually came together to create this presentation. We wanted something that was, 1, very Vermonty, 2, something timely, and 3, something we love, which is to say we have no excuse for what you're about to see.
All right, that's quite an introduction. Well, are you ready for us to start playing the slides?
I am.
Let's do it.
On January 6, 2021, a mob of extremists stormed the United States Capitol building in an act of insurgency that shook the world and threatened the very foundations of our democracy. This attack would ultimately be thwarted, but the ripples of the riot would further exhaust an already weary nation. 2 weeks later, at the same location where the insurrection had occurred, in a sign of hope for a battered nation, Joe Biden was inaugurated as the 46th President of the United States in a reassuring ceremony full of pomp, circumstance, order, and high fashion. While most of the famous attendees of the inauguration were decked out in their finest attire, one notable individual, Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders, captured the attention of the nation with a decidedly practical outfit, seen here in this now famous photo captured by photojournalist Brendan Smilowski. Fashion critics quickly began noting Bernie's style. Leanna Satinstein of Vogue remarked, "And then there is Bernie Sanders." The lovingly ruffled Vermont senator attended today's inauguration in a signature pared back look. What else would we expect from him? Bernie to the core, no fuss, no flash, just down to the basics. Immediately, the internet took notice and began sharing social media posts that had a bit of fun with the moment and which took note of the very Vermonty nature of Bernie's attire, including the warm mittens created by a Vermont school teacher, Jen Ellis, as well as a coat produced by Burlington-based company Burton. Soon, memes commenting on Bernie's attire and demeanor exploded across social media platforms and evolved to encompass cultural references and inside jokes, making a divided nation collectively giggle. Vermont Folklife Center archivist Annie Kolovos is currently in the process of collecting these memes, which already number over 4,000. It didn't take long for Bernie to hit the road, whether on a horse and buggy ride through Pennsylvania's scenic Amish country, searching for UFOs in Roswell, New Mexico, or just simply enjoying a sunny day in beautiful Key West, Florida. Bernie got to traveling. And travel around the world, he did. The day after the inauguration, NYU graduate student Nick Sawney created a website where people could use Google Maps to insert Bernie in any location around the world. This site alone generated over 9 million memes before it became overwhelmed and crashed. This global reach meant that the senator from the small state of Vermont ended up traveling far and wide, making stops at cafes around Europe, this one in Belgium, and then even joining the K-pop boy band BTS on its world tour. Bernie was truly embraced wherever he went. But Bernie's travels didn't stop there. In a demonstration of the lasting power of the meme, when NASA's interplanetary rover, Perseverance, made its dramatic landing on Mars this past Thursday, who was there to greet them? The magic of memes meant that Bernie's travels not only transcended physical borders, but time itself. Bernie soon began popping up in a multitude of iconic classic works of art. Here, a Cubist Bernie with Picasso's Les Demoiselles. There, a mitten placed on the outstretched hand of Michelangelo's Adam on the ceiling of the Sistine Chapel. Bernie even made it into some more contemporary works of art. Here, he's cleverly photoshopped into a piece by street artist Banksy, which seems to fit naturally when considering the tumultuous past year, letting 2020 go and looking ahead and beyond. Music, too, would be visited by Bernie. Here are just a sample of the hundreds of album covers that he made his way onto. Carole King's Tapestry, Black Sabbath, NWA's Straight Outta Compton, the Ramones, Led Zeppelin's Houses of the Holy, and Prince's Purple Rain. It was only a matter of time, of course, before this slippery meme slope led to Bernie making the jump to the iconic stage productions and the silver screen, first ousting the ever-popular Hamilton, and then appearing atop the Austrian Alps in a scene from The Sound of Music with appropriate lyrics to match. Nothing was off limits. What house would Harry Potter's sorting hat choose for Bernie? Hufflepuff? The other cultural icon of 2020, Baby Yoda, gets in on the act, as does Joy of Painting artist Bob Ross, and an endless number of appearances on classic television shows like in historical images, where you have to search a bit to find them, like in the audience here at the Gettysburg Address on the left, or front and center at World War II's Yalta Conference, where the big three became the big four. Perhaps the most important outcome of the Bernie memes was their unexpected and unprecedented ability to actually help people. Almost overnight, the memes took on physical forms and so began their charitable impact. For instance, 100% of the proceeds from the sale of this sweater are going to Meals on Wheels Vermont. Another local nonprofit, Outright Vermont, raised more than $40,000 from a pair of Bernie-style mittens donated by their original creator, Jen Ellis, harnessing the energy of the Bernie meme mayhem to spread much-needed warmth to LGBTQ+ youth in Vermont and beyond. Through the sale of mittens and of meme-related merchandise, Bernie and others have helped to raise spirits and nearly $2 million for charities throughout the state of Vermont, proving that a little good humor can really go a long way. That's because love has the power to more tightly and beautifully knit us all together. And so, inspired by Bernie, those mittens, and the thousands of memes which they had spun out, we say, share the love on this International PechaKucha Day. Thank you, Bernie.
Nice. Wow, what a presentation. What a riot. I'm in tears. That was so funny. Oh my gosh. I know. That's just the craziest thing. I just wish the world would get behind, you know, something positive, like they got a climate change, whatever, you know, social action we want to do. I wish we had the same passion that we had about that Bernie meme. My gosh. That was so great. What a great gift to the world, Bernie. Thank you so much. Thank you, Burlington. Yeah, Burlington's has given us Bernie. They've given us Ben and Jerry's. They've given us fish. They've given us, is the Man on the Mountain, is that New Hampshire or is that you guys? What else have you given? What else have you given the world, Burlington? Burton, you mentioned, yeah. So lots of great stuff. Yeah, we love Vermont. That's so cool. Thanks, Chris. Do we have another presenter? No, that's your just one presenter. Oh my God, what a riot! What a great presentation. Oh my gosh, I'm literally in tears. I was laughing so hard, literally. Okay, shall we move on? Chris, thanks so much, and thanks to the Burlington team, and thanks for keeping the PechaKucha spirit alive there in Burlington. What volume are you guys on?
Oh.
This is 32. We've been doing it for 9 years now.
Well done.
So
congratulations.
So thank you for keeping up the PechaKucha spirit, and show me your mittens.
I just have a hat on. That's
good enough. I loved one thing about that Bernie thing that nobody talked about quite too much is that I loved how it was sort of like off center, you know? I loved how it just kind of wasn't on his face. That was like the best part of the whole thing, I thought. Okay. Well,
I'm glad you like it.
Yeah, let's move on. We're gonna go to the Caribbean. Let's take it over to Bermuda. What's up, Hannah, and all the good people in Bermuda? Nice to see you.
Hey, Brian. So one thing I have to correct, Bermuda is not actually in the Caribbean. We are in the Atlantic, in the mid-Atlantic.
Thank you for clarifying that. My friend actually works. He works on boats. I mentioned him earlier in the night, and he's based in the Caribbean, or he's based in Bermuda, but he's always in the Caribbean. So I just kind of assume that he's there all the time. But
we're for the north.
Yeah, you're much further north. I know. Of course, I know that you're the Bermuda Triangle. You know, you don't want to get. You don't want to go up there. Yeah, be careful. Okay. So, well, that's great.
We're really excited here.
We're excited to have you. And you know what? We're bending the rules in all different kinds of ways. So I think if I've got this right, we're going to do some 10 by 20s. Is that right?
Yes, we are.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. We're gonna do a 20 by 20, 2 10 by 20s.
One 20 by 20 and 1 10 by 20. Okay, I'll just trust that it's all set up and ready to go, and it's all gonna work. So if it doesn't, we'll just roll with it. So first up, we have Ashley. You want to give Ashley an introduction?
Yes, absolutely. So Ashley Aiken, she is a 24-year-old performer, creator, athlete, and environmentalist, and she's gonna be talking about her background, how she got into flow arts and the performance industry, and why she loves that art form. So Ashley, and this is Ashley's first PechaKucha presentation. So thank you so much for coming on board, and over to you.
Okay, let's do it. Ashley, are you ready?
Yes, I am very ready.
Here we go.
I have dual citizenship. My father was Canadian. I don't think I have too many ties to Canada, and my mother is Bermudian and her father's Danish. I've spent the majority of my life, 14 years, in Denmark. Så ja, min dansk er måske lidt bedre end min engelsk. I have a bit of an active background: ballet, rhythmic gymnastics, tumbling, pole fitness, yoga, and the latest Muay Thai. My dad hasn't been too involved in my life, but my mom all over. She loved dressing me up, as mothers do. She would even dress up with me. She took advantage of every occasion. She would love taking photos of me as well. Still does. Ashley, stand by those flowers. From an early age, I was formed into this little performer. My mom and I moved to Denmark when I was 8, and about a year later, after learning a bit of the language, I joined an all-girls gymnastics team, rhythmic gymnastics, tumbling, and trampolines. We would perform multiple times a year, mostly around our own town, Skive. In 2013, I participated in a sports festival. There was 20,000 performers in that arena that night. I was one among 4,500 students to perform choreographed pieces. It was amazing. 100,000 viewers on site. I was a tiny piece of the entire image. First time being back in Bermuda, early 2014, I met, drumroll please, Rockfire. This is an image from that day when one of the members and I found that we had tumbling in common. It was an interesting group of people with interesting equipment on a beautiful beach. The art form is called flow arts. I became quickly very fond of flow arts. To the left, you see a gymnastics prop I used before. In Danish, we call them pilla. All the other props are called poi. Here you see fabric, LED, and fire. They vary in size, shapes, and colors. This was the first prop I used, and it's still my favorite. I enjoy mostly all props related to flow arts, which basically is an art form that integrates dance and prop manipulation. And here you see hoop, fans, and staff. I was a pirate. I was welcomed into Rockfire family fast. That summer, I performed all over the island. As a 17-year-old, it was amazing to do what I loved and get paid that much. I paid to join the sports festival, which took place over a few days, but now I could practice, show up, wow people, and sometimes even stay and have fun at these Bermuda-ful events. Bermudians like to party. Corporate parties must happen at least twice a year per company, and they like to spend some money. I left my mom in Bermuda and went back to Denmark to study finance for 3 years. I was a creative artist, but I had to understand the financial part of companies. In Denmark, I continued to play with fire, but it was cold, and the summer is only like 2 months there. However, this country knows how to take care of their citizens. At first, I didn't meet any flow artists or fire benders, but I did find a whole new form of art, pole fitness. This was everything I loved: strength, flexibility, endurance, and a prop. Only this one was static. Well, most do spin. I continued to wow people and picked up a few glass medals along the way. Shows push me. I always want to do better. Besides the cool medals and new friends, pole didn't make me any money, and it actually cost me. Throughout the 3 years, I had 6 well-paid fire gigs. The clients were totally different from Bermuda. I found it was the nightclubs in Denmark wanting to spend more money on entertainment. This was a good side hustle, along with coaching and hired as a waitress and salesman. These art types can be individual, but at the same time social. In one of the pole competitions, I entered in the dual category and competed together with another girl. Flow arts is especially social during practices and when you have shows that request more than one performer. And of course, before and after gigs where you get to meet new faces. It's special, the feeling to interact with the audience and guide them to feel some sort of way. And on that next image, you see me spinning LED poi with so slow shutter speed. I have always been into photography, but mostly when I'm the subject or when I'm capturing my life on my phone camera. I traveled back to Bermuda twice in 3 years. More amazing themed gigs with new faces in the group. I always found it so motivating traveling back and forth to compare and just to notice differences between the two countries. Why doesn't Bermuda recycle more? The Rockfire family had such a huge impact on my life throughout the maybe 6 months in total I physically spent with them. And therefore I wanted a tattoo. A couple of others and I decided to get the logo tattooed on us. Unsure of what to take my bachelor's in, I decided on a hands-on program first, photography. I had no idea how technical this was before I started, but this was perfect. Actually, a bit mind-blowing for me. Instead of physically presenting myself, I could now present a finished piece of art and still be able to guide the audience to feel some sort of way and offer my classmates to capture some cool images of me. Do you see how much texture is captured in that fire I'm blowing out of my mouth? 3.5 years now, I've been studying photography in Denmark and having an apprenticeship and shooting in Bermuda, traveling back and forth. There's no more rock fire. Since 2019, I've been managing performances, which involve mostly nude performers, and started the company Vivid Elements. This is an image with fabric flow toys at Bermuda's first Pride event. Whether you're into fire props or just want to flow indoors at our spin jams, there is always room for newbies. As a flow artist, when I go traveling, I always want to seek out other artists, as these people are the most welcoming and kindest people you'll meet on your trip. I love the flow artist community, connecting with others and unifying energies. Love shall always heal, maybe not the planet, therefore reduce, reuse, and recycle.
Well done. Nice final sign off there too. Yeah.
Wow. That was fiery. Well, that didn't come out right, did it?
Wow. You're a dancer. You're into power. What'd you call it? Power fitness. Power. I forgot.
Pole fitness.
Yeah.
Dancing.
Yeah. Incredibly powerful. All is what I was trying to say. But and also bouncing between hot and tropical and wintry. It sounds really like you're living a good life. Well done. Good on you.
Yeah, that I think when you really love what you do, that's when it's always the best, and it really came through. That kind of, but also you give a lot to the audience, and they give back to you. That is kind of totally sweet. I mean, it's playing with fire, man. That's awesome. You don't get to see that every day, do you? And it sure makes for great photographs as well. You probably wish you could photograph yourself, isn't it? But you can't do the fire bit and photograph yourself.
I get to photograph my performance though. So.
Yeah, but you were saying, do you see all this texture of the fire coming out of your mouth? Is there that seems to be a kind of a pro how do you say, description of the fire there. So there are different fires can come out of your mouth?
No, it's just it's hard to capture it in a picture. Like
right.
Normally you focus and it gets blown out, so you don't really see the texture.
Right.
But if you get the shutter speed just as fast as the speed of me blowing the fire out, when those two line up, then you can really see the texture.
All right, you can tell I'm not that photographer. I know it's all about shutter speeds, but man, it's amazing. It's amazing, and it sure is something to see and experience live, I'm sure. So thank you very much for this really unique presentation, and good luck. Good luck to you.
Good luck.
Thanks, Ashley.
Okay, moving along. Hannah, who do we have next?
So it looks like we've got Kushai Ming next. If I am correct.
Yeah, I think we've got to start the video again here. Maybe. Do we need to?
Yeah. So a little bit of background.
Hey.
So this is actually going to be Kushai's 4th PechaKucha Bermuda presentation, and another thing, actually, this is actually Bermuda's 30th edition.
Woo! Nice.
Like those big numbers. And so yeah, Kushai has presented in Bermuda 3 times. PechaKucha Bermuda's been around since 2012, and he's always been an amazing supporter. So Kushai Ming, he's a certified life, leadership, and law of attraction coach and high vibrational being on a mission to raise the vibration of the entire planet. Taking action to empower Indigenous, people of color, and to educate their allies, Kushai spreads a powerful message of spiritual wisdom and practical knowledge, uplifting and inspiring historically marginalized communities, individuals, and businesses. So welcome, Kushai, and I see you have your daughter here as well. And
yes,
are you ready to get started?
I'm ready.
Awesome.
Let's do it. All right, off you go. Oh, we got frozen. Maybe we start one more time. Shy, did we lose you?
Shy still with us.
We'll go to Sarah and then we'll come back to
Okay.
Shy. All right, Sarah, how about a quick introduction for Sarah?
Absolutely. So, 1 second. So Sarah, this is going to be Sarah's second PechaKucha Bermuda presentation. So Sarah is actually my sister. She's yeah. She's also a wife and mom to 2 boys, my nephews. She's a National Geographic certified educator, librarian, English teacher, and a Google certified trainer. And so Sarah will take it from here.
Yep, good evening and welcome from Bermuda. I am going to be speaking as fast as I possibly can so we can get started. I was raised by a computer geek, so it's no surprise that I love technology, but it's taken on a more exciting role over the last year. As many of you remember, this year, we were watching as COVID spread around the world. As a teacher, we were anticipating schools closing. We knew it was going to happen. So I was trying to figure out what am I going to do to help my kids with remote learning. So just like countless other teachers around the globe, I started setting up my Google Classroom. But as I delved into it more, I realized, wait, what? I can do all that with technology? I'd actually started working towards my Google Educator Level 1 the summer before. I'd gone through the whole course, but never did the test. So within a couple of weeks, I took the first test. 2 weeks later, I did Level 2, and then the opportunity came up for me to prepare to become a certified Google trainer. A Google trainer's job is to help other teachers learn how to use and apply technology in the classroom. And so began my summer of Google. I discovered that I was not only the only trainer in Bermuda, but of course, Google kind of couples Bermuda with the Caribbean. I was actually the only trainer in the Caribbean region. And as word spread, I started fielding calls and emails from across the region. I quickly began giving webinars and boot camps to help other teachers earn their Google Educator certifications. So some of you might be asking, why is this important? Technology actually allows me to meet my goals as an educator, to create lifelong learners and equip students with 21st century skills. In spite of the fact that we claim that our kids are, quote, digital natives, many of them lack important skills, and using tech in the classroom gives them that grounding. Technology also lets me meet the needs and interests of a wide variety of students, as well as support classroom management. It makes it super easy to support my weak readers or to provide that student with dysgraphia the opportunity to use speech to text instead of writing by hand when they can't. Also, some of the apps allow for students to speak where they would never talk in the classroom, but it gives them a voice anonymously without that fear of embarrassment. One of the best aspects is also that with the back and forth between remote learning and face-to-face and hybrid learning, my students can collaborate no matter where they are. In fact, just this week, I had 2 students out of class. One was logging in from her home here in Bermuda under quarantine, and the other was logging in from New York City. And while I certainly love my Google products, each one does way more than most people ever realize. There are now countless other programs out there that promote learning, from watching videos with Edpuzzle and competitive quizzes with Kahoot, to video responses in Flipgrid and debating through Parlay. We're even connecting with students in Sweden through a program called DigiPals. So we're looking at that whole global student. And by incorporating these apps in my class, I've been able to even introduce gamification. My students are learning while playing. Sometimes they don't even realize that they're learning because they're having so much fun doing it. And by and large, I'm seeing negative behaviors diminish, and I'm watching even my weakest students get excited because they see that they are learning and growing each step of the way as well. Thank you.
Wonderful. Wow, what a great, yeah, lovely. Very nice. Got a little bit of everything.
I did a little bit of everything, yes.
A little bit of everything, yeah.
And I do have to say, this was part of this was dedicated. Hannah and I both lost our dad to COVID just a couple of months, and he was our eternal computer geek. So,
oh, what a drag! That's so unfortunate, but that's great that you're, that he lives on in your love for, technology. I watch my son, who's only 8. He's doing line coding things that he doesn't realize is line code. Like, it's like, and I watch him go and he's so fast and I'm like, oh my gosh, so what a great gift that your father gave to you, and what a great gift that you can keep carry on. So good luck.
And Hannah's got it too. Hannah's got the tech geek.
Yeah.
Oh, nice. Obviously she's here on the, she's brought us all together here. So obviously, yeah, she's a chip off the old block, I guess.
Yeah. So I'm really just proud of my big sister, for kind of like bringing Bermuda's education system forward as well with using technology. And so really proud of you for sharing today as well, for your second PechaKucha.
All in the family.
Yeah.
So it seems we lost Kushi, but I think we'll come back a little bit later, or we'll get that presentation online.
So Kushai said he's here with audio.
Okay,
yeah,
audio
Kushai,
only.
here with
Kushai
audio only.
All right,
Yeah.
let's go. Let's hit it. Kushai, sorry about that. Let's get you going. We're gonna hop off. Hannah, you already gave Kushai a little intro, so we're gonna then we're gonna just move on to the next hour after that. So I want to say thank you now. And it was a great time. I'm really excited to hear what Kushai has to say, and let's get right into it. Kushai, are you ready?
Let us know.
Kushai,
I'm ready.
Okay, let's get it.
Let's
play.
All right, let's do it.
Here we go. Over to you. Oh, yeah. Okay, over to you. Oh, nope. Sorry. So many little buttons.
We need nice slides.
I know. I'm sorry.
This is hour 20 of 24.
Yeah, so many buttons. Okay, that plays to that window. Then we share the screen next. Yes, we're there. Okay, here we go. In 3, 2, 1, action.
In a world that champions whiteness, being Black is an act of bravery. Everywhere that I go, there's a reason to play down my Blackness, to pack it away, the raw elements of me and my beloved culture, to feel more accepted by the status quo, to feel like I might have a chance to make it. To be unapologetically Black is an act of resistance, a rigorous resistance raged against a repetitive regurgitation of ridicule and random racist overtones and undertones. To be outspoken in one's Blackness is an act of riot in the eyes of those whose empathy is conditional and reserved for causes only they understand or care to relate to. In other words, that shit ain't empathy at all. I mean, some of these things are not my direct experience, but it hurts to watch the people who look like me being intentionally misunderstood and marginalized. And then there's me. Blackness ain't a choice for me, even though sometimes I acted like it was. I mean, I've always been proud of my chocolatey skin and my personal version of nigritude, my style, my swagger. Still, when you hear phrases like, I don't see color, long enough and without a healthy context to put them in, you start to believe it. Or at least I did. I was so frustrated with what being Black felt like, having my experience denied, being looked at like a thug, knowing that no matter what potential employer's office I walked into, I'd be automatically judged as promising instead of outright good enough. I put my Blackness aside for years, then boom, Blackness came back knocking at the door. It called me by name with force and power in a way that it never had before. This time it promised me success and not failure. It promised actual empathy, or at least the effort towards it. It promised justice and equity and inner peace and true love and well-being and freedom and so much more. This was a healing, a deep, cathartic, soul-stirring, mountain-moving healing. This was a detour from a road leading to nowhere.
Did we lose? Are we okay?
I think we lost him.
I think we lost him again. Okay, well, we're sorry about that. So, I think we've done pretty darn good here with internet connection the whole way through, and we will gladly.
Self-love, think Black inside.
Yeah.
Black self-love is the revolution.
Nice. Love is the revolution. You cut in and out. I think we lost your internet there, but that's the message. Love is the revolution.
Black self-love is a revolution.
Yeah.
That was beautiful. Thank you.
Amazing. Okay. Thank you, Bermuda. That was great. We really love you guys, and we're so excited. Congratulations on 30 volumes of PechaKucha. We're looking forward to the next 30. So keep up the spirit there in Bermuda, and we'll see you around this. We'll see you this time next year, and probably before then too.
Yeah.
Okay.
Probably before.
Yeah, you will.
Thanks.
We'll all get there. We'll get there. I think that wraps up hour 22. So let's see, where are we? Where in the heck are we?
You actually made up some time, Brian, which is great.
Wait. Sarah hasn't presented yet. Did Sarah hasn't presented. We have one more.
Yes,
Oh, we did. Okay, sorry about that, Sarah.
We had to move some things around.
Yes, that's right. That's right. Where are we? Okay, here we go. Let's play the official. Dun, 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 dun.
Yay, 21.
21. Okay.
It's nuts, 21. Brian has been on this for so long.
Well, we're gonna get there.
It's great.
See. So Avery, is Avery on the call? Is Avery already here? Okay. Hold on a second. I thought we had, hold on, let me just check the, is that right? Okay. Why I've made a mistake, I think. Is that right? Okay. What about Mark? Is Mark around?
Yay!
Is Clive? What about Clive? Is Clive and Michelle? What time? When are they coming on? Next hour. Okay, I've missed an hour somewhere. All right, Avery. I'm gonna.
In the next hour, Clive is on in the next hour.
All right. I must have accidentally deleted an hour in my little cheat sheet here. All right, Avery, are you ready? I'm just gonna throw you to the fire.
Throw me the torch.
Okay. All right. Let's get you going here. Hold on a second. Which buttons am I doing? So Avery is. I'll give Avery a little introduction. I called my old trusty pal Katie Smith, who's a fellow photographer friend, and who just did a favor for me 3 months ago. She pulled together an amazing presentation, and I called her up and I said, "Hey, you want to put together a presentation in 2 days?" And she said, "Yes." And I know another crazy person who might want to pull a presentation together in 2 days. And that crazy person was Avery. And Avery's a photographer, and she's in LA. And I commend her for taking the challenge, especially on such short notice. So I'm really excited to learn about her and about her photos. And I'm just going to hand it over to you, Avery.
Awesome. Thank you.
Okay, let's do this. All right, the 20 slides are yours.
Thank you. I'm Avery Klein. I'm a photographer based in Los Angeles, California. You'll see in these slides a 10-year evolution of my work in photography. I'll be discussing a little about my photos and what I learned from not only photography, but myself as well. These slides show how listening to my inner voice brought me more fulfillment in my work as an artist. I started with film about 10 years ago. I would buy these cheap film cameras off of eBay. I loved taking my camera with me everywhere, but I also didn't understand it, and I really had no plans for it. I never would have expected where photography would take me, and there's so much to learn in the photography world. There is no right or wrong way in pursuing photography as an art. As a person who didn't understand the importance of photography, I handled it as an amateur for about 5 years. There's hundreds of negatives and files that are lost. These are shots from my early days. I didn't even know the best software to edit in, and I realized that I subconsciously loved to capture, keeping anything as visual reminders. Once I wanted to make this a career, I obviously wanted to learn digital, and photographed here's the first portrait I took. I networked around and did some brand collaborations, doing what I could to practice. This era of photography for me was
Figuring out my aesthetics, I knew I wanted my work to be clean and minimal and aesthetically visually pleasing. I quickly realized that there is a lot of pressure in being a photographer, especially photographing people. I didn't like the pressure on me working with people. And I had a conversation with myself on if I wanted to be more of an artist or commercial photographer. And this is where I started getting more into interior and architectural photography. For me, there was less stress with photographing objects and interiors and buildings. I still wanted my work to be clean and minimal. I started my career as a photographer with only using natural light. This work here is way before understanding some of the best software to edit in as well. I did really love and enjoy capturing the beauty within a space. I loved placing artwork and seeing it pull together rooms, as well as photographing motion blurs to show the movement within a space. As much as I love this line of work, it still wasn't fulfilling to me. I finally answered myself and knew that there was more to my story that needed to be written as me as an artist. In 2019, I moved to Los Angeles. I knew before moving that I wanted to focus on photographing people in the music industry. So I was fortunate enough to land a job in a music photography gallery. And in early 2020, I started working with singer-songwriter Kat Dahlia. Photographed here is one of my first times dabbling into gels and strobes. Once the pandemic hit, I think is when I started to listen to my voice. I knew I wanted to my work to feel raw, and I wanted there to be more emotion, even the embrace of sexuality. This idea was a challenge for me. My friend Katie shipped me a Polaroid, and I began a Polaroid series of work through the pandemic. These two are last Polaroids I took during a digital session. I love the quick gratification from instant film. This was around the time that I wanted to push the dialogue of unedited photography and capture true moments in time. I realized here that instant film was a way for me to test my impatience because I wanted to see what it looked like right away. It's interesting how photographers bring out emotions in their subjects. I remember that these shots here were test shots with Kat. This is a pivotal moment for me as a photographer because I'm learning I'm using my own techniques to throw off my subjects. These photos of mine are one of my favorites. They're timeless with sensual vulnerability. I linked up for the first time with actress Nicole Bushiri of The Bold Type and really pushed myself by photographing solely on film, which I'd never done before. I realized my love was more of capturing influential people, not just those in music. I was in awe at how talented actresses like Nicole can emote in front of the lens, and I'm listening to my inner voice and becoming more fulfilled with my work. I needed to explore different mediums in photography, especially if I wanted to my work to feel timeless. I'd never used medium format cameras before, and here's the fourth shot I'd ever taken on a Rolleicord. I allowed Nicole to freely express what she wanted. Again, another favorite shot of mine. Allowing any of my subjects to express and move freely was a way to capture these raw moments that I was looking for. In a childlike way, Nicole wanted the stick to be incorporated. When I scan these images in, I ask myself, if my subjects are being vulnerable in front of the lens, what does that make me? So allowing my subjects to move and feel and think that the way they want to felt really extremely liberating. The first shot that's dark, most people would consider this as a ruined shot because it really was difficult to find that I took a photo here, but it's almost so distressed and broken as some would consider the right way to photograph that it became a work of art, and I'm learning to embrace mistakes. So this shot was taken recently, and it was when I was exploring expired film. I wanted to explore timeless landscapes. I remember asking people what year that they thought this photo was taken, and I got 50s, 60s, 30s. It was actually shot January 1st, 2021, and it still looks and feels like a lifetime ago. Patience is really important. Aside from me growing impatient that this bird wouldn't fly, it made me think about wildlife photographers and the patience that they have and how can I incorporate that on my end. Patience for my subjects to warm up to me and make them feel comfortable enough to show the sides not many people get to see. I'm learning every day new things from new generations, and I realize in order to set myself apart from an overly saturated generation of visual photography, what can I do to leave a legacy behind of my work? I think that listening to yourself and embracing mistakes and dissecting your work from the outside in, almost as if you're in a museum looking at it, removing what you intended the photo shoot to go as, you'll see that it's what is being portrayed. It really is It's really a story as an artist that's never ending. Exploring photography has been an incredible opportunity, and the people I've been blessed to capture really make it all the more amazing and make it worth the stress and the pressure. It's not about getting it right, and ultimately, as an artist, it's not definitive. There will be mistakes that are easily embraced in the world of photography. I think that I know now is that the most important thing you can do as an artist is not to shut out the voice you have. Listen carefully to what you're longing for and do it even if it makes you feel extremely uncomfortable.
Wonderful presentation, Avery. Thank you so much. I think much like a photo is, much like you craft a photo, I think this presentation is almost photographic in a sense. I think you'll look back at this as a snapshot of something you created, much like a photograph that you created. I'm really happy that we basically saw a presentation in the creation right here. So that was quite cool.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. And thank you for tuning in and being, tuning in from LA. We need to get the PechaKucha LA guys going again. I'm not sure what they're up to, but we definitely, we have roots there, but I think we gotta light a fire under those guys' chair. And I think next up, let's see who's next. Mouse.
Katie.
Yeah, Katie. I think is Katie on the call? Maybe she's...
I'm here.
There she is, Katie. My old pal, Katie. How are you, Katie?
I'm good. I don't know if I can follow up Avery. That was pretty awesome.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, this is always a challenge, but I'm glad to take it. So
yeah, Avery, or excuse me, Katie's boyfriend said to her, are you serious? You're gonna put together a 2020 presentation in 2 days or something? Or what? I think we had a spot to fill.
Yeah, I'll come in.
I'll come in. Yes, I'm not crazy. I am not crazy, but bless you. And let's go. I'm excited to. The last presentation that Katie shared was about. Well, let's just get right into it. I want to hear what you're going to present this time. We'll link your other presentation in the comments. So.
Okay, cool.
Off we go.
Whew, okay.
All right, you got this. 20 slides are yours.
Thanks. So toy cameras, that's what we're talking about today. They entered my life at a very young age. I think I bought my first Holga, this camera pictured here, in this exact box when I was like 15 or 16 years old. They're simple. I love them. They're easy to use. They have very few bells and whistles. And even at the time when I bought this, like I didn't even realize what a cult following the Holga had. And I guess through its simplicity, but also kind of its crappiness. So my senior year of high school, I threw my, is it going?
I hope so. The slides have transitions. We'll count them off. Okay, here we go.
Okay, there. So my senior year of high school, I threw my Holga into a bag for a trip to Paris. And this was my first group of images that I was proud of. Obviously, I framed it. And so I began to realize the importance of light and functionality that like just a bit better. And the first trial into overlapping images, the light leaks, and experiencing kind of the exciting, unexpected results. The Holga was first manufactured in Hong Kong in 1982, but kind of gained popularity around the 90s. And it was made of the bare necessities. This is the back of my original 18-year-old Holga. I've taped it with gaffer's tape to block the light leaks, to keep the back on because I lost the right side clip. I mean, it is a minimal, inexpensive camera, but it's perfect for students and hobbyists because medium format's kind of expensive. At university, I actually studied abroad in London and took a fashion photography course. I brought along my Holga as an escape because we were spending long days in the studio and we were, in a computer lab using DSLRs and technical work. I mean, it was the beginning of my love affair with the ease and mystery and experimentation of this little plastic box. I spent 4 years studying photojournalism in Missouri. And somehow after all those years and all those photos, this is one of my favorites that remains in my archive. It's an ominous image that I used my Holga to create a panoramic in a very special space to me in Missouri. But I really think it represents learning to think less about technical aspects and just making art. So after college, I ended up heading to the East Coast and eventually London. I arrived, now they're like speeding up.
Sorry, go.
Fine. I went to summer solstice at Stonehenge, and it was actually kind of a disappointing morning. There was no real light sunburst coming through those rocks, but even in that disappointment, it was this memorable moment, and it was captured with all the light leaks that you can see at the top that kind of became the signature of my little personal camera. And I come from a long line of perfectionists. So these light leaks and all of the flaws allow me to release control and kind of let the universe and film do its work. Its ability to take a possibly like boring image and imbue it with light, softness, and flaws feels almost magical. This little guy has traveled with me all over the world, and I always bring it to those tourist landscape stops to make them a bit more interesting. I love this lookout image from the 12 Apostles in Australia, the framing and the light leaks. They're all ideal. They're actually like an Instagram filter we like try to put on our own images. But really bringing people into the frame is my first love, the exact image, but pulled away. The nonchalant kind of trashy camera allows me access to stand right next to this woman's travel companion and take the exact image as him, giving character and life to this beautiful location. I began to play with that environment meets portraiture idea by bringing all the elements I love about this loosely made camera, the leaks, the streaks, the half roll to the next exposure for overlapping imagery, and like waiting to see if I was able to capture anything of worth, because you never know with these cameras. And in the middle of Munich, one of my dearest travel companions shows me around her city. The buildings of the first frame encroach on the portrait of her with her bike as we watched the clock strike in Marienplatz. We traveled to 4 continents together, and this is still one of my favorites because it's untouched and imperfect moment of time. These moments in time, I think, are what I love about these crappy cameras. It just collects, and it's the most basic image maker you can imagine. It's unassuming. It can act as a time capsule, giving the moment almost a timeless effect with the vignetted corners and the wonky focus. This is Derek, and he's a total character, was a subject of Andy Warhol's, but the moment's raw and reminds me of our mornings together. Holgas are also infinitely satisfying. We're so used to trashing images on our digital cameras and phones, but a roll of film really pushes that Henri Cartier-Bresson idea of the decisive moment. So pressing the shutter and successfully capturing the birds flying overhead or the exact gait of someone walking in frame is super gratifying. This is that decisive moment, to capture an event that is ephemeral and spontaneous, where the image represents the essence of the event itself. And even with all the satisfaction, there are failures and frustrations. Can I go to the next slide? There you go. Okay. The Atlas Mountains in Morocco are the beautifully clear image on the left, and the shaky, decrepit, expired film image on the right is from a boat trip in Myanmar. 2 incredible trips, but a final result with far different quality. And I had to overcome what I saw as a disappointing failure and kind of revel in the sweetness of each. The Holga has also been a rugged tool of connectivity, thrown around, overheated in my backpack, hung off the back of a Mongolian horse as I arrived here in the taiga to stay with a reindeer herding family. I couldn't really connect with the family I was staying with, so pulling a massive digital camera just didn't feel right. The Holga allowed me to connect with the children and have something interesting to show the family. It was an incredible way to find a bond through basic objects. I also wanted to try printing a few images, and seeing these Holga photos in a new format, seeing them enlarged and hanging in a space gives an entirely new perspective to the potential of this camera. There's also something so quiet about the toy cameras, not only physically, but the softness created by them it translates nicely into physical space as art. Trying to see these images differently and physically, I got excited and I printed a lot of photos, maybe ones that I wouldn't print today, like this one. It's an amazing moment, but unless you're on that boat in Croatia at sunset, you're not going to feel the energy that this photo gives me. So I had this printed canvas like in the back of a closet and gifted it to a painter friend, thinking he would use it completely for his own work. He ended up playing with some color and abstract graphite elements and gave it new life. Can we go back to? Oh. Yeah. Anyway, so finally, so I'm a big fan of the unique one-of-a-kind imagery, and this is kind of fun to create artwork with multiple analog layers. And finally, scale. Scale is something I continually explore. I've printed oversized images of landscape details. Yeah, thanks. And tried my hand at some extra large alternative process prints. So I decided to see what one of these soft focus light leaked little guys looked like at 5 feet wide. The Holga allows me to continue to expand my artistic eye and explore my thoughts on spontaneity. So I highly encourage you to get a trashy little throw around camera for yourself.
Nice.
Awesome.
Katie,
Sorry, I thought the transitions were set. That's probably my fault.
No, I think when they moved from one Keynote file to another Keynote file, we had to do them manually. But don't worry, I'm pro at putting this all back together in post. So don't worry, we'll clean it up and we'll make sure it's perfect. Thank you for rolling with it.
I wonder whether because we're so into like high def right now, you know, and everything being ultra sharp and focused, that these cameras suddenly have a different charm because it's almost going backwards and becoming less about the resolution. You know, I think we're over resolutionized at the moment, and I think that these because of that, you know, and I really like those big prints of those. You know, they like painterly type quality to them.
Yeah, I completely agree. It's a nice step back into the past and like gives us a little mystery to photography, which is nice.
They're really beautiful.
I've been listening to high def. I've been listening to trying to like get into hi-fi. Well, I've been into hi-fi for a long time, but somebody said, I read recently that somebody said like they were talking about the best hi-fi audio headphones. Like people don't want them because life has actually a bit of noise in it. There's nobody likes to have their world completely isolated of all the background noise because that's not what real life is. And maybe, you know, we do say that like maybe our eyeballs are the highest definition, but maybe there's like maybe there's things in the sides and maybe there's light leaks that we just don't feel. And maybe that's why we might be drawn to these toy cameras. Maybe they're a truer reflection of what we see than something super digital and super, you know, high def or whatever.
Yeah, I love that.
I like it too. Thank you, Katie. You always deliver in a bind. Thank you so much. I really love it. How can I get one of these on my wall? What do I have to do to get one on my wall? Where do I go? What do I do?
Email me or get on my website.
No. I want to get one for you. I want to move some photos. Let's get a link in the website and let's get
a projector shop going.
Yeah, really.
Yeah, I'd be down. This brought new life to this for me. It was really great because I hadn't really looked at these photos in a very, very long time. And yeah, so thank you.
You shared them with us.
Yeah.
Okay,
thanks.
So we're gonna move on to Edmonton. Thanks, guys. Thanks, Avery. Thanks, Katie.
Thanks.
And we're going to, we're here in Edmonton and we've got our Edmonton posse. Hi guys, how are you?
Hi, we're great. Thank you for having us.
Yeah, thank you for being on board.
You bet.
What time are you guys?
It is about 4:30. So nice afternoon, happy hour.
Thanks for sticking. Oh, do you have your happy hour cocktail?
I would, except I'm expecting a small human, and that's apparently frowned upon. So it's water, but I hope other people are enjoying happy hour cocktails.
Well, congratulations on that. That's wonderful. Why don't you introduce us to your first? Well, what volume is Edmonton on? You guys put on a pretty good PechaKucha night, I think.
Yeah, we like to think so. This is 36 got a little bit paused because of COVID. So this is sort of 37, the 36th, but the 37th in sort of that respect. So it's been about a decade and we are so excited about all of the amazing presenters that have happened over the years, but also for these two presentations today. So yeah, if you guys don't know, Edmonton is in Alberta, Canada. It was like minus 40 Celsius 2 weeks ago, and that was really not that abnormal. Yeah, that's that. So I guess I'll proceed on with our little intros and introducing the speakers because they're the important ones. I'm just here to, host, I guess. I don't know, MC, what is it called?
Co-host. I think you're a co-host on this one. I think we're co-hosting this together. Yeah.
Cool, because you're doing all the work. And I checked in last night. I was like, okay, I'm just gonna check this format. and you're still here. I was like, oh, okay, cool. This must be like the night crew. That's cool. Tomorrow we'll meet some new people. And I tuned in this morning and was like, whoa, these guys are diehard.
We love you guys. That's why
So
we do it.
kudos.
We love creative people. We love creativity.
I just want to say Brian's done amazing. We've just taken an hour each nap, but Brian's pushing through all the way. So
let's
move.
Oh man, yeah, like a little
Christopher.
interim applause because you've been rocking it, and your energy is no different now, in my perception, than it was yesterday.
On the outside.
Yeah, I don't know how you feel, but it feels that way here.
No.
So yeah, so do we have Chris up first on your slide deck?
Yes, I do. I have Christopher up first. Sorry. Yeah. Why don't we give Chris a nice introduction?
Fabulous. Well, I do want to just quickly say that Edmonton is on Treaty 6 territory. So it is the traditional lands of the Cree, Saulteaux, Blackfoot, Métis, Dene, and Nakota Sioux tribes. And we would like to acknowledge all of the First Nations, Métis, and Inuit who have walked and traveled to these lands for centuries before us. And anyway, I have to get that part in. So that is our acknowledgement there. If you would like to know more about Indigenous culture in Canada, the University of Alberta has a beautiful free Coursera course on Indigenous relationships and history. So check that out, please. In terms of Chris, Christopher is a diehard Edmontonian. His passion is present in everything that he does, having been a project management professional for over a decade. He has had the opportunity to work on iconic structures right here in his hometown, like the new Ice District Towers. I actually have a view of Stantec Tower, which Chris helps with from my condo, but it's in the wrong window. And having recently completed his MBA, he has started exercising his entrepreneurial spirit by working with a few small businesses to help them improve their operations, while also pivoting to a previous venture of his own into real estate tech startup. Joining all of these passions, Christopher is teaching a course that combines project management and entrepreneurship to fellow engineers at the University of Alberta. And this is Chris's third PechaKucha. I cannot remember the first one, Chris, but I know the second one was something about
First one sucked. Don't even worry about the first one.
Okay, well, the last one was Dungeons and Dragons, and I have no doubt that this one will be equally amazing. So I will hand it over to Christopher Banner.
Okay, Chris, are you ready?
Ready to go. Let's rock.
Okay, just a moment. We'll get you queued up here. Oh, and off you go.
In 2001, a sports reporter from the UK paper, the Daily Telegraph, named Robert Phillips, visited Edmonton. He was covering the 8th International Amateur Athletes Federation World Championship, and he wrote an article chastising the Canadian fans in the stands of Commonwealth Stadium for cheering on one of our own, Stephanie McCann. On the Sunday of the competition, the crowd roared with approval when McCann set a new Canadian record for pole vaulting. The height, however, was far below what was considered a world-class vault at the time, and didn't qualify her for the Monday final. Phillips wrote, "Personally, I think McCann is the lucky one. She can now return to her university in California. The rest of us have 6 more days in Edmonton." The words Phillips wrote that day stung every Edmontonian to the core. To add insult to injury, he also mentioned Edmonton's favorite son in the article, and he misspelled his name. We Edmontonians are proud people, and there are a few things we will go to war over. Misspelling Wayne Gretzky's name is one of them. But maybe Robert was onto something. Edmonton kind of did suck. We hadn't built a new building or tower in our downtown for over a decade. Barely anyone even lived in the downtown core. Our infrastructure as far as major roads was non-existent. Outside of the striking copper glass on Canada Place, the entire city was colorless, a concrete jungle in the winter and dark greens of untamed river valley in the summers. Edmonton at the time was known for 3 things: Wayne Gretzky, a giant mall, and some glass pyramids. And one of those things didn't even live in Edmonton anymore. And if I'm being real, he wasn't even born here either. Edmonton was Deadmonton. And that wasn't the first time Edmonton needed to go through rebranding. In 1984, we branded ourselves the City of Champions based off the success of the Oilers and our adopted son from Ontario. The name never stuck until an event known as Black Friday, where on a dark summer day in 1987, an F4 tornado touched down in Edmonton, and with its 420 km/h winds devastated the city. The response at the time by Edmontonians showed what we were capable of. A strong and resilient people that the mayor of that day, Lawrence Decore, said showed why Edmonton was a city of champions. Fast forward nearly 15 years later, and the world had forgotten had forgotten and the people had forgotten what it meant to be champions. We needed something new to win at, and it was going to take more than the world's largest mall. We started to activate the river valley of the North Saskatchewan River that runs through Edmonton. Boasting over 18,000 acres, there's now 150 kilometers of trails to use year-round that tie 22 parks together in the space. That's over 20 times the size of New York's Central Park, making it the largest continuous city trail system in North America. From our success of the IAAF hosting, we recognized that we were really good at something: hosting festivals. It wasn't the first time we discovered this, but since 2001, we perfected it. Edmonton is home to some of the most prestigious festivals in the world, from our Edmonton Folk Festival, which boasts world-class talent and international tourists, to our Fringe Festival, which is North America's largest and longest-running Fringe Festival. I think you're starting to see a pattern of how we do things big here in Edmonton. Now, coming off the year that is 2020, we must always remind ourselves to celebrate diversity and inclusion. Edmonton's Heritage Festival is something that does just that. Held in the city's largest park, Hawrelak Park, Heritage Days is held every year on the first weekend of August, and it is the world's largest multicultural festival. You can take a peek at Pakistan, taste the flavors of Fiji, feel the beat of Brazil, and explore exotic cultures from Afghanistan to Zimbabwe. Every year, the festival draws nearly 500,000 festival goers to enjoy culinary treats, shop for artwork, and chat with folks who are proud to discuss their unique roots and rich multicultural communities they've created in Canada. Remember that slogan we talked about? Yeah, it wasn't working anymore. Mostly because since 2005, the Oilers have only had really one good season, but also because we had to grow up a little bit. We were now attracting young families and technology startups like the Google DeepMind and other things like that. And so we dropped the slogan and unofficially took on the Festival City. So what have we done about that big winter problem, you're probably asking? The truth is, we've doubled down on embracing Edmonton as a winter city. We started having more festivals in the winter now too. We have fully embraced our French district with the Flying Canoe Volant Festival to the Ice on White Festival, where world-class sculptors create temporary ice statues on the city's nightlife avenue. Oh, and in case you didn't notice, we really love color now. Sometimes you would think we just took a Crayola box and it melted to see what we would get, but that's what we do in Edmonton. We're willing to say, hey, we don't always get it right the first time, but we will try until it is. Sometimes, and sometimes something beautiful will come from it. And now Famous Mural has become the ethos of who we are in Edmonton. We are risk takers. If we weren't, then why the heck would anyone have founded a city here when it gets to -50 with the wind chill and less than 6 hours of sun in the winter solstice? During the summer though, we are one of the sunniest cities in all of North America, and we get over 17 hours of sun. And it's one of those things that we embrace. So where are we today? Well, we started building again. In fact, we've built over 24 high-rises in Edmonton since that ill-fated article by Richard, one of which became the tallest tower anywhere in Canada outside of Toronto. Small plug to my wife, who I proposed to at the top, mostly because I was able to access it while it was being built, because Annika had just suggested that. We also figured we'd triple down on this festival thing. We built a huge gathering place to go with those towers, Rogers Place, an arena. It has started to attract top talent acts, concerts, and competitions to Edmonton again. We were even chosen to host the entire NHL playoffs during the COVID-19 isolated season. We also started winning again. Not all the time. It took a very lucky lottery ball and adopting another son from Ontario, but it's something. We can hopefully continue to improve on that. But the woes of the Edmonton Oilers is probably best left for someone else who is less jaded to talk about at the next Edmonton PechaKucha. So to Robert Phillips of the Daily Telegraph, I would like to invite you to Edmonton again, to see the city that you snubbed so viciously 20 years ago, to enjoy our festivals, to see our grand size things, and to meet our adopted son, Connor, which is spelled with 2 N's in case you needed that. And finally put a nail in the coffin of the nickname you gave us, because I say this to you, sir, Edmonton is dead.
Oh, wow. Lovely. Hang on.
Wow. That's
what you can do in 20 years. That's a really lovely presentation. Again, all these city stories are really amazing, and it's to hear as we've gone around the world, all these individual city stories is really amazing. Yeah, so
No,
thank you so much for that.
People loving their city, I think that's beautiful. So that's a really nice tribute to Edmonton, actually.
Way to take the high road. That's the very high road.
We were saying earlier that we think that countries are kind of outdated and cities is really where it's at, and we should just get rid of countries and have really strong cities like your city, because that's kind of a scale that you can cope with, and countries are just too big and you can't, you don't feel associated somehow, but there's so much energy there in Edmonton. It's amazing.
Yeah, the way you show them, that's the way to go.
And cities kind of don't fight, they support one another and their next door neighbors.
They
have their pride, and countries get just too overexcited,
Oh, whoops.
Not all countries are big.
Sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, they're too big countries, they're just too difficult to run now,
There she is.
It's a much more manageable size.
Okay. Moving along. Thank you for that great presentation. And let's go on to our next presenter.
Perfect. Thanks, Chris, so much. Yeah, that was awesome. And I'm originally from Calgary, which is sort of like a sister rival city of Edmonton. You have maybe a local rivalry more so, but all of those reasons are the reason I still live here 12 years later, and also the spouse. So PKN was actually one of the reasons that I kind of got really invested in our city. I went to one when I moved back here after going to university, and I was like, whoa, all of these people have so many cool ideas and they're from Edmonton. This place must not be so bad. And shortly after, I started volunteering with Edmonton's Next Gen, which is the organization that hosts all of the PKNs here in Edmonton. So it's kind of a cool full circle thing on my personal note. And our next presenter also volunteers with me with Edmonton's Next Gen. So Shauna Whalen is a lifelong science nerd who was that kid in school who brought rocks in for show and tell. We all know the kid, but she went to school for 8 years to be a geologist, got her MBA, and is now currently working as a technology program chair and business instructor in a local college. But her first love will always be rocks. From gemstones to B-rated geology movies, Shauna appreciates all things earth science. Her passion for rocks led her to travel and work in remote areas of Canada. Currently, Shauna is also a board member with Edmonton's Next Gen, where she helps organize Edmonton's PechaKucha nights, and so that all Edmontonians can share their passions, no matter how weird or nerdy. So I assume you will move to the next city after Shauna, so thank you, everyone. And Shauna, give her.
Thanks, Annika. Guess if I help plan them, I should eventually do one myself. So.
Okay, Shauna, the 20 slides are yours.
Great, thank you. So rocks have a bad rep of being boring, giving us bad 4th grade earth science flashbacks. But if you ask any geologist, we were the kids that brought back ice cream pails of rocks from family vacations. We are the people who like rocks. Everything we own that doesn't come from a plant has at some point in time come from a rock. So here are some underrated fun facts for non-rock people. First one is gemstones are really pretty, but they're the most impractical of the rocks. This gemstone is from the ROM. It's a cerussite, but if you hold it in your hand, it would probably break. Gemstones are technically minerals, and minerals are like the individual ingredients that make up a rock, like chocolate chips in a cookie. Rock fact number 2, you can't always take them home. And we're not just talking about protected parks like Banff. My love of rocks has taken me to some wonderful places like Hawaii, where old volcano calderas look like landscapes you would find on another planet. But due to Pele's curse, you can't remove rocks from the island. Rock fact number 3, as scary as they are, volcanoes are like the recyclers of the natural world. Most rocks eventually make their way back to the Earth's mantle, where they're heated up and broken down over hundreds of millions of years. And sometimes that hot rock soup, aka magma, makes its way to the surface where it boils out of a volcano as lava. Rock fact number 4, rocks and minerals all have an inherent symmetry to them, sometimes even visible to the naked eye. like lava that cools slowly enough that it forms columnar joints in the shapes of hexagons. And if you look at table salt, you'll see crystals in the shapes of cubes. Rocks might look like ugly blobs, but if you look closely, you can see some surprising natural symmetry. Rock fact number 5, all rocks hold their own history, but they're also significant to ours. If you look closely at the rocks that make up many major stone structures in Western Canada, you'll probably see fossils of sea creatures that lived 400 million years ago. This is the Tyndall limestone. And maybe it's super nerdy, but I think it's cool that you can look at rocks in downtown Edmonton and see fossils. Rock fact number 6, dinosaur bones are also rocks. And any 90s kid will tell you dinosaurs are awesome. All fossils are rocks, which is why most bones in museums are plaster models, not the real thing, because they're too heavy. In Alberta, going on walks to enjoy rocks can even lead you to your own fossil discoveries. When the Laurentide ice sheet melted 20,000 years ago, its glacial meltwater channels carved huge canyons that exposed dinosaur-age sediments in southern Alberta. The same sediments are exposed in the Edmonton River Valley, where people have found dinosaur fossils while fishing or even walking their dogs. Also found in the river valley are coal mines. Edmonton has a strange history of building delays and even collapses caused by forgotten coal mine shafts. Coal seams are formed from ancient peat bogs that were buried and heated under pressure, which brings me to rock fact number 8, which is really a PSA. At some point in the 90s, a Hollywood writer who clearly didn't take enough science classes in school looked up in some encyclopedia how oil and gas was made. It would have told them it's made of ancient organic matter. The writer must have thought, oh, dinosaurs are ancient organic matter, therefore oil and gas must come from dinosaurs. But let me set the record straight, it's not. It's made from algae and other fine organic matter buried millions of years ago at the bottom of an ocean. Please help me to stop the perpetuation of this insane lie. Rock fact number 9. Rocks are their own form of art. Even crusty, smelly rock formations, like those in Yellowstone National Park, can have cool shapes and colors that make for great photos or desktop backgrounds. Yes, beauty's in the eye of the beholder and all that, but with nature's variety, anyone can find a beautiful rock. Rock fact number 10. Rocks are their own art form at all scales. If you take a rock and cut it into slabs that are thinner than a hair width, you can look at them under a microscope where you'll see a whole new world of color combinations, textures, and artistic inspiration. This photo is of chlorite and muscovite under a microscope with cross-polarized light. And if you're lucky enough to study geology, you might even get to use fancy scanning electron microscopes or lasers or microprobes. These turn what are usually boring looking rocks like quartz or sandstones even to more interesting photos. Like this photo was of a zircon crystal. It shows the surface texture, but it also kind of looks like a modern piece of art you'd find in Star Trek. Rock fun fact number 11. Each rock is its own time capsule. The same crystal when placed under cathodoluminescence shows the story of the zircon. The layers of crystals were created as it formed over time. And because of zircons are made of fun radiogenic isotopes, you can see that the neat looking outsides are about 100 million years old, but the messed up core is about 1.8 billion years old. Rock fact number 12. Rocks are more fun when there's gold involved, and I don't mean getting paid, I'm talking about literal gold digging, like putting quartz with gold flecks under a microscope and see not just the shiny stuff, but the 100 million year old bubbles trapped in the quartz at the same time. Rock fun fact number 13. When you like rocks, your friends will tell you all about the cool rocks they find. You don't even have to go finding your own rocks. Like the time my cousin found this really cool rock with iridescent hexagonal bismuth crystals. In this case, it turned out to be industrial slag, so we washed our hands and put it outside. But rock fun fact number 14, if you don't have a rock-loving friend, you can bring the cool rocks you find to a museum where their rock-loving curator would probably be really happy to help you identify your rocks. When I worked at the Royal Alberta Museum, the most popular cool rock we saw was what people thought was a meteorite. This is a meteorite with a black outside and thumbprint-shaped indents where pieces fell off of it when it entered the atmosphere, also known as regmaglyphs. What people were really bringing us were concretions, essentially mud. Meteorites are fragments of other rock bodies in space, like this nickel iron meteorite that could have been the core of some planet that was blown up millions of years ago in a galaxy far away. And this piece eventually made its way to us. These last 2 photos are courtesy of my rock-loving friend, Dr. Jen Newman. Rock fun fact 15. The more you start to appreciate rocks, the more rocks you'll see that you appreciate. When I look at this photo of a family vacation in the 90s, you know what the first thing I see is now? It's the rocks and the beautiful stratigraphy along the side of the canal. When you're a kid, liking rocks is normal. As an adult, my buckets of rocks seem to be less accepted, especially when I need my brother to come help me move them. But each rock has a story, and there can be a lot of beauty in looking for and appreciating rocks. Depending on where you are, it's not always easy, but if you fall down and rip your pants, just get back up, slap some duct tape on your butt, and keep going. Appreciating nature at the end of the day will always be worth it. Thank you.
Wow.
What a wonderful presentation.
That's incredible.
Thank you.
What a brilliant presentation. That's fantastic. How do you find a meteorite? I mean, how do things like that happen?
By chance.
Yeah, it depends on where you are. If you're in a desert or really flat area, you can just go with the metal detector and usually find them. But a lot of scientists, like my friend Jen, they'll track meteorites as they're falling and then try to find them.
Oh, no way.
So it'll be on the news. You'll see a streak across the sky. They'll figure out where that is, and then they'll just go looking for it. And if you're lucky, you can see some damage that was caused, and then you'll know that's where the meteorite is.
Wow, fantastic. This is
amazing.
This is a little known fact. I was either going to be an architect or a geologist. So that was so very interesting.
Yeah, geology is great. Not a lot of us go for geology in school actually end up as geologists. I'm running a technology program in machine learning, but yeah, I still love rocks. And a lot of people, if you love earth science, you love a lot of different things about earth science.
Well, thank you so much, Shauna. We're gonna say goodbye to Edmonton right now and head to South America, where we're going to. Thank you so much, Edmonton. It was amazing. And we're gonna have our last presentation of this hour, and we're gonna kind of move it along because we're just a little bit behind. And we're gonna welcome Francisco and his daughter. I think. What's your daughter's name, Francisco?
The nombre es Renata.
Renata, okay, from Chile. They're from Viña del Mar in Chile. We're very happy. Yes, thank you for joining us. And this is so exciting. We've got, I think you must be I'm guessing the 20th country we've been to on this journey today. So that's pretty exciting.
Yeah.
And here we go. Let's see are you guys okay? Everything okay?
Yeah, ready.
Right,
yeah.
Let's go for it. And let's have a quick little picture of Viña del Mar. Hold on, I want to see what it looks like. What picture did we choose for you guys? We're sharing, okay. And here we go. Oh, that looks nice. I need to go there. Wow, look at all those lights. Good grief. Okay, a lot of people there. All right, Francisco, and over to your daughter, and over to you guys. Here you go. The 20 slides are yours.
Okay.
Okay. My name is Francisco. My daughter is Renata. I love Viña del Mar. Viña del Mar es una ciudad en la mitad de Chile.
It's a city in the middle of Chile.
Que está mirando el Océano Pacífico.
It's looking at the Pacific Ocean. What happened? What happened there? It's like
no problem. The next.
I don't know what happened there.
Hold on 1 second. We'll just Brian,
no
problem. Hold on 1 sec. We'll come back.
Ahí estoy. Ahí, ese soy yo, Francisco.
That's him.
Profesor de universidades en comunicación y marketing.
He's a professor in Viña del Mar. He teaches marketing and publicist.
En diferentes instituciones y también tengo clientes y marcas. Acá estoy con mis colegas profesores en
He's
universidades.
there with his colleagues in the university where he works in Viña del Mar.
Y cuando miro todo este talento, por ahí me entusiasmo.
And when he looks at all the talent, he gets so excited.
Para que ellos, todos y todos en Viña del Mar puedan disfrutar. Esta es una mirada de Viña del Mar.
That's a view of Viña del Mar during the day.
La segunda ciudad más visitada turística en Chile.
The second most visited city in Chile. It's actually a very touristic place.
Está a 1 hora es una ciudad.
It's a city 1 hour away from the
desde
capital.
El principio del siglo XX.
From the beginning of century 20th.
Fue un destino turístico en Chile.
Started to be a very touristic place in Chile.
De las familias más acomodadas.
The most rich people used to visit.
Actualmente luce de esta manera.
Actually, Right now, it looks that way.
Con playas muy extensas que se llenan durante el
With
verano.
long beaches that get very crowded during summer.
Y yo amo esta ciudad.
And we love that city.
Tiene un borde costero con mucha actividad.
The beach has a lot of activity during the year.
Hay muchas viviendas de principios del siglo.
There's a lot of very old houses and buildings.
Junto con edificios muy modernos.
A lot of modern buildings as well.
Por acá, esta es un ejemplo de una...
This is an example of a very old house, but very important in the city. It's actually working as a museum right now.
Visitado por muchos turistas.
A lot of people visit during summer and other periods of the year.
Y esta ciudad tiene también muchos cerros.
It also has a lot of
y barrios tradicionales.
Yeah, cities and places to visit. A lot of houses.
And then that's going to be your jumping off point for your campus.
A Valparaíso.
It's next to Valparaíso, one of the most famous cities in Chile, actually.
For those who are new, welcome. I hope you have fun today, and I can't wait to see you next week.
Este es un sector llamado Recreo.
This is a place called Recreo in Viña del Mar as well. A very old place, but very famous.
Y este es un lugar llamado el Reloj de Viña.
And this is a very touristic place, also visited a lot during summer. People like to take pictures of it and like selfies and yeah.
También una ciudad con parques.
Has a lot of gardens, really visited by people during summer.
Y una ciudad muy diversa, como ustedes pueden
A
apreciar.
very diverse city, has a lot of things.
Y en esta ciudad también es muy universitaria.
It's a very, has a lot of universities, this city has, yeah.
O
A
sea,
lot of students from different cities of Chile come to this city to study because they have the beach, they have the forest, they have the city, they have it all here.
Y por lo tanto, muchos estudiantes de diversas partes de Chile y del extranjero estudian en esta ciudad.
Students from different areas of Chile and the other countries come to Chile to study. So it's a very touristic place, has a diversity of people from all around the world.
Todo este talento y universidades y personas muy diversas.
That's an example of a university full of people from different parts of the world. A lot of international students and national students visiting, and they get to enjoy all the amazing things that Viña del Mar has to offer.
Entonces, al ver todo esto, yo dije, Viña del Mar tiene que tener PechaKucha.
So when he saw all of this, he decided that Viña del Mar needed to have a PechaKucha.
Porque hay muchas personas con mucho talento y creatividad que tienen que mostrar lo que hacen en esta ciudad.
Because there's so many people with so much talent that deserved recognition.
Y yo comencé a hacer PechaKucha desde 2019.
And he started to do PechaKucha since 2019.
En bares, en restaurantes y en bibliotecas de universidades.
In pubs, libraries, universities, a variety of places.
Y se convocan 40, 50 o más personas.
And from 40 to 50 people assist to this event.
Ahí está mi hija en el costado derecho.
You can see me on the
right
corner. Yeah, I started to help him with this.
Acá algunos ejemplos de la comunicación de PechaKucha.
Here you can see a few of the posters that we've made for the PechaKucha.
Estudiantes, alumnos míos han trabajado en diseño.
One of his students actually helped him with the design. They've been very popular.
Y el 27 tengo un evento. La pandemia interrumpió todo.
Coronavirus stopped everything, and we couldn't have more events live because it was really dangerous.
El año 2020.
Yeah, 2020 was hard for everyone, and PechaKucha was really.
Y también me paralizó y dejé de hacerlo PechaKucha.
And he decided to stop doing it for safety.
Pero espero que este 2021 podamos en el segundo semestre volver a retomar todas estas actividades por lo bonita que son.
But he hopes for this year to be doing them again if the COVID thing allows it.
I love Viña del Mar.
Thank you.
We love Viña del Mar too.
Thank you so much. Brilliant to see your city and finding those hidden heroes that PechaKucha is so great at finding within the city. There, as you say, there's so much talent there, and you've got such talented graphic designer because your posters are amazing. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Also, he has a question.
One question. ¿Cuántos días van a dormir después de haber estado tanto tiempo sin hacerlo?
How many days are you guys going to sleep after this whole thing?
20 days.
20 days. Brian will sleep for 20 days.
Yes. No 10 by 10, no 10 days, no 20 days.
5 by 5.
Thank you, Viña del Mar. Hello, salud. We'll see you.
Christina,
Greetings,
Brian.
Greetings,
Right.
Christina and Brian.
Thank you, guys. We love you guys. Thanks for being part of today. Okay, so that wraps up our hour. I don't even know what anymore.
21. We're going into hour 22.
All right, let's do this.
So we're running a little bit late. Yay! Here we go. Thank you.
Let's welcome our pals Bridgeport, who have been very diligent in putting together their curated presenter list for tonight. I want to welcome Bill and his posse to the stage. I'm going to stop screen sharing for a second. Hi, Bill. Thanks for being here.
Hi, Brian.
Great to see you.
And Astrid and Mark.
Good to
Hi.
see you.
We're so happy to be here. We started last night watching you when you started. We can't believe how much enthusiasm you have still. We watched all afternoon. We've been amazed at just the diversity and the quality and just the passion. Oh, it's been a wonderful event. So here you are, we're 22. I can't believe you only have 2 more hours.
We're nearly there.
Three. So we started PechaKucha back in 2018. And so we only have 7 under our belt, but the last one we did was 1 year ago tonight.
Woohoo! Yeah. Happy birthday!
Yeah, so happy birthday to you.
To you too.
I'm sitting here with John Swing, who's a committee member. Hey, everybody. He's from the Barnum Museum, which is why we have the Barnum Museum behind us. And then we have Nina Lasiga, and we have who's going to present, and we have Suzanne Kachmar, and she's going to tell you a little bit about herself, and we have Lauren Coakley-Vincent. So we have the whole committee because we just wanted to celebrate with you, and we have only 3 PechaKuchas, 2 10 by 10s and 1 20 by 20.
Brilliant.
Great.
Bill, you did it right. You're one of the only cities that did it right.
Let me tell you, you wouldn't know that from what we saw. It looked like everybody was doing it right.
Everyone's done fantastic.
Everybody did do it right.
You make everybody feel right, and that is the beauty of PechaKucha.
Thank you.
Yep. So Lauren is going to go first. So Lauren's going to introduce herself and then start.
Great, thank you. Hello, everybody. Hello, the rest of the world. I'm Lauren Coakley-Vincent. My work is supporting the small, independently owned businesses in downtown Bridgeport, Connecticut. Those businesses, I strongly feel, make up the fabric of our community, and my organization promotes those businesses through our marketing platform, Colorful Bridgeport. And I love PechaKuchas because you get to see people and places in new ways. And my love for Bridgeport and my hope is that through our stories, you'll come to know and love it in the way that we do. So I'm ready to get started whenever we can put up the slide. Great. So my story, my love story is about the community I love and the ways in which we can show love for our own community. The neighborhood that I love is downtown Bridgeport in Connecticut, but I'll get to that in a moment. This is my family. We lived in New York City for 10 years. Eventually, the New York City grind inspired us to look for those greener pastures on the other side of the fence. We moved back to my hometown in 2018, but I was worried about where we were moving. I wondered if my family would be accepted and included in Fairfield County. I knew that in Bridgeport, it would feel like being right back in the beautiful human rainbow of Manhattan, not like this zombie apocalypse, which is how many people in our area perceive Bridgeport. They're wrong. Their perceptions are steeped in racist, classist, and isolationist notions. Every step I've taken since moving back home has been toward breaking down those stereotypes and perceptions through love and education. I love my job because of this neighborhood, the people and the places. Please meet the people of colorful Bridgeport, a vibrant, diverse, creative community of people who have embraced the city and the downtown, have moved here, invested, started and grown a business here, and created here. When we meet each other and hear our stories, fear breaks down, stereotypes are challenged, empathy happens. Alicia Cobb is one of our creators who starts from a place of love, shows great respect, and introduces others to this wonderful community. She's introduced 8,000 viewers to Bridgeport and herself through her PechaKucha, the healing touch of body painting. I love getting to roll out the welcome mat in my community, inviting all into this special place. My love for Bridgeport means that I love entrepreneurs, diversity, storytelling, breaking down stereotypes, and supporting others' creative energies. I hope you will find your way to love your community as well.
Wonderful. Very
Brilliant,
nice.
brilliant.
Thank you. That went fast.
Real fast.
The body painting presentation was fantastic, and then it goes on the top of the website, and as you say, 8,000 to 10,000 people get to know about Bridgeport and your amazing presenters there. So it works really well. That was a very powerful presentation. It's been super popular.
Well, I mean, I'll say thank you on Alicia's behalf because she was the one who did it. Thank you.
Okay. Bill,
Okay,
you
Nina.
want... Yeah.
Yes, now Nina Lasiga, who I met because of PechaKucha. Nina and I met because I was at a different job and I had heard about PechaKucha, and we were at the Barnum Museum event, and I happened to see her and say, you know, I really want, I don't even know how I started it, but it was like, I said, I'd love to do a PechaKucha. And she goes, oh, I just traveled all the way to Maine to do a PechaKucha. I'd love to work with you. And so we became very good friends through that. And she's been helping us produce PechaKuchas. So Nina's going to do one tonight.
Great.
All right.
Thank you, Bill. Thank you, Astrid, Mark, and everyone who's joining us today. My name is Nina Lasiga, and I'm a storyteller. I host a Bridgeport Art Trail Story Exchange, and I'm part of the Story City Troupe in Connecticut, which is out of the Buttonwood Tree Performing Arts Center. I've performed on PBS, that's Public Broadcasting System, Stories from the Stage, Generation Women, and the Story Space. And I am ready to begin whenever you are. I love going outside my comfort zone. I get nervous, excited, and the good kind of scared. Meeting new people and going to new places makes me feel alive. Here I'm riding a scooter for the first time at age 57 in Vietnam. I never thought about spinning my adventures into stories. Here I'm in front of the Dalai Lama's palace in Tibet. I'm feeling kind of sick from the altitude. These women sat next to me. The one in red encourages me to take a photo, pokes out her hand, and I shake it. No, she wanted money. I only told bits of stories, but that changed when I found a message in a Coke bottle on the Connecticut shore. It was set afloat by a little boy with a big dream that someone would find it and that it would travel far. It didn't. It was in the water one day and went less than half a mile. But it became my calling to progress his dream further. So I put a second note inside that bottle and sent it back out afloat. And wouldn't you know, it was found 29 miles away across the Long Island Sound in Long Island, New York. I told everybody I knew and the people I didn't know. They were just mesmerized by this story. They were surprised, they felt joy, they understood why this story was so important to me. And so I eventually pitched my story to a show. I got accepted on the phone. The producer asked me after I told him the entire piece, what are the stakes? I didn't really know. What is the 5-second moment, the moment of no return? I didn't know. I promised I would figure all of that out. Well, I'm here on my first ever performance, and people are listening and people are reacting. And someone in the audience afterwards said, you know what? I think you would like this new event in New Haven, Connecticut. It's called PechaKucha Night. I went with her and a big group of people in her meetup group, and there I saw her staring at me during the first half, looking at my reaction. During intermission, she said, would you ever attempt to do that? I nodded yes. And so when I got home, I went right to the PechaKucha website to see where was the next event near me. It was in Maine. And so I pitched to 2 cities. One said no. The second one said yes. And so I did. I jumped in my car and I went to Bangor, Maine, and I decided to make it a vacation despite that it was November and it was not tourist season. But I kind of ran out of time to prepare. I had all these notes on index cards. I was intending to read off the cards. And the organizers said, great story, but don't read. That's not going to engage the audience. And oh, by the way, you have some words on your slides. We don't want those words on the slide. They distract the audience. Those words were my lifeline. Oh my gosh, they saw the panic in my face and they said, okay, keep the words on your slide. Well, I retreated back to my hotel and there was a taxidermy bear in the lobby and I sheltered in place for 2 days working on my PechaKucha. Gone was the intent to go to Acadia National Park. I did entertain myself by going to downtown Bangor and looking at all the unusual stores. It was the night and I was nervous. The event was held in an old church. 2 of the presenters were from the roller derby team. And during in between speakers, they held up these big place cards with the titles of the presentation. It had such a wonderful vibe and people listened and they reacted. And I was so thrilled that it was cold inside. Otherwise, I would be sweating profusely. And they asked me, how come we don't recognize you? We know everyone in this town. Oh, I'm from Connecticut. They said, oh, that explains it. On my way home, I am so grateful that I was willing to take this zany adventure outside my comfort zone. People welcomed me like family. And they didn't think I was crazy that I did that. One day I got introduced to Bill Derry. I said to him, hi, I'm Nina and I'm a traveler and I just traveled 6 hours to tell a 6-minute and 40-second story. And he said, PechaKucha? I was so surprised that he got the sense of what I was up to. He said, I really wanted to do one last year and I didn't. How about let's start one? To someone I knew just 1 minute, I said yes. And so first with the help of Westport Library and then eventually with the Varna Museum, Downtown Special Services and the City Lights Gallery, we planned our first PechaKucha night. And we asked the question, if we do it, will people come? They did in hordes. And they were enthusiastic and we held it inside the Varna Museum. In the exhibit area, it was very intimate. It had this really nice vibe and there was thunderous applause. I love hearing other people's stories because I hear all kinds of things that I would not hear anywhere else. And I love how stories just started to bubble up of mine. It taught me a lot about who I was and insights about my world. I love connecting with all kinds of creative people from all walks of life and positive ones like the PechaKucha Bridgeport planning team. I love creating stories because looking at my past helped me create the future. I'm a storyteller now. That first story changed everything. Thank you.
Wow.
Nina, you're captivating, and we love people like you guys in Bridgeport. That's just so amazing.
That is an incredible story. It felt like there was it was so much information.
We were there.
No, and you're an absolute, well, you're not hidden anymore. You're out on the stage, but we say that it's fantastic to discover these hidden heroes that cities don't know they have. And you're a perfect example of that. And it's an amazing PechaKucha story. Just blew us away. And you know, your passion in the presentation was amazing. I can see why everybody is captivated. Thank you so much.
It's okay to be crazy. Just keep being it.
I just love how, as a presenter, I'm really excited and nervous about doing this. And those nerves are in the audience too, and how they root for me. And so I love PechaKucha because it allows me to be perfectly imperfect.
Yeah, and I think that's a really good point.
Imperfect. We'll keep that.
That we don't really want to be. We don't coach. Well, certainly in Tokyo, and it's something that we don't really want to coach people. We want them to be themselves, and that's very important. And you should be a little bit nervous. And if you make a mistake, that's fine, because we all make mistakes. And so it's a very natural platform. You did it. It's amazing.
Kudos to you.
Fantastic.
Thank you,
Wow.
Nina.
That was fun, Nina. And our last presenter is Suzanne Kachmar, and also another committee member who runs the City Lights Gallery. She's going to tell you about herself and finish up with a 10 by 10 PechaKucha.
Yes. Hello, everyone. Thanks for having me here. And I run City Lights and the Bridgeport Art Trail, and I've been doing that for 15 years. And I love our mission to serve the community through art. And I love working with people, obviously, like Nina and Bill and our partners. They're just great to work with. And I've really learned to love our artists. And I'm ready to tell you what else I love about Bridgeport art. So I love art. I love Bridgeport art. Like any love relationship, it had ups and downs. The pandemic put a strain on our relationship. I love learning and producing new things. Pre-COVID style art programs had to change. No more large gatherings. We needed to adapt, and we did. I love how creating COVID-19 style projects strengthened relationships and worked our creativity muscles, adapting to online programs and storefront window installations. I love leveraging the arts to address current issues, to support and inspire. Bridgeport artists thanked essential workers and sprinkled art in downtown places. I love working with artists who are good collaborators. We learn from each other and increase our capacity to produce multimedia presentations. I love the thrill of reacting to art that I'm seeing for the first time and discussing the diverse art forms, content, and techniques with the artists of the Bridgeport Art Trail. I love my work and that programs are multi-generational, connecting artists of diverse backgrounds, levels of experience, training, ability, and age. I love that we produce relevant programs and support others' initiatives when we respectfully take a lesser role, supporting and learning rather than leading. I love that collaborators are willing to take the risk to address difficult subject matter to produce new programs about our challenging times. I love that provocative art can be the sword and the salve to lance and heal wounds of misunderstanding and hate, spurring us to think, to feel, to question, to talk, to make, to do, and to love. Thank you.
Wow, wonderful, Suzanne. That was excellent. Oh, what a nice sentiment.
And one thing that Suzanne didn't mention is that one of our PechaKuchas each year is part of her City Arts Trail, focusing mostly on artists.
Right. Yeah.
That was great.
Yeah. And I gotta say, it's so great to work with these guys, and you could see Nina's enthusiasm, and Bill's got so much enthusiasm as well. And you know, Lauren showed you also so many wonderful people that we have in our community. And it's, you know, I'm not a storyteller. First of all, I wouldn't have done it, but I find this platform just a great way to share. And so I appreciate that you bring it to us.
No, it's fantastic. It's great for you to be sharing this in Bridgeport, but the fact that we can amplify and multiply that and share it to the rest of the world like we're doing right now. Brilliant.
Yes. Yeah. Well, thank you for letting us be part of it.
I love the new formats of 5x5 and 10x10 because now we can get schools much more involved.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. As I think you may have seen earlier, my wife's international school has been what we've been testing out different things there.
Yes.
I love the 10x10s. And that was a perfect 10x10, by the way. And it helps increase the pace a little bit. and if you can curate the evening in a different way and get a few more presenters on, and you know, it's fun, you know.
Yeah.
Well, congratulations on making such a successful event that pulls people together.
Right.
Thanks, Bill, and thanks, Bridgeport.
Thank you.
That was
for all your help.
That was wonderful. Okay, stick around. We've still got more to come. Mark, we've got we're gonna introduce Florian next. So why don't you give us I'll spotlight you and I'll spotlight Florian.
Or is it Clive? I don't know who's up.
I think Florian's up next.
Are you there, Florian?
Yes. I think, unless Florian just disappeared. No, he's here.
No, we're here.
Hey.
Hey, guys.
Hey, great to see you. Haven't seen you for ages.
Yes, it's been a while. 20 years almost.
No, you're skiing, yeah? You're doing this from a ski lodge.
No, we're going to say that we're not so far from Bridgeport.
Oh, really?
We're in New Marlborough, Massachusetts.
Oh, Marlborough,
literally 20 minutes away.
So we should give a little bit of quick history here. So we met you guys here in Tokyo when you were working for Sejima-san, Asana. Then you went off to New York, and there you set up PechaKucha Night in New York. You were the leading star there. And I can remember the first night in New York, we were at a brewery, and we're outside in the garden. We put up the tent, and people said, well, the bar staff said, well, it's just, I was chatting, I said, well, how many staff have you got tonight? He goes, well, it's just me. And I said, well, that's, you know, I think that's going to be quite a crowd. He goes, no, it's just an architectural slide share. when there were 500 people, he's on the phone trying to call for reinforcements. So there's a great history. So thank you for bringing PechaKucha to New York. And Emma Exley, so Peter Exley is the president of the American Institute of Architects, and Emma's now running it in New York. And Emma is his daughter, who's my goddaughter.
Oh, wow.
So
good to see you guys. Yeah.
So we're dying to hear your news, and we see you in social media a lot and in all the magazines. So why don't we give the 20 slides over to you, and you want a little chit chat before you start, please feel free.
Well, I think let's get started, but I think part of the slideshow will be the chit chat as well. So
great, off you go.
You're going to start. Or not?
Yeah. Hi, I'm the other half of the soil. Hi. But we thought that, I mean, all the slides are pretty much our work in the last 12 years or so. I thought that we just start with saying hi to our neighbor Bridgeport, but also our old neighbor Astrid and Mark. And I know that your friends are actually the ones in Tokyo and now in New York, and their daughter is my daughter's friend. And so this is how our daughter's friends with Sophia's mom. What's her name again?
All right, Susanna.
Susanna.
Yes.
And I'm blanking out.
Was there that's it?
Caleb.
Susanna and Caleb.
Yeah, sorry.
Yes.
Okay.
Susanna and Caleb. Anyways, the world goes around. But 20 years ago, that's when Florian and I met in Tokyo. Indeed, I think we had many karaoke nights and you know, underground club nights as well in Tokyo, right?
Mostly introduced by Mark and Astrid. So I know the theme is love, and I think a lot of love started right there, and everything that you see now coming by on the screen is what sort of came out of that. So instead of just talking about our work, I think the love that we have for the PechaKucha format and the idea of bringing people together is something that obviously was seeded 20 years ago when Jig and I met and you guys met in Tokyo. I saw Nina's presentation and I realized I should have shown all the slides of all our stuff that we did when we started PechaKucha in New York City. And I think it was quite indeed amazing. It was so nice that you were there. We did 2 more or 3 more sessions or 4, I think, at various places. And every time it was shocking to see how many people did show up, 500 to 600 people. We had one in a church in the East Village where everybody was lying on the floor and we projected on the ceiling. Enrique Norton came to speak. It was an amazing period. And I think what was great about the format and what I to come back to the theme of love, it brings people together, but it also indeed brings, like, allows people to do things that they otherwise wouldn't do, meaning people come up with formats and sort of ideas that you wouldn't have in a more formal or more sort of structured show. And for us, for me and for Jing, I think it was also really a way into New York and a way to just meet a ton of people. So it's a fantastic format, I think, to do. You want to talk about what we did since?
Well, I think we were just talking about that because of the year 2000, and we met basically in a third country to both of us. And then we actually moved to another country that is both foreign to, again, to both of us. We continue to do work all around the world, as you can see in some of the slides, from basically still Asia to Europe to South America, North America. And that's something that is very difficult to do in New York and very difficult to do in America. But I think that really, that desire and belief that the world can still share with each other is really started from 2000, I would say, that experience that we all had. And kudos to you, Astrid and Mark, that you just stick around, stuck around in Tokyo for half century now, right? Or something.
Hey, thanks.
And we were actually planning to be back in Japan. We were very excited. Last year was obviously a tough year for everybody in architecture, and we were all locked in and not able to do anything. But we had the great sort of gift of A+U, the publishing, to ask us to work on a monograph. So it was actually the most sort of positive, way to spend the last year. And so the work that you see flashing by here is work on different scales. And so we organized it a little bit from sort of smaller scale to larger scale. I think we survived relatively fine. We did realize we always have a very big office party during Chinese New Year. And last year we had one of the largest, Michel Rochkind, who's also going to present shortly, was also there. And I realized it was probably one of the super spreader events that we were hosting ourselves for the Year of the Rat. I think the Year of the Cow is going to be less so. We did a very small in office New Year's gathering. So it is obviously different times, but I think well, the spirit of connectedness is clearly very much here. So.
It would be lovely if we can. How many PechaKucha are there now around the world? Do you guys know?
1,270. 1,257 today, and we grow. We're growing by in about 5 to 10 cities a month. So it's pretty incredible.
It is more prolific than the virus.
It's catching on. So, we went viral. Anyway, let you go. It's your presentation.
So yeah, no, it's okay. I think we're almost there. This is one of the projects we. So now the interesting thing is that we're finishing projects that we cannot visit ourselves. So we recently finished this project in Hong Kong, which we have never finished.
No, we've been on the site and not at the opening.
Yeah.
And this one is in France. We also haven't been to the construction site the whole year. And then there's a previous one in Shanghai that's opening 2 weeks. I mean, in 2 months. We also haven't seen the construction at all. So that's really a
new way of architecture. Yeah.
Yeah.
This one is exciting. This is opening this year. It's a small artist gallery and artist residency project in Brooklyn with 4 residency, basically over a certain period of time, 4 buildings. But we're going to be opening that this year in May. Thank you.
Wow. Brilliant.
It's so nice to catch up. It's not a classic PechaKucha, but who gives?
Oh, sorry.
It's love. It's love.
Yeah, exactly.
No, just to follow up, we're struggling to. We have 3-4 projects in China that we haven't seen. They're on site. It's really difficult with materials, and the DHL will send us a box, and then it's an instant no, and 2 weeks later another box comes. And so, yeah, one project's finished in Guangzhou. We can't see it. We've seen the photographs, but the lighting needs tweaking, and but anyway, it is interesting.
It's a work in progress. Yeah, but would lovely to go to Tokyo sometime soon.
Please do. We'd love to come to New York as well. So see all the buildings going up that are finished. Anyway, thank you so much for taking time out from your ski trip and for preparing such a lovely presentation.
Yes,
thank you.
Please feel free to hang on the line. Michelle's coming up. And
for sure, Michelle. Hi, Michelle. Good to see you.
and
we have to do this drumming. Anyway, different story.
Yes, we have to do a drumming session soon for sure.
Exactly.
Okay,
Mark, I've got Clive queued up.
Okay, Clive, great.
Clive.
Hi, Clive.
Hi.
And you're coming from sunny Los Angeles, yeah?
Yeah, and I feel bad saying it is indeed sunny. And
that's okay. Mark has declared himself the British weatherman.
Yeah, I've been asking everybody around the world. So Clive and I met on a boat in Hong Kong in 2003. I think it was a pretty good junk trip, and I can't really remember, but we have an email to prove it, which is entitled Spice Girls. I have no idea what that was all about. But since then, we've met at different architectural award shows around the world. We've both been lucky enough to win World Architecture Festival Awards. And it's great to see you here for International PechaKucha Day. And thank you again for taking your time out to put a presentation together and fit it into your busy schedule.
Oh, it's a huge honor to be participating. Thank you, Mark and Astrid, and the whole amazing team behind this. I think, Mark, we've even shared a client at one point. I think Chiat Day was also your client in Tokyo.
Yeah, Chiat Day and also Google. Yeah, we do Google's offices. So
right.
They've just finished their new office, but no one can move in. It's been empty for a year nearly. It's unbelievable. But anyway.
Yeah. That's our pandemic for you.
There you go.
Well, a tough act to follow after Sohail's amazing work. But delighted to do this. I took the theme very literally about love and thought exactly about the things that are most important to me from a love perspective. And there's not enough love that goes around in the world. One of the things that was sort of really hitting me was we all get trained and go through a lot of a long educational process to become designers and architects and professionals in the visual fields, and no one really teaches you how to get to the level of love. It almost seems to be a kind of an adjunct kind of program that should be, inserted into the educational system, and you don't actually graduate until you're able to express love on a certain level. I mean, because that's what the world needs. We all need a roof, and we need, some walls and all the rest. But if they're not done with love, they're not going to be really as good as they would be if they were done with love. So I think this theme is awesome, and I think it needs to be inserted into the educational sphere very directly. Jump in.
Yeah.
All right. Cheers. The 20 slides are yours, Clive. Go for it.
Oh, well, my number one love is my glorious wife, Elizabeth, who I've been with for 5.5 years or something. And just a fantastic experience being, in a fabulous love affair with another human being. And of course, my own family, extended family, because I've got a stepdaughter and 2 children. So Chloe, the stepdaughter, is the biggest one, 15-year-old. And then my son of 10 and my daughter of, she was 8 in this picture, is 9 now. And other things I love, my daughter's drawings, because they kind of open your eyes to another world. I know everyone has always been fascinated by kids' drawings, but that's with greater and lesser degrees of effect. So this is where a story that's in a child's head starts to become something of a universe of itself. And then JST, first project that really kicked off our studio. And of course, that's one that Klein Deitherman did, the Tokyo version in a completely different and contextually appropriate idiom. The act of building anything is always just fabulous. This happens to be KCRW's, the radio station's headquarters that we finished a couple of years ago. And next slide.
Oh.
Then celebrating people and community. This happens to be a drone shot of our office party, annual office party in Palm Springs. And we all get around one long table and of course use the swimming pool quite a lot. So important to celebrate one's community. And then travel, I just have to say, moving and going places in the world is just a huge privilege. Whenever we can, of course, in the last year, we haven't really been able to go anywhere. But when one can, there's just so many things to discover. This was a trip that was also very meaningful from Lisbon to Marrakesh and Fez in Morocco. And then Greece, I got to say, I just love Greece. I've been there 14 times and I hope to go for another 14 times. It's just the essence of amazing water, air, soul in architecture and natural topographies. And then what's inside people's heads. This is something that just is always an endless fascination. People will always amaze you. I mean, plants amaze you, you know, everything around in the natural world amazes you, but nothing amazes you, I think, like what goes on in people's heads. And then I must say, I do love our house. And I think Emma Peter, the great photographer, is actually listening in here. She took this lovely shot, perched on a hillside in Los Angeles. It's such a privilege, again, to be able to look out over a city with views like that. And how people use places, I think for architects and interior designers, it's the ongoing fascination. We shape buildings and we shape spaces, but we only shape them with the intention of their use making sense. And then to kind of maximize, you know, the human condition and the opportunities for community and all that sort of thing. Beach volleyball and the beach was a major thing for me in Los Angeles. This is actually the group of mostly Scandinavian self-proclaimed Eurotrash that I play with, or did play with, for about 20 years. Injury has actually put me on the sidelines now. Trees anywhere, absolutely glorious things. And you know, people are probably aware of the writing that's happened in recent years about how trees communicate with themselves. There's a whole, you know, fascinating biology around the communication that trees get into. And then unstarted projects. This is one we're about to start, a model of a hillside in Laurel Canyon, the Great Laurel Canyon, which is, you know, famous for 60s psychedelia and some of the most amazing bands. And indeed, this is a musician. That's our client. And then the craziest workplace project we've ever done, a 4,400 square foot table that can carry up to 200 people, still going strong, with surfboard resin, and there's no seams in it whatsoever. It was all poured in one continuous 30-hour pour of resin. And the sketch that actually won that job, which blew me away that a client would actually hire us with a sketch like this. It's so messy and ridiculous, but I was able to talk them into it. That's how the table works and connects. And then probably our silliest master plan ever, for about 6 million square feet extension of Microsoft's headquarters in Seattle. We did love this project, and of course they quite rightly didn't pursue it. But it's again really a one continuous workplace. Our favorite atrium design, we did some great projects with Macquarie Bank. This is in Australia, and we were able to put 26 meeting rooms distributed across a 10-story atrium, which was really so fascinating, putting collaboration on display like this, celebrating collaboration. And then our own office, we never actually published this, mainly because I guess we feel it's never finished. But we love working here in Culver City. We built this in 2012. And then, next slide. And just lastly, mornings in the desert. This is where we kind of go, and I really love just being back with nature. We have this place in Palm Springs, which has just got the most glorious connection to air and mountain and dry desertness. And that's it. Thank you.
Yay, thank you, Clive. And yeah, it's
Bravo.
the best things we do are the ones that we do with love. And you're absolutely right. There was a presenter very early on in this PechaKucha marathon who was talking about teaching kids love, how to express it and how to feel it and all the good things that can come from it. And yeah, we definitely talked about it being in the curriculum early on.
And we actually have a client who asked us, well, is there somewhere within the bookstore where I could steal a kiss with my girlfriend? And he said, that's around the back of the staircase. And can I have a more romantic light, he said.
No, he was talking about the parking space, parking for 100 cars. And I don't want a parking lot. I want a romantic place where I can steal a kiss.
Lovely.
We don't want parking lots. We want a romantic place where I can steal a kiss.
You chose a fabulous theme.
Well, as we say, the world needs a lot of loving to get back to normal. So we think it's a really good excuse. But thank you for sharing what you love, Clive. And if I had a house like yours, I don't think I'd want to go anywhere anyway. I think. So thank you so much. And please feel free to stay on as we hand over to Mr. Rokin. How are you? Thank you for taking time out of your busy schedule. Whereabouts are you in the world? Are you in Mexico City?
Mexico City at the moment, guys. And,
right.
happy to be part of this. Happy to be seeing a lot of the friends and everybody. Great hearing you guys. Love you.
Yes, love you too.
And, I don't know if you guys know that we've actually did a project with Michelle about 2 years ago. We've been collaborating.
All right, cool.
Lovely.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's amazing to get you three all on the screen. We're just saying it's incredible to get you all three on the screen at the same time. Yeah, so there's a really lovely connection. So
all right, here, everybody do a group shot. I'll take a photo. Here we go. Ready?
We're gonna do a bad eye.
All right, here we go. 3, 2, 1. Hey. Okay, there we go.
Beautiful, guys.
Thank you, Brian.
Wonderful presentations. And I love, again, the theme of love, guys. You couldn't have chosen better. So love the way we do things. Love hearing my friends be super talented and show new projects. And I'm happy that I'm not going to be showing architecture today, which is good.
It's about love.
Okay.
Yeah.
Goes.
Over to you, Michelle.
Perfect. So,
sorry, it's spelled wrong.
Yeah, don't worry.
Oh, no. Oh,
it's okay. Don't worry. We can take the A out. It's Michelle. But I'm going to start with one of the things that started later in my life as a kind of love affair. So let's bring it on. And I'm going to talk about running, guys, and how running has changed my life in so many ways. So one of the first things is why run when actually I hated running. I actually I started running very late in my life, basically as something that you would do just to be healthy. And nothing more. And so I think I come from a generation that you would do a sport that you would run to just have better health for that sport that you were doing. So I was doing either taekwondo or mountain biking or some other thing, but running was never actually the sport. And it was interesting to start having a relationship with running. And it was only when I started going through different cities that I started to run 10K within the cities. So I started to just say, what happens if I do a 10K in Prague and I do a 10K when I'm in London for either work or pleasure or whatever? And it started to become something beautiful because the running started to relate to seeing cities in the morning and seeing projects that I love before people would wake up, because I normally run at 5:30, 6 in the morning. So it was seeing the cities wake up, falling more in love with architecture, falling more in love with infrastructure and how cities create these beautiful spaces. And then running started to become something more meaningful for me. I started doing small races in Mexico, 5Ks, 10Ks. I never thought I would actually do a marathon. I said, marathon, I mean, that's too much, that's too long of a distance. But you start feeling your body, you start feeling good inside. And then I said, well, I could try a marathon. So one of my friends got me into the San Francisco Marathon, which was my first marathon in 2015. And all my friends were obsessed about qualifying for Boston, which Boston is kind of the race for all the marathon runners. And on my first race, I qualified for Boston. I was lucky enough to get in a third place for my age at 45 years old. So I trained and I was happy to go and take on Boston for the first time. And I said, if I did a 3:06 in my first marathon, maybe I could do a sub 3 in Boston. And funny enough, life had different plans for me. So I arrived in Boston and I remember looking at my watch and trying to figure out if I could make a sub 3. And my legs were cramping. I knew I was not going to make it on time. And actually, a couple of 100 meters before the finish line, my body or my legs gave up on me. I collapsed. The security people came. They carried me across the finish line. And I was super upset. But that went viral. I mean, they started, my name was, I was named there and they looked at, I was an architect. So I ended up in Runner's World magazine as this Mexican architect who had taken a fall in the Boston Marathon. And I ended up doing a 3:06. So as I always say, it doesn't matter how many times you fall, you get up and you go at it again. So I trained again. I ran that year Toronto Marathon, which I did a 3 hours and 42 seconds, which was like very, very, very close to the sub 3. But I was happy to kind of be back on my feet and happy about running. And I said, okay, now I'm going to do Boston again. So I trained for really, really hard. And every time I was training, I was like, I hope I don't fall. I hope my body doesn't give up on me. And then at some point I said, I have to just really trust the process. I have to trust that I'm training my mind, my body. I'm full into running. And actually I ended up breaking my PR and I did 2 hours and 58 seconds. And I remember that when I crossed the finish line, I was thinking, trust the process, trust the process. The moment I crossed the finish line and I see my watch and I see that I had done a sub 3, there's a guy with a t-shirt that said, trust the process. So I took a picture of that, went the next morning to a tattoo parlor and tattooed trust the process on my arm. I said, that's something that I need to learn and understand, that there's nothing more that you can do but just train. I mean, you can prepare yourself for things and then just trust the process that you're there and that you're prepared. So running started becoming really more meaningful. It became the love of feeling my body, feeling my mind, having this awareness of how my body is, how my heart is, if my body and my mind are aligned. So I didn't care about the weather. I didn't care where I was. I just ran. I started doing things because I wanted to be more the better version of myself. I started doing trail runs and being more in relationship to nature, because running started to become more of a meditation for me. This idea of going out and just feeling that you're like a checkup, no? How is your mind? Are you in a good moment? And even for before the meetings or arriving in different places. So I'm a fan of taking advantage of the different spaces that cities have to offer us. And it doesn't matter where I am. It's the easiest thing to do, because you just put on a pair of sneakers and just go out and run. So now it's not about running marathons. It's more about having this checkup again of mentally where I am, and again, if I'm breathing okay, if my heart is okay. I normally don't run with music. Sometimes I do listen to some podcasts, but it's more about really being grateful and being appreciative of what my body is able to give me. Also running to protest. This is the Chicago Marathon that I remember kneeling down on the finish line as a protest again about fixing all the systemic racism that we have in different places. So running not only for myself, but running as an act of protest, running to protest for everything that's happening in the world, and seeing if also by running you can change that. So this is a photo of me in the Berlin Marathon, which was the last marathon that I was able to run before the pandemic. And as you see, I normally enjoy running. There you see with my crazy face. There's people that stress out while they're running. I just love the idea that I can do it. So we crawl, we walk, we run, we fly, we fall, we break, we rage, and we cry. We learn, we heal, we dream, and we rise. Thank you, guys.
Wonderful.
That's fantastic. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I mean, those are, I mean, just the fact that you're running is, of course, totally amazing. I'm one of the ones that don't like to run. And believe it or not, Mark's always been a runner.
I know.
Like, yeah, you know, it's kind of yeah, and he's done 2 marathons. Well, good for him, you know. So I'm a big supporter of who runs, but I also kind of curious. There is somebody who has to run with you, hey?
How do you take your photographs?
To take those photographs.
We've always wanted to know. Now we can ask you.
Well,
have you got a tripod with you, or do you have a professional photographer?
First of all, it's a great way of socializing, guys. You should try it. Like, so you're passing by, like, oh, excuse me, can you take a picture of me? No, but most of the time it's just a timer, or if I'm running with a group, we take pictures of whoever's running in the group. But I mean, it's just it became something that you would do to make your life better. But now to me, it is life. It doesn't become a practice or something. It's part of the things that I do. So I can't separate it. No, I mean, Mark, you're a runner. You know that, no? So
yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's the best way to see a city. And Brian knows when we went to Berlin, or when we travel together for PechaKucha, first thing we do in the morning is go for a run. You know, and if it's just 5K, but over 3 or 4 days, you see the city. The only problem is we're stopping quite often to take photos. You know, so but it does make you see the city in a different way. I, again, don't listen to music very much. For me, it's my kind of yoga. After about 30 minutes, your body gets into this rhythm automatically, and your breathing and your pace. And then at 30, 40 minutes, you begin to feel you can run for 2 or 3 hours. Your body's amazing. It just sort of sinks into this rhythm. And you just got to listen to your body, you know, and
trust the process.
Trust the process. Yeah, I'm going to get a tap later.
And there's a beautiful phrase that a friend uses for meditation and yoga and energy work, and it's let life live through you.
Oh yeah.
And I think that when you're running or you're doing something that you're really connected, you're feeling life live through you, which is kind of a beautiful expression to close this love presentation with you guys. But
thank you so much.
Love from us too.
Yeah, and thank you all of you for joining. I know you've all got really busy schedules, and for you to take this time out, first of all, to prepare your presentations, but also to join the call at all these tough times. So
yeah,
thank you so much. We love you all.
Love you guys, and thank you very much.
Okay, thanks, guys.
So I think that closes hour 22, and thank you to Bridgeport. And
on the dot, Brian.
Yeah, I know. I want to a special thank you for keeping it exactly on the mark, on time. Our cities
project management for you, 101. Yeah.
Our cities that follow you appreciate that, and so do the people organizing this event. So we really are grateful for some great presentations, so much passion in that hour. And for keeping us energized for this last little final run. That seeing you on the finish line there, Michelle, was inspiration for me to keep on going. We're near the finish line. So without further ado, I want to go ahead and welcome us to hour 23.
Oh, sorry, I forgot.
Yay!
Welcome to everybody from hour 22. You're welcome to stick around, and I'd like to welcome Montclair in New Jersey, and who else do we have? Lima, I believe. Is that right? Is Lima?
Peru.
Lima, Peru, and I think I can't remember how far Montclair goes back. I think Lima goes back quite a far way. So, hi everybody. Welcome to hour 23. Hope you guys are ready. Is everybody here? It looks like we got a full house. Let's see, who do we have queued up first? Montclair. Of course I'm pronouncing that right. There's no other way to pronounce Montclair, right?
Hi, Brian.
Okay. Hi,
Yeah,
how do you
that's
do?
perfect.
Yeah, nice to see you. Oh,
Nice
great,
to
Petya.
see you.
Yeah, I can finally put a face to your name.
Exactly.
Oh, it's such a joy. It's such a joy to see everybody. I can't believe you're still going strong, and we're hour 23, and this is like the last stretch of the marathon we were just talking about. So woohoo! I'm
Yeah.
so excited. Yes, excellent. Great job, everyone.
Amazing. Amazing.
Yeah, we're from Montclair. We're about 12 miles west of New York City. So we think of ourselves as like the 6th borough of New York, but that's probably to be debated. This is actually showing Montclair State University, and you know, we're so delighted to be here. We're a young chapter, so this is volume 4 for us, and I have learned so much from tonight and from the last 23 hours, and it's just been a joy to hear everyone's stories. Everyone's so impassioned about the things that they love, and there's so much to love, really. So I just thought I would just do a quick intro to we have 3 presenters tonight, which is kind of amazing. So I think first up is
let's welcome all our presenters on stage so I can see their faces and know who they
Fantastic.
are. Yeah. So
Yeah.
we've got first up is Josh. Josh, where are you? Where'd you go? Let me get it. Let me do this. We'll do this. Gallery. Josh is a new face. Hi, Josh. Let's get you on stage. And then
Can you hear me?
We'll go from there, and I'll get Josh's slides queued up, and we'll go one by one. So Petya, why don't you give Josh a little introduction here, and I'll get the slides going.
Yeah, and I just wanted to say that I have adopted officially, my middle name is Kucha, so PechaKucha Morozov.
Oh my goodness.
Okay.
Oh
you know,
my goodness.
is this
great.
a first? I don't know.
Yes.
Licensing things,
It's the
I don't know.
No, that's a first.
I haven't made it official yet, but anyway. So yeah, this is Josh, and he's not only an incredible data analyst, but he also happens to be a dear friend and a witness to my marriage during COVID time. So yeah, we got wedding. It was like a front lawn wedding, and
congratulations.
So Josh, thanks. So Josh has an incredible background. It's very diverse, but he's going to be talking about his love of data and how our communities can love data and be more equitable in that love. So should I introduce everybody one at a time, or we can?
I think we'll go one by one, and yeah, we'll keep the pace that way. So Josh, thanks for that introduction. Josh, are you ready to play the slides?
I am.
Okay, let's
just to confirm, you guys can hear me, right?
You sound good. Everybody mute your mic,
Perfect.
please. If you've just come on, make sure your mic's muted. Okay, Josh, the 20 slides are yours. Go for it.
Awesome. Okay, so in May of 2019, San Francisco passed an ordinance banning facial recognition technology. Its 11 board members wrote down these key reasons for its creation. It endangers civil rights, exacerbates racial injustice, and threatens our freedom from surveillance. And San Francisco is not alone. So other towns in Massachusetts and California, they've enacted bans too. Facial recognition technology is just one example of how artificial intelligence, commonly known as AI, is being used to perpetuate systematic racism. Technology companies like Microsoft and Amazon have signed government contracts allowing AI to become a common tool for surveillance. Yet it's proved inaccurate, falsely matching 28 members of Congress to a mugshot database, as just one example. So some cities, as well as private and public organizations, have chosen to establish principles that guide AI development and its use in the first place. So global leaders in the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, also known as the OECD, released such guidelines, which the countries at the G20 summit adopted in June of 2019. And this is no surprise that legal actions are being taken to protect citizens. In 2018, the American Civil Liberties Union, commonly known as the ACLU, filed a lawsuit against the Department of Justice for social media surveillance. These guidelines have emerged as grave injustices have come to light. A recent study looked at this trend of AI ethics principles. They reviewed companies, governments, nonprofits, and other institutions that have put out AI ethics policies. And in their research, they saw 5 key concepts emerge: transparency, justice and fairness, non-maleficence, responsibility, and privacy. So it's not surprising that humans are trying to formulate their ethics around data and AI. We're in a time where we literally have so much data that in order to do something with it, we have to use AI. In fact, 90% of digital data was created in the last 2 years. So how much data is that, you might be wondering? Today, that roughly comprises 44 zettabytes. That may be hard to picture, so let me put it this way. If we stacked all that data on CD-ROMs, it would stretch to the moon and back over 110 times. So how do we get here today, where math equations are choosing to advertise winter boots I might want based on a recent Google search for an alpine chalet? When you see a suggested list on Netflix or a you may also like on Amazon, there's an algorithm in the background that's using data to determine those outcomes. And the data they're using might simply be based on your browsing habits, but it also could be purchased from an outside company selling your data to them. So data from your spending habits, frequent locations, images, social media, they're all being used right now to determine how companies should advertise to you, how police should treat you, and whether or not you should be hired. So much of our daily lives now are surprisingly predetermined, and our future is too, actually. So companies and governments are capitalizing on our data. Even the education around data reinforces this. Without realizing it, I was taught in my data and analytics master's program that there is data for everything and everything is quantifiable. So this idea feeds the colonial mindset to capitalize on information. And I'd say it's largely what drives the information age that we're in. So how do we change this narrative? Data itself is exclusive, but it does not inherently create inequity. For example, the census collects socioeconomic data. These categories directly inform local districting. By placing into categories, data does discriminate. And with that, we must consider how it discriminates. So in one of Ibram X. Kendi's latest books, How to Be an Anti-Racist, he says, the defining question is whether the discrimination is creating equity or inequity. To put in our context, is the use of data creating equity or inequity? Data that differentiates race, like for a census, may be used to bolster representation. It can be also used to increase policing. So if we look at systematic racism, we see that it directly informs how data is being used. It's no accident that facial recognition disproportionately targets citizens of color, especially Black men. White men designed and trained AI systems to reinforce whiteness. So whether they realize it or not, their innovation was not actively anti-racist, and therefore I think it begs the question, is it really innovative at all? But to have no plan is to give in to that market that values innovation and revenue over our neighbors and BIPOC lives. So how does this affect us here in Montclair or in your local municipality? How can a single town create a more loving, inclusive, and anti-racist future? It starts with some questions. So what do we value? What changes do we want to see made? And what say do we want to have in it? To get the ball rolling on what we as neighbors can do, here are 3 ideas for taking action. So first, let's revisit those guiding principles, and we can create new guiding principles. But I think there's time to do this, attack these guiding principles with more of a critical eye. We must be skeptical of any principle that's not reflected in action. So Microsoft, on the one hand, has adopted AI ethics principles, but with the other hand, they're signing facial recognition contracts to prisons. While that rhetoric of these 5 concepts sounds great, none of these explicitly address anti-racist work. So any guide of data or AI ethics must actively work against racism outright. I look again to Kendi, who says the greatest racist threat is not the alt-right, but the regular American strive for race neutrality. I think this is the greatest threat to AI too. So how could we as citizens and neighbors pen AI guiding principles that actively work towards an anti-racist future? Who would oversee these? To answer that, I'd say, let's create a town advisory committee on data and artificial intelligence. So like housing and parks and rec, we need a data and AI intelligence committee. Its role could be to draft principles and to have oversight into what companies and governments and agencies are doing with our data. And lastly, we can adopt the ACLU's guidelines on community control over police surveillance. So this would require our local government to expose what types of surveillance technologies are being used in the community right now and going forward. They would have to report on what types of technology they're using, whether that's stingrays, facial recognition technology, automated license plate readers. And it's something that we could propose today because they've made it pretty easy for us. So town policies and principles are not too minuscule. They matter immensely, and we can design a more loving, anti-racist future, and in a way that's truly innovative. So thank you for listening, and let's talk if you want to continue this conversation. Thanks all.
Wow.
Thank you so much for touching on this. It's such an onerous and an ambitious task. So, you know, I often think that it's pretty generational, actually, for, you know, my generation, well above the 50s. You know, we still know what privacy is, but going forward, I'm kind of thinking of my daughter, who is barely 20. You know, she probably doesn't quite get the difference, and you know, for her, you know, it's transparent, all right. It's the way it is, and so, you know, it's interesting to see how it seems to be much more relevant to me than to her. So interesting to kind of, I look forward to see what's coming.
Thank you, thank you. Yeah, it's I mean, I work in this space, but it's amazing how much is happening in the pace that things are happening. It's really hard and overwhelming to keep up with at times, actually. So
totally.
Yeah.
I mean, I can't see, you know, I kudos to you, man, for wanting to tackle that.
I mean, it's a really difficult thing, because in China, their ID system on their phones is the way they've been able to shut down the pandemic really successfully.
Yeah.
So, you know, it's a double-edged sword, you know.
For sure. It's definitely not all bad. That's why I think we, you know, it just requires addressing how are we using it.
Absolutely, absolutely. No.
But thank you.
Really
Thank you, Josh. That's a great proposal. I think the city council, you know, community council way of approaching it is going to be a great way for us to all think about it. I think everybody feels like, I want to do something, but I don't know what I'm meant to do. So that sounds like a good starting place, and I hope we can all see those popping up and being involved them in our communities. So
thank you.
That's a great one to add to the archive too. That's a really great one on privacy to add to the archive too. We'll broadcast that out, that presentation, far and wide. Okay, but I don't know what I'm meant to do, so that sounds like a good starting place. And whoa, is that me?
All,
see those popping up and being involved in. Let's see here. Yeah, that's a YouTube video.
YouTube on delay. We've all.
Oh, I'm like, whoa, that's me. I'm double Brian.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I think these things are so, I mean, if we're going to start any kind of revolution, it's going to be local. And so I'm all for what we can do in our own backyards. And I'm saying those words because it's a nice segue to the next presenter. So just to keep the ball rolling, Ella is here, Marcella Borganicht is here, and she is an incredible reader of landscapes, and she can feel how they sense us, and in turn she helps us to feel how to sense them. And there's this, like, you know, she's an old soul inside of an 18-year-old. So look out for her. She's a really incredible human being. And she's off to University of British Columbia next year after pandemic has settled down, going to the School of Artistry, but also forestry. How about that? The art of forestry. And anyways, so she's going to teach us what else we can do in our own backyards.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
Hi, Marcella.
Hi.
All right. Are you ready? Are you ready, Marcella?
I am. Can you hear me?
You sound great.
Yes.
Yeah.
Awesome. Let's go. All right. Hi, I'm Ella Borganicht, and I'm an avid forager and love leading community nature walks. So as a almost forestry student, I am super passionate about how humans and plants can coexist in mutualistic symbiotic relationships. I've had the privilege of developing a program about communal and environmental love called Block Ecology, and we've got a lot to get to, so I will share with you now. So block ecology is about starting environmental change directly where we live by reimagining our lawns and blocks as urban meadows. The block ecology team and I have been experimenting with our own lawns by not mowing certain patches or deciding not to fertilize or use pesticides to see what species come up. We value the spontaneous urban plants that provide enormous benefits and need little human intervention. And so block ecology is an invitation for the community to experiment with us, even try one new practice on their lawns and see what happens. So we consider our yards as sites of personal responsibility that can reshape our community. This has emerged from local practices like foraging groups, self-guided audio, ecology tours, environments, justice workshops, panels, and other collaborative design projects. And just by starting on our own blocks, we see a future full of wider, wonderfully diverse urban meadows where it's harder to tell yards apart or exactly what is and isn't cultivated. So some patches may be mowed for fire pits, outdoor dining, picnics, and pickup soccer. People forage common meadow-like yards as they walk, gathering dandelion and lamb's quarters for salad greens, and community projects emerge to grow vegetables or set up the food forest. The once very real focus on buying and consuming has shifted towards slowing down, listening, and letting the environment lead. A deep sense of equity grows as we see how everyone and everything downstream benefits when we stop poisoning a place into a harmful vision of order. But that is the future. And now the simple act of doing nothing to your yard, or if you wish, almost nothing, will lead to powerful shifts in our local ecology. Just stop adding anything to your lawn and try cutting it less frequently. This alone is a revolutionary ecological act, an act of love, curiosity, humility, and wonder, which we desperately need. We consider this practice as a model for degrowth, mutual aid, multi-species commoning, biocultural diversity, equity, and the pleasure of neighborliness. And this is what has led us to call the Future Forward initiative that we're naming block ecology. So the first aspect of block ecology considers urban nature. The Western approach is to see nature as something separate from humans. It's outside of us and outside of our towns. But we are intertwined with thousands of species in our urban environment, in the air, in the cracks beneath our feet, in our lawns and waterways, and in this urban ecology has co-evolved with us over thousands of years. The second issue pertains to our perspective of spontaneous urban plants. Historically, especially for indigenous nations, these plants have been valued as important for medicine, food, and materials, but now many of us consider them weeds. In the face of climate change, these ignored and often maligned species harbor astonishing properties, like producing and stabilizing soils, bio and phytoremediation, sequestering carbon, providing habitat and stormwater retention, and they also handle human activities, including salt, compacted soils, a variety of toxins, as well as hotter and drier climate. Most importantly, these plants grow wherever they can. They do not need to be planted or tended. The third big issue that block ecology is addressing pertains to species migration. Species have always been migrating in complex manners, but they are now moving simply because they have no choice. For ecologists, climate change-induced migrations make focusing on native species conservation in urban environments often misguided. So this brings us to our fourth interest, lawns. The majority of lawns are poisoned with herbicides, pesticides, and fertilizers, leaving a toxic monoculture in its wake that depletes soil nutrients, killing creatures of all kind and poisoning those downstream. If we simply stop using toxic products on our lawn and let them grow, the spontaneous urban plants will emerge in a display of biodiversity. So we're asking, who gets to poison whom? Can each of us just do what we wish on our properties? Is planting and maintaining a highly managed monoculture just a personal aesthetic choice? What are the consequences of this model? Is it ecologically sane? Who benefits and who suffers? And who gets to decide who lives here? We need to ask ourselves how our decisions resonate throughout the greater community we belong to. We need to consider and address our practices holistically. So for us, this is a matter deeply ingrained with the pursuit of social and ecological justice. To answer these questions, let's start by attuning ourselves to where and who we already are. We all have assumptions about nature and where we live, so let's slow down a bit. This practice prioritizes deep listening and curiosity into our immediate environments, our bodies, homes, neighborhoods, and the larger eco-social history. Why are we personally so attached to certain ideas of order, beauty, and control? And why can't we let our environment lead? A positive framework to consider this in is the concept of the commons. If we view our spaces as interconnected and belonging to an ecosystem, our actions in such spaces will go beyond the interests of the individual or the privileged. When we attune ourselves to our surroundings and then share in the commons, your wilder lawn becomes a location for exchanging knowledge, nourishment, and values. Your spontaneous urban meadow becomes an invitation. You may find that you love your neighbors naturally growing maitake mushrooms, and they may adore your knotweed. So all of block ecology really is it's the hope of expanding into a spirit of urban ecological generosity, attuning to the spontaneous environment, multi-species commoning, reciprocity, and conviviality on your blocks through real dialogue and mutual concern. So this isn't all or nothing, this isn't radical, and this is about curiosity. It's about falling in love with the idea of our shared urban ecosystem. We invite you to join us by experimenting on your lawn this year, even just with one thing. Maybe you just wanted to start a patch in the corner or your backyard. And if you're not quite sure how to start, but you care and want to learn more, we'd love to connect with you. So we're currently working on yard signs and designs to connect more with our neighbors. And if you want to learn more, our website with Design Shed has an ecology walking tour, and we're planning some workshops in the near future. Our email is blockecologies@gmail.com. So please reach out and we'd love to meet you. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you very much, Marcella. That's a scene that I'm very happy to hear about. I always have these sort of guerrilla thoughts where, I kind of just want to buy a bunch of seeds, flower seeds, and just kind of sprinkle them around wherever I walk, just to kind of liven things up and make a place for the butterflies and the bees to come. That's we need more bees, we need more butterflies, we need more colorful flowers in our life, definitely.
Absolutely. Spread the joy.
It's really great. But it is true that here in Japan, although it's a very built up city to Tokyo, there is quite a lot of green, and people do tend green on the side of their buildings.
Not enough.
But the default here, if there's a building that's left, it will just be covered in greenery really quickly. It's kind of the default is green, and that's what, as you said, that these plants are so hardy and they can survive and cover things, within a season,
Yeah, it really does challenge what we think of as being resilient. Oftentimes I think these landscapes get politicized as being like blight, and then that leads to things like eminent domain. And so I think if we could change that narrative, it would be a way of bringing back equity into our cities, that people, we can enjoy all kinds of landscapes.
I know of a little town in Germany, which I visited, and their park in the city center, they left it natural on purpose, and to actually, kind of bring back this original ecology, but to bring back the birds, to bring back the butterflies, to bring back the bees, and all the insects that normally wouldn't be there, but which are so necessary for the whole ecology to work. So there are places who actively promote this, and I just wish there was more of it. So go for it, Marcella, loud, and I wasn't going to say aggressive, but
I have a question. First of all, I learned a great new word today. I think convivity.
Conviviality, yeah.
Conviviality. What a nice word. If I understand the etymology of that word, it's vivial, like life, right? And living together in some kind of harmony, right? I quite like that notion.
It has a bit of hurrah behind it.
It does. Conviviality. I really like that. And also another word. What's the what are you called? The person who I forgot what the name of the
initiative is called. Block Ecology.
No. I'm sorry. There's
right at the beginning.
So right at the beginning, you're like somebody who you take people on walks. What's that called?
Like foraging walks?
Foraging. Yeah. Is there somebody who takes? Is there a title for somebody who forages?
A forager.
Well, okay. I'm sorry. I learned a couple new words this year. Docient, right? That's somebody who oversees a house or a museum, right? It's right. so I kind of imagine this person I've already forgot it, as somebody who guides the general public through an ecological landscape, right? And I just, I was thinking about it, and if that's what you do, and I was thinking, Astrid, I know, who has quite the green thumb, and I who don't, and I wish I did, but I think that I wondered who goes with you, who's interested, because I have a hunch that it's people, like probably young people need to care about this more, and it's probably people, no offense, Astrid, but of who appreciate a different time. I'm gonna stick my shoe in my mouth here if I'm not careful, but who comes, who's most curious about these efforts? Is it people our age? Is it young people? Is it everybody? Is it runs the gamut?
Everyone.
Okay,
I've had
good.
entire families come, like from 6
Okay.
years old up to like grandparents, and surprisingly it's a lot of people who like cooking, so they find new herbs to use, or different mushrooms as like a meaty texture, and that tends to be what kind of draws people in.
But Brian, we just should say, and this is absolutely true, that we have 20 staff here, and Astrid does a plant test, and she brings plants in, and they have to name them. Herbs. So whether it's dill or mint or sage or basil. That's true, Brian, yeah?
Yeah, but that reminds me of a time in the rural jungles of Thailand. I spent a few weeks, and we stayed in a hut, and a guy who had stayed there for quite some time, he just walked into the woods and came back with food, delicious food that we ate every night.
Brian.
Yes, foraging, and I think
it happens in Tokyo. Nanami, when she was in kindergarten, the teacher was a forager, and I took her in the Meiji Jingu, which is the most sacred park in Japan, where you're not really supposed to take anything out of the park. And she came back with little, I don't know how they call it in English, onion scallions, okay, very tiny ones, very spicy, and foraged in the middle of Tokyo in the most sacred park.
You can sell them in your restaurant, I'm sure. Yeah, they'd love those.
I would think it's with us, Astrid.
Yeah. Not to go on, but I think a good advocacy entry point might be cuisine. I'm thinking to myself, if I use that as the impetus to force me into these landscapes, that might be the thing that takes me there more frequently.
Man, we got to run, we've got to forage. There's a lot of things we've got to do, Brian.
It's true.
Love, lots of love. Okay, I think we have Josh waiting in the wings.
Sorry about that. I thank you for answering that. And where's Josh? Where'd he go? Let's see.
I think we have Sam up.
Sam.
Yeah, Sam is our third presenter.
Sam's here.
And I'm going to force this segue a little bit, but if we were letting things go ecologically, Sam is going to show us what it means to let ideas go so that we can flourish and love, the unknown. So I think that's where we're going to leave it.
Okay.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
You sound great,
yes,
Sam.
all good.
Beautiful. Yeah, I'm going to talk about a little backyard activity. And for those who aren't as comfortable in their backyard, I have a little escape plan for you.
Are you ready, Sam? Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready when you are.
Okay, the 20 slides are yours.
All right. All of us have ideas, right? Okay, if you're anything like me, maybe you have a note section in your phone full of them. Like I'll do that someday. Or maybe you have ideas and you're just not sure how to execute them. Well, tonight I'll be speaking about how to let your cooped up ideas go and sharing how I did. My name is Samuel Falzone. I am an industrial designer based in Montclair, New Jersey. But first, I'm a child of creatives and one who gets a lot of inspiration from his mother. She wears the hat as a creative director as well as a single parent. And since a young kid, I've always been interested in what she has done. I remember preparing to move to Montclair. I was clearing out the attic and I stumbled upon a box of her once prized student work. And in the box, I was immediately drawn to this ink painting that read, "Ciao, baby." This was hilarious because I've always heard my mom use this expression with her girlfriends or whoever it might be.
For those who don't know, ciao is an Italian salutation for both hello and goodbye. 2 years ago, I had a dream of studying abroad. And this consisted of fleeing New Jersey to move to Italy, to further my education, of course, to live and learn the Italian craft of leatherwork. Now, I did some research and I found a program in Florence, Italy, offering accessory design and leather technology. A great program fit for me. But I thought to myself, how could I afford this? I could get a job and work for someone, but I have so many ideas of my own and projects that I wish to pursue. Then the light bulb went off. The baby of the family going to Italy. Ciao, baby. This painting that my mother did. This nostalgic color palette, timeless typography, provocative messaging. I thought, could this get me there? First, I did a self-assessment of skills. Okay, I can work with my hands, I can sew, I know how to operate within computer programs, but I'm broke, right? So this could make or break me even more. So I had to be resourceful. I did an inventory of tools and I said, what do I have? I have a laptop, a sewing machine, and oh yeah, I have access to Montclair State University's 3D printing lab. This is a great place to work. So I got to work immediately. I was in there every day until about 2 weeks into the summer. My mom called and she said, Sam, you have no money. You know, you plan on leaving, you need money. I said, Mom, if I do this right, it could all work out. She said, you need guaranteed money. I said, okay, all right. Well, thank God for Montclair's food culture. In about 2 hours, I found myself bussing tables at an Italian restaurant. All right, Mom's happy. I got a job, a mindless job, but one that left me with enough brain capacity for my creative endeavors. So I bunkered down in the studio and I got busy. I clocked in every day for 3 months, producing a product range of garments and home decors. It looked great to me. I loved it. But would it interest others? I didn't know. So I teased it on my social media and I got a great response. Enough of one where I knew I had to make it happen. All right, so I got to market this and I got to sell it. There will have to be some kind of release as well. You know, maybe I'll have a party. A friend and I devised a plan and we thought maybe we'll ask our friend's band to perform at the party in exchange for a logo design. They said yes. And through word of mouth, my friend's mother offered to cater the event. I said, okay, great. I have a party on my hands. Now I got to invite people. So I set up the back patio of my mother's home into a pop-up shop. And I invited people. And believe it or not, people came. More than I expected. And the product started moving. So much so that I did a second order. Now, I'm a very passionate person, and this is very hard for me to hide. And I found that my excitement got others excited. And next thing you knew, I was booking flights to Italy. I packed my bag and I included some leftovers of the collection in hopes to maybe sell and feed myself in the motherland. If there's one thing I learned, it's that actions speak louder than the notes in your phone. All you have to do is plan. Everyone has ideas. I mean, I'm sure you can think of one. Just go into the notes on your phone or your notebook. They're just sitting there. Pick one. Do a self-assessment of your skills. Write them down. What are you capable of? Then look at your resources. What can you tap into? As young professionals, we're always networking, right? For those older people, you have a network. So what good is a network if you're not using it? So I say devise a plan. It doesn't matter how big or small you start. Just explore something you're passionate about. Passion, it truly pushes product. And this is what's so important. When you're passionate about something, people will react to that. They respond. So I encourage you to look at your resume, look at the skills you've listed. Like you could do these things, right? So now do those things for yourself. Put yourself in control and take action. I'm just hoping that sharing my story and the plan that I went through with to got me where I wanted to go will maybe inspire you to do some of your passion projects and things that you love. I let my ideas go, and I hope the same for you. Thank you.
Oh, no, Mark, there's more presentations. Sorry. No, sorry, Lima's up. Okay, thank you for that. Wow, that was great. That was a great story. I did a left turn. That's not where I was expecting we were going. What a great story. Yeah, I hate having to ask my wife to sew anything for me. I'm a great hand sewer, but that machine, I never figured out where those dang things go. And I know it's not hard, but if somebody would sit down, I'm really jealous, envious that you got going. So that maybe you've inspired me to maybe today.
Yeah, nothing happens overnight.
Yeah, you're right. Well, thanks, Sam. And that concludes, I think, our presentations from Montclair. Those were great. Those were lovely. Yes. Thank you. PechaKucha, thank you so much for curating such a lovely, some lovely presenters. Oh. And we're going to move south of the border down to Lima, Peru, who's also on this hour. Hello, Lima.
Hello.
Yeah, we're great to see Daniela, are you good? It's nice to see you again. I know we got to see each other a little bit before the events, for these hangouts that we had, but it's nice to hang out with you for a little bit online.
Yeah, and it's Lima's a great PechaKucha city. I'm just checking here. This is your 45th volume, so thank you so much for all of your passion and support over the years. It's really, really fantastic. And again, fabulous poster design, unbelievable. So thank you.
I'm here also with Gonzalo. There.
Hello, guys.
Hi, Gonzalo.
Good night. Good morning.
Hi.
Good afternoon.
Hi.
It's so nice to be here.
Thank you for coming, Gonzalo. It's wonderful to have you guys. We've been talking with Gabriel from old days, yes, and he's in Barcelona now.
Yes,
and we've got a project going on in Barcelona, and he's going to maybe get on board. It's with the United Nations, and wow, that guy. Are you old friends with him?
Yeah, we were partners.
That guy has he's a volcano of energy. He really is.
Brian, I was just Lima, Peru goes back to the 26th of February, 2009.
Wow.
So,
so thank you. Wow. But the energy is amazing. And has it continued this long? Great.
Yeah. We are really happy. Yeah. It has through the years, the group has grown, changed, and it has been really inspiring for all of us. So yeah. We are really happy to be here.
And Lima's such a beautiful...
We never get tired to print the special touch in the events. It's very tireful, but at the same time, it's lovely to form part of this special thing. Actually, all the organizers, as myself and Daniela, and a very big group that comes with us, fell in love of PechaKucha, and since the very first beginning, and it's amazing. It's this 11 years has passed so fast.
Amazing.
and it's a really good. It's a very nice theme. Like the ones we want to print in our events.
Great. Well, any city that can paint its square yellow, bright yellow, if you just go back one, Brian, that's an amazing shot, actually, as an architect, when you look at it, that bright yellow plaza. Unbelievable.
Yeah, cool. Very cool.
We can see where the energy comes from.
Yeah, the center of the city.
Sunshine Plaza.
The sun.
So, well,
Well, shall we start?
Yes, we are really happy to have two amazing women to represent our city tonight. And I'm really, really happy to introduce Francisca. Personally, she has been inspiring me since a lot of years. So I'm like really, really happy that she's gonna be able to share that light and force with all of you. Francisca loves to the sea has led her to dedicate her life to fight against plastic pollution. So I would just let her talk and share her story with all of you. I hope you enjoy it.
Thank you, Daniela. Francisca, are you ready?
Hi, yes, I'm ready whenever you're ready.
Let's do it. Okay, the 20 slides are yours.
Okay, thank you. So I wanted to title my presentation like this, The Little Girl and the Sea, as a way to showcase a new type of relationship with the ocean, comparing it to Hemingway's The Old Man and the Sea. So I grew up going to the beach with my family and friends. That's a place where I grew up, where I shared a lot of experiences with my friends and family, and a place that really shaped my emotions. I was born in 1986. At that time, women in Peru were allowed to vote only 8 years before I was born. 20 years before I was born, the first natural reserve in Peru was created, and it took us 60 years to create our first marine reserve. And by that time, we had already produced 1 billion tons of plastic. It took us 30 years to produce that amount of material, and only 5 years from 2020 to 2015 to produce 2.5 billion tons of that material. So 12 years ago, I started diving, and that really opened my eyes to a new world. And that brought me closer to how humanity was threatening marine ecosystems. And actually, my love for sharks was my door to understanding how human activities were endangering marine biodiversity. So by then, I understood that what I cared most was not actually like making money, but helping other people to live better lives. And I did that by studying philosophy and then dedicating myself to education. So the ocean was always something that I wanted to bring into my my choice as a teacher. So I started bringing closer to people how human activities were impacting the ocean, not only beaches, but the surface, the water column, and the ocean floor. So I wanted to show people that what we saw on the beaches was actually the tip of the iceberg of much bigger problems that were endangering the health of the ocean, which is what regulates our climate and what regulates our atmosphere. So that's how I understand. I started like digging in and realized that plastic was becoming a pretty huge issue. So it became my main purpose for action. I didn't know exactly what I had to do or how to do it, but I knew that I had to protect the ocean from human impact. So then I realized that I had to start small. I love surfing, I love spending time in the ocean. So I decided that that was going to be how I was going to start working for the ocean and like spreading the word across sports communities at first, which then led me to bringing ocean literacy to places like a jail for women in Peru and also schools. And eventually this led me to working with fishermen. Because if we don't protect the ocean, we're going to get in really big problems. But the only way to protect it is to get to know the ocean and find ways to get people closer to the ocean and start loving what lives there. So I got closer to the artisanal fishing here in Peru, which provides millions of jobs, but it's a very difficult industry here in Peru because people lives in extreme poverty. There are many social and environmental needs around this industry. So I realized that I had to cross a lot of boundaries, social boundaries, which was quite a challenge. But eventually, good relationships with fishermen led me to collect my first 1.5 tons of plastic from artisanal fishing, which now I am recycling. I developed this circular economy model which now led me to design flower pots in order to create a second use for the plastic that I collected from the artisanal fishing. 34 years later, we have produced more than 8 billion tons of plastic, which we need to address. And I am trying to find a very small scale, locally oriented way to target plastic pollution. So my slogan or my mantra is like, even though we cannot do all the good our planet needs, the planet needs all the good that me or that I can do. So that's how I keep myself focused and energized in order to continue working for the ocean's health. Thank you.
Bravo.
Thank you,
Bravo.
Francesca.
Yeah, it's been interesting. I mean, what is great that there is a global awareness of this within our community. We've had a couple of presentations. Right at the beginning, we had a presentation by a Japanese group called My Mizu, which means My Water. And they have an app and they log all of the shops and places you can get your water bottle refilled. Even if you can walk in to the shop without buying anything, they'll refill your water bottle. And I think they have over 200,000 places in Japan or around the world. But they told us an amazing statistic that in Japan, 25 billion PET bottles are used a year, 25 billion. Wow. And so Astrid has made these cards. We also see a lot of plastic use in restaurants or hotels, and she's got these use less plastic business cards. And just quietly, we don't embarrass anybody, but she gives them the card when they've got too many plastic bowls or knives and forks. And it actually, I'm really embarrassed when she gives the cards out, but a couple of weeks later, we'll go to the same store and they'll come up to her and say, "Hey, look, we've got wooden knives and forks or paper." So it really works. And just going from a very grassroots level is really, really important. So
exactly. We need to go grassroots because plastic pollution is not like an abstract problem, and plastic pollution is related to local human activities that we need to target, and we need to address all the plastic these activities use. So we need to look this problem locally, not only globally. I mean, global data is important, but we need to target it locally first.
Yes. there might be a PechaKucha presentation, I'm not sure, about a lady in Africa who is an entrepreneur who's been recycling lots of plastic, just like you. And she's been making plastic pavers, bricks for your Sunshine Plaza. You can put, instead of making terracotta bricks, she makes she recycles and makes plastic bricks.
With like a heated press. We'll try and dig it out and we'll share it with you.
Yeah, I mean, plastic is a wonderful material, but it's also got like this shady side that we also need to get in touch with and make it real and understand it above all.
Very good.
You're so cool,
Thank
Francisca. You're so cool that you care about this so deeply, and so cool that you're such a good surfer too, I think.
Oh yeah. So Yves Beha, who's presented many times at PechaKucha, is a good friend of ours on PechaKucha, and he's an industrial designer. He's just done a range of sunglasses made from ocean waste. They come all in different plastics. They're surfing sunglasses, and it's quite a large percentage of the price goes to helping reduce plastic in the ocean. So check that out if you can.
Anyway,
awesome.
Go.
Okay.
Thank you.
Our next presenter.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Francisca.
Sorry, Brian. I would like to introduce our next speaker.
Please do.
She has prepared a very powerful presentation about a journey on love, and she is a biologist. She's a coach, and she has she's specialized on happiness. Her passion is helping people reach their full potential and happiness through authenticity and self-connection. She uses coaching, mindfulness, and yoga techniques following the guidelines of the science of happiness to achieve this. Well, without further ado, please let me introduce Steph Martins. Hello, Steph.
Hi, Steph.
Hello. Hi, everyone. Thank you, Gonzalo, for that introduction. I'm super happy to be here. Okay.
Steph, are you ready?
Here we go.
Okay.
As ready as I'll get.
Okay, let's get your slides. Oh, you're shared. All right, over to you.
Okay. So when we talk about love, we usually think about romantic love, about having a partner or a current relationship. We think about Disney and Pretty Woman, when we don't never get to see what happens afterwards. So I hope these days teenagers are better informed and also that they are a little bit more realistic. In that sense, we use love as a synonym of passion. We also confuse it with lust, with pleasure. We use it to feel company and to feel safe. Sometimes we even put our worth on that person we love or think we do. So we also mistake it with self-esteem. If we go ahead on this journey, then we think about our family, our parents, our siblings, children, everything that they've given us and that we want to give back. We remember with beautiful nostalgia when we were kids and all the adventures that warm up our hearts. Maybe we also think about what could have been and we feel a little bit of pain, and that's okay. Love is also our friends, the sister from another mister, those we seek when we're in an emergency or when we want to celebrate. We have fun with them, we grow, we take risks, go on adventures. When we are kids, we discover the world behind our parents' side. And as we grow up, they also become our family. And how not to mention love for animals, wild, majestic animals that make this planet such a special place. And of course, our pets, who have played a key role this past year as our partners and as our confidence, unconditional. If I can describe them in one word, it probably would be love. And just like that, we arrive in our love for nature, love for the oceans, the rivers, and the mountains, for the blue sky, and for a warm, sunny day, for the snow, and even for storms. Nature is not part of us. We are part of nature. She welcomes us and allows us to exist. She makes us feel that we belong, and that is wonderful. A different kind of love is a love for pleasure. Travel, read, dance, eat, make love. Love for those activities that fill us with energy, that bring that light in our days. And that these days we need more than ever. They are gifts that add every day, and there's always one that's available waiting to be called upon. There's so many ways to see and to describe love, to feel it and to live it, to share it. It's very important to give it, but also to know how to receive it. Sometimes I inhale and I fill with love, and I exhale and I give love. And it can be just that simple. Feeling love makes me happy. And that's what we all want in life, right? That's what I think, happiness. The problem comes when we try to interpret what is happiness, and we look for happiness through success, through different goals. And when we don't achieve them, we don't know how to be grateful, and we disconnect from ourselves and from love. Reality is that it's happiness that makes us successful, and it's gratitude what makes us happy. And what can make us feel more grateful if it's not love? Genuine love towards us, towards those who surround us, towards the planet, towards life. And what else makes us happy? The largest study in Harvard has more than 70 years and has followed more than 700 men from different social classes in Boston. And what do you think they found out? That the quality of the relationships that we have are the #1 predictor of our health and of our happiness. So I ask you, do you prioritize your relationships? Do you cultivate real relationships with quality time? And do you present yourself authentically? Because giving priority and being authentic are key to strengthen those relationships. But wait, who realized that we didn't speak about self-love? Because usually when we talk about love, we don't think about ourselves. The only love that should be unconditional and that lasts all our lives, that even if we run away from it, if we betray it, that if we don't want it, it will always be there waiting. And it's the most important one, to be authentic. So after the year we've had, self-love is the greatest gift we can give, because it will not only make us happy, it'll make us better people. It'll help those that surround us, because happier people are the ones that give more, that contribute, are the most generous and most compassionate. Self-love is not selfish, the other way around. And self-love can be cultivated in different ways, through compassion, for example. Sometimes it's pretty easy to recognize other people's pain and we try to help them. But when it's about ourselves, we're demanding, intolerant. So what if we treat ourselves the way our best friend would? Self-love is also giving sense to our life, meaning Nietzsche said, "He who has a why to live for can bear almost anyhow." So waking up and having a purpose fulfills our soul. It's like a lighthouse that sheds light for the boats. So what do you look forward when you wake up? Ask yourself that always. Self-love is also giving. Giving makes us happier than receiving, and that's also a study from Harvard. So love for others, for our neighbors, is an opportunity to be generous and thus to be happy. And without realizing it and without trying, it gives sense to our lives, helping with our time, our words, listening, or our money. Try it out. Self-love is taking care of ourselves, and the key lies in NEST: nutrition, exercise, sleep, and touch. So eat healthy and eat only until you're 80% full. Move constantly and try to practice sports 3 times a week. Take a rest during the weeks and during your day, and hug whoever is close to you. And now that we know how to love ourselves better, I propose we look outwards. And since there's little time, I want to challenge you to one single task. Write someone a gratitude letter. Thank them for whatever they did or just for existing, and then read it to that person. I promise your relationship will forever change. Thank you for joining me in this journey around love. Today, I allowed myself to remember the power of love, how lucky I am, and how every single day is an opportunity to choose love and to choose happiness. Thank you.
Bravo.
Thank
wow.
you guys.
Amazing. Really lovely. Very lovely.
I'm glad you enjoyed it.
I need to love myself more, I think.
Yeah, we all do. Yeah. It's a systemic problem, so we all do.
Yes, yes. I think you guys, Mark and Astrid, you might be muted or your microphone might be off, but.
Sorry,
Oh.
sorry, but lovely presentation.
Yeah, I was just saying, Brian, yeah, we love you unconditionally, whatever, and all the time. So.
Yeah, sure.
But no, Steph, yes, thank you again for kind of making this really straightforward presentation in a way. You know, it's so easy and obvious, and yet we're not kind of expressing it enough in its simple form. So thank you for just calling it what it is.
Exactly. That's why I need that Latin American passion that you have. Yeah.
Yeah.
It comes through really.
Thank you, guys. We take so many things for granted, and we just need sometimes a little bit of a reminder.
Yes.
So yeah, thank you for the opportunity, and it's been amazing.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Okay, well that almost wraps up our hour. We have the person who submitted their slides the very last.
No, not true.
No, that's true. That's true. It's true. Technically, okay, I'll fine, Astrid. I'll let you say.
You've blown the surprise now.
We're gonna bring Astrid on to stage, and before we close out this hour, Astrid's gonna present 10 slides on something she loves. So without further ado, Astrid, are you ready?
Not quite.
Okay.
It is the 23rd hour, and it is the first time I'm doing a 10 by 10. And like so many of you have found out doing this 10 by 10 challenge, you want to say more than fits in 10 seconds. And so I've been editing, and I tried to memorize it. I really worked on it. But now I'm too tired. So I will just kind of do a little bit of reading and cheating here. Okay.
Off you go, Brian.
Off we go.
Go for it, Astrid.
Lots of people love flowers, but I particularly love a little flower vase in the morning. It's just so energizing while I brush my teeth. I also love to have dinner every night with a little flower, a candle, and a beautiful tablecloth, a small luxury at the end of a long day. And I love my special cup, crystal glasses, and stylish coasters. But mostly I love to combine the colorful flowers with different vases. The little gold one is a present from my daughter, Nanami. Last April, she moved out to Kyoto to go to university, and like every parent, I was half sad to see her go, but also half proud to see how grown up she has become. But Nanami found this lovely service where every month she would choose flowers, which then get sent to me, and then I know she's thinking of me. I love it in the winter months when the sun is low and perfectly shines through the window, throwing beautiful shadows across the table. And then I try to take interesting photographs, which I then send back to Nanami. She has a really good graphic sense of color, contrast, and composition. And I want to impress her a little bit. Not easy. It is nice to get a sense of the passing seasons just by enjoying the flowers. And then sometimes I wonder what they mean in the language of flowers, like this little dwarf sunflower, for example, stood for adoration in Victorian times. And we celebrate with red flowers every event that symbolizes cheer, success, passion, and love. And I love PechaKucha.
Whoa! Now I'm gonna. We have to have that. That was so moving, Astrid. I had the tissue box ready. So we have the tissue box by the office table because we get quite emotional. So I need one too. So thank you.
Well, thank you, Astrid, for that lovely presentation. You don't get to see, that's a special occasion. Astrid actually, surprisingly, despite being one of the co-founders of PechaKucha, never actually gives PechaKucha presentations all that often.
So I have to break that rule.
Yeah, so that was a special treat. And that concludes our hour. I want to say thank you to Montclair and thank you to Lima. You guys keep up the PechaKucha passion in your cities, and we'll see you at your next PechaKucha.
Yeah, exactly, Brian. I was going to say the same.
Okay. So I've been waiting.
Lots of love from Tokyo.
I've been waiting for this all day.
Yeah.
Okay.
Almost
We're
there.
here. We're here.
What was that Michael had tattooed on his arm?
Hooray! Love the process.
Trust the process. Trust the process, Brian. Trust the process. Cross that finish line.
So for this hour, we've got Cholula, we're keeping it in Latin America-ish. We got on the border and south of the border in El Paso and Cholula. We're very happy to have Miriam and the Cholula team and the El Paso team. And let's go ahead and kick off this last hour of this amazing 24-hour journey. We're nearly there.
Hi, everybody.
Hello.
So let's see who's up first. I think we have Cholula up first.
That's right.
Okay, let's see here. Let's go. Tell us tell us about this photo. I'd actually never looked up. The only thing I know about Cholula must not be correct, but it's that very famous hot sauce that we love in America. It doesn't actually come from Cholula, does it?
No, it doesn't, Brian.
Yeah, I didn't think so. But how about this volcano? Do you actually see this volcano every day?
Yes, I see it every time I run in. I do running. So it's called Popo. Popo, short name, and Popocatépetl, large name. So we're very keep it short, Popo.
Is it active? Is it frequently active, or was this just a once in a lifetime kind of thing? Or
I think it's once in a lifetime eruption, like big eruption.
I see.
It's a quiet volcano, so they're keep it that way. So yeah.
And you guys have does the volcano life, does it come with earthquakes, and what's the how does it affect the daily life, or not so much?
Well, we have ashes, like the simple things, but not too much. We have little eruptions and like smoke, but that's all. We don't need earthquakes or something like that. No.
Well, we want to know more about Cholula and what Cholula is famous for. So I think it will probably be some amazing presenters that you curated for us. And do you want to take it away? It's over to you, Miriam.
Well, I will say to you, Brian, when I'm ready. I want to give a short review of Cholula.
Please.
I am the official organizer of this event, and it's my first time as a host and as a speaker also. And yeah, I'm
good luck.
My own event. So yes, because I think people here in Mexico are a little, just not so happy as it could be. I think the political situation and all the things around economic pandemics are hit us very, very hard in Mexico City. So we're facing crisis, we are facing unemployment, but I don't want to talk about ugly things. I want to talk about what I love. And yeah, I'm ready, Brian.
Okay, let's do it.
So here I am. Hello, everyone. Good evening. My name is Miriam Leon, and I'm here to present my professional project in La Social. So as you see here, there's a little representation about me. I'm a graphic designer. I love people. I love writing. I love music. I love money, of course, and I love fashion and publicity. So here I am, a graduated designer of Universidad de las Américas Puebla. And as you see, I wasn't very in love with my career. So this was very funny because I speak with my dad about study in New York City, but it doesn't get in well for that. So I start writing a blog, a personal blog, and it helped me to express my inner self. And I started to write into a blog, which is based in Mexico City, was called Le Touch. And it was very cool because we're talking about fashion, music, things that I love it. Then in 2010, I started to create a podcast show with a friend, which was called In the Magazine. And it was a podcast. Really wasn't the hit in 2010, like right now, but yeah. And then this project took me to make a fashion blog, which was called In the Magazine. And I was posted on Facebook and also on social media as a Tumblr blog. So I was studying graphic design, but then I'm converted in a blogger. What cool is that? So yeah, I started a blog, and then I started my first website in a WordPress, and we were talking about fashion, music, photography, etc., etc. So this platform right now is a platform, but before was a podcast, then a blog, then a fanzine, and it was like, what is about this, no? And it took me 3 years to figure it out and to reanalyze and organize. So this is in the social. In the social is, as the first time, a public audience and then a streaming public platform. And it's based in Mexico City, in Puebla, and in Cholula. So the topics here are fashion, music, and of course, graphic design. So we are a digital platform with leadership and opinion. We believe that in Mexico, we require more digital projects, not only that promotes culture, but also education, awareness, knowledge, and of course, improvement in social movement. So we are very aware about fashion, but in a responsible way. We are about to allies. We have allies in our platform as a Mola, which is a fashion Uruguayan, Colombian brand, which is based on responsible fashion and sustainable fashion. We have allies with Ibero Puebla, which is a university. And we have PechaKucha, of course. We have Mozilla, which are the founders of Firefox. And these are examples of our events, which is in 2019. This was Mola Regional Mexico, and it was organized with Mola and Ibero, and in the social, of course. And were speakers, a conference, and the topics were more fashion responsible, and all this stuff. Here in PechaKucha Cholula 2019, I organized it in Cervecería Cholula, which is a cool beer place to drink a personal beers. And of course, we have a cool speakers. And here with Vitamin Club, we organized an event called Women on Deck, which is an event focused on gender and equality here in Mexico City. We need more visibility with women in electronic music. So we made this event and it was awesome. Also, we have coverage in around Mexico City, and we have coverage with Noise Lab, Mutec Mexico, Mercedes-Benz Fashion Week, and Well Shop NH. I'm a little nervous, sorry. So I want to express this. This is Scalar Mexico, which was Noise Lab, White Boy Berlin, and Mutec Mexico collaboration. And this was a large installation that explored the complex impact of light and sound on human perception. And this was on 2019. Here with Hugo and Rodriguez, this event was made in an incredible house, which was centered in the Mexico City Historic Center. And it was sponsored by Budweiser. It was a cool event. Yes, it was. And of course, we have Well Shop, which was an holistic health and beauty experience event with like lessons conference. And the most important thing, there were Mexican Olympic athletes, there were people like international yogis, and of course, world-renowned nutritionists. So it was based on wellness. And finally, this was Mercedes-Benz Fashion Week, which we have the opportunity to interview this Mexican fashion designer, Alejandra Roa. And it's called, well, it's based in Guadalajara. And right now she made an alliance with Fashion Business Review and Mercedes-Benz Fashion Week. And finally, this is my contact. So everyone who wants to keep in touch with me, they can write me. Well, you can write me at this email, Facebook, Twitter, Insta. And I want to thank Astrid, Brian, Tomoko, Mark, all the people, all the team around the world, around PechaKucha that made this possible. I love you so much. I celebrate you. And I'm going to thank you for giving me this opportunity. That's it.
Yay!
Miriam, thank you. And thank you for all you do with Inda Social, bringing all these creative people together and, you know, giving them an outlet with Inda Social. It's so important. And I can tell, you know, it's a lot of work and it's very tough, as we all know, but it's so rewarding when people give back and when it makes so many people happy. So keep at it. And yes, thank you again for doing all this.
As somebody said in one of the, excuse me, as somebody said in one of the presentations, it's the end of
Hour
24.
24.
Yes, it's giving is receiving.
Yeah.
And I think that's really important. All you give, you actually get back in a completely different way. So thank you very much.
No, thanks you guys. And I hope my nerves wasn't getting bad, but okay. I do my best.
All good, all good. It's love. There's
is there, okay. Miriam, was it just you who was doing the presentation?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. That's so great. Thank you so much, Miriam. One of the best, well, the best part of this, being a part of this organization is to get to travel around the world to all these places I didn't know about before. And Cholula is on my list now of places I need to know about. And I need to go visit, and I need to go visit.
You have to come. You have to come.
Yeah, because I have friends there. So and I have family there. I have PK family there that I have to go visit, you know?
Yeah, and you know, Popo looks like Mount Fuji.
Yeah.
Sorry, Mount Fuji looks like Popo, I think.
And Miriam, when you go to Guangzhou, you can go visit Tom. He's PechaKucha family. And when you go to Townsville, who's still on the call here, I think on the 24th, they're your family too. And
in Osaka, we have Yuho is still curing his barbecue fire.
He's still stoking it there.
Yuho, how are you doing with the fire?
Is the fire still burning in Osaka? The PechaKucha.
I truly hope Astrid, Mark, and Brian, the three, and Tomoko also, that the invitation is open to come to Cholula, and I will be your guide, your Mexican guide, and also if you want to travel to Mexico City, no problem. So yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And come to Tokyo. Everybody come to Tokyo too.
And I'm sure Sean is dying to come as well over in our office in Chicago. So
yeah.
Thank you so much for the kind invitation.
Okay, we're here. We're here. Give it up for El Paso.
Yay!
Closing us out.
We're so honored.
Oh my goodness. We are here. The final. It's the final
count.
Okay.
Hey, well, it's great to welcome our fantastic team in El Paso who who've got so much passion. They come to Tokyo often, and we go virtually to El Paso. And it's just been a real wonderful love affair with you guys. And want to say thank you for all you do for PechaKucha in El Paso.
Oh no, thank you. We are so happy to be a part of the family of PechaKucha. We've been doing it here in El Paso since 2008, so now a little over 12 years. And we have enjoyed to get to know all of you personally from our visits to Tokyo for powwows, and most recently in Cleveland for a huddle. And I also want to give a special thanks to Astrid, Mark, and Brian for helping us do a pretty innovative AIA Design Awards this last year via this the same format we're doing PechaKucha Day today on. So thank you very much for helping us with that this past year as well.
Bill, we want to iron something out real quick. Your audio is something wonky. It's wonky. Do you have a headphone you can plug in with a mic on it? It's just going. It's something.
Oh, all right.
Weird with it. Sounds like a bad connection or something. You're muted, Astrid. You're muted.
Yeah.
How's that, Bill? Any better? Yeah, we couldn't get out of the Zoom without having one more. I should knock on wood. Knock on wood.
That's okay. Yeah, no problem.
So I think what Bill was saying is that we work with El Paso, and Bill's an architect, or the whole team are architects, I think. And we held a big award ceremony on PechaKucha for the American Institute of Architects, the El Paso chapter. And we ran the competition on PechaKucha, and then we had the award ceremony, and everybody made presentations, and Astrid and I were the judges. But it was a really interesting. It was an honor, and I think it's a really great format for other people to use the PK Curate platform for awards ceremonies and competitions.
Bill, how are we doing? I'm tangled up. I'm tangled up in blue, literally.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, I think that's got it.
Earplugs to the rescue.
Okay. Now, please have a look at Brian. He's wearing something very special here.
Yes. Yes.
You're sporting the in situ swag.
Hey.
Oh, there you go. The stickers in a place of honor.
Okay. So over to you, Bill.
Yeah, so I'm sorry for the audio, but it is what it is, right?
It's good now.
So we've been doing PechaKucha in El Paso since 2008, so a little over 12 years. I first met Mark during my graduate work in Buffalo, and presented first at a Buffalo PechaKucha night, and when came back to El Paso, we started it here shortly thereafter in 2008, and it's been a real blessing for our community, and so we're very pleased. So we have 4 of us presenting tonight, including myself and my daughters, to wrap it up.
Wow.
Cool.
I think.
And go ahead.
Edgar, we got Edgar queued up here. We'll just bring you guys. Who do we have here? We got Edgar first. And
that's right.
Edgar, we have Valerie.
We have Valerie, and then we have Ursula and Stephen after that.
Okay.
And then,
Valerie.
and then we will wrap it up.
Brilliant.
Ursula and Stephen.
And we've got Adonai and Gabriella, my daughter, is also on the line.
Hi, guys.
Hi, everybody.
Hi.
There we go.
Hi.
Okay, Edgar. What else do we need to do, Bill? Are we good to go?
I'll just give a little introduction of Edgar. Edgar's my cohort in city organizing here in El Paso, but most importantly, my longtime friend and partner at In Situ Architecture. we've been practicing together since 2012, and he has many, many, many more years of experience than that in practicing architecture. He has a real passion for architecture, and he's going to talk today about one of the projects we love most from our practice together at In Situ. And so Edgar, just let Brian know when you're ready to go.
Okay, guys, thank you for having us. Astrid, Mark, Brian, and Timiko, thank you so much. I'm ready anytime, Brian.
Let's do it. Edgar, the 20s, everybody can mute their microphones, please. Let's go ahead, everybody. Yep. Okay, and Edgar, the 20 slides are yours.
Perfect. I like to present the West Side Natatorium, but most of it, I want to present something that we architects love to do. We love to design buildings where people is gonna live, is gonna work, is gonna interact, is gonna love, is gonna spend most of their time. This is the West Side Natatorium. Natatorium seems like a simple building typology for almost everybody, but actually represents several technical challenges, but more than challenges are opportunities for us. The selection of the site was very, very important. The site and the location are very important. But on this case, what we did is create an element that defined the building. And that element was a butterfly roof. That butterfly roof helped us not only economically, but structurally to design the space. As you can see over there on this critical cross section, the butterfly roof is a V shape where the spectators to the left create a space, reduce the amount of air that have to be air conditioned, and at the same time create unobstructed views of the pool. As you can see here on a better picture. But the main thing, being in a public building, it was very important, the selection of materials. Materials that they don't require a lot of maintenance, like precast concrete, walls, the beams on the top, you can see our glue lamp composition beams with rods, with tension rods, and also long span deck for the acoustics. Also a 1-inch insulated glass because of the heat gain. But the main important is you want to make a beautiful building. We have a spectacular views to the east, but also we have a very harsh sun here on the southwest in El Paso. The west side, it was very important. This is the west side that you can see on the top of the spectators. A small fenestration help us to very, very clearly define that facade, not to have any solar gains. These are the views and how you enter the building, how you enter the space for not only for the public, but also for the competition teams. We create a very, very large windows facing east. We have a very, very great opportunity to do that. This is the east elevation. As you can see, we have an amazing sunset here in El Paso. The mountain is behind us. So these windows are facing the mountain. Imagine the colors of the sunset right on the mountain, and you're sitting, watching a meet, watching a competition, and seeing this beautiful sunset on the back. This is the view of the spectators. Another opportunity and challenge that we have, there are so many events that we have to put at the same time. It's a public space. So creating this floating bulkhead that you see on the middle, then it moves as we need it. And it creates space for water polo, for synchronized swimming, for kids events, even for elderly water aerobics. You can see the mountains on the back. You see the upper windows. You can see it's like a postcard. And the windows on the bottom, they open to the outside so that we blur the space from the inside into the outside. Some of those are garage doors that led the competition teams to meander outside or be on the waiting list outside. So it was very spectacular space. But El Paso, Juarez, Las Cruces, we have a population more than 2 million, and we don't have an indoor competition pool. where it helped the kids to be healthy, to be alive, and to be and compete, not only on the sport, but in their life. So we create a space that suddenly in our city, many schools and private clubs become alive and have now a bunch of clubs around the city for competing, not only local, but it's also regional and also across the border. Juarez is right on the other side of the river. And we love to create spaces where people live, work, interact, and love. But we have a great opportunity on this building to be on the selected team to select an artist. This is a city building, and the city has a program that every public building, 10%, it goes to the arts. So it helped us to select this dynamic artist, architect, Mark Fornes, who is from the Very Many, that's his company, and help us to create this amazing canopy at the entrance. People, when you talk to some people, they think that it's a circus tent, a parachute, a waterfall, whatever they call it. It's an amazing space to be under, to be protected, to be welcoming with open arms, and people love it. And the amazing thing that Mark did is grab the colors of the sunset and put it on these computer-generated pieces that you can see on the right, and the colors he created and put it on this amazing piece of dynamic art. The shadow that he created those openings is amazing. Look like a rain, and it's so welcoming. And I love this entrance. And I love when the people is like attracted, like a magnet to be under that, waiting for their parents to pick them up. So this is what we love, and this is architecture. This is our passion, and we love to see people loving the space that we create for them. Thank you.
Wow, amazing space. My gosh.
Beautiful.
I'm sure it's a building that's loved very, very much in the city. You know, and it's amazing what architecture can do and bring and inspire. And yeah, just the light in there is beautiful on the pool, and you know, you went through so many considerations that architects have to do, and we have to love our job to be able to do something as beautiful as that. So
yeah,
you know,
yeah,
congratulations.
We often feel privileged to be actually able to give to the community in that way, and also many thanks to the artists. Done such a brilliant job on the entrance as well. Again, you know, you just gotta do it. It's you know, and yeah, I don't know what I'm saying, but it's it's just brilliant. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Edgar. That was lovely.
Thank you, guys.
Whose dog is that? Not that I'm complaining. I just want to know who's got a dog.
It's my dog.
And what's your dog's name? Maybe your dog needs to come on screen and say hello. I think we met him at the last event. Okay, all right.
Sorry.
Well, no, don't be sorry. Don't be sorry. The more the merrier.
Coyote.
Let's see here. Bill, you want to introduce our next presenter?
Yes, our next presenter is the oh so lovely Valerie Garcia.
Especially so
Valerie
with this
is
lovely background. Thank you, Valerie.
Valerie actually met Mark and Sean in Cleveland at our PK huddle.
Okay. Hi there.
And Valerie,
I can see you big over here, and I can see you small over here. So. Hi there. Nice to see you again.
Likewise. How are you?
We're good.
We're good.
We'll be better. We'll be better after a good sleep. But it's the energy we get. Kind of amazing.
Yes.
I didn't think that we'd be able to survive. I had to have a 1 hour nap after two. But
and I'm amazed at Brian,
who's just
you know
trumped his way through this. Brilliant. Okay.
Valerie's the director of development at TTU, Texas Tech University Health Science Center in El Paso. Her focus is building relationships with community leaders and potential partners in El Paso
to help further the mission of educating our future healthcare heroes in the borderland. And as a native El Pasoan, she's passionate about the betterment of her home city of El Paso. Valerie, the slides are yours. When you're ready, let Brian know.
Okay, great. Astrid and Mark, I don't know how y'all are doing it. I'm sure it took a lot of caffeine, but this is a great program and I'm very honored to be a part of it. So thank you. I'm ready to roll, Brian. Okay, I think we're supposed to start with a different slide, but I'll go ahead and go there.
End.
Okay.
Yeah,
we can get it right. We're at the first slide. It's easy when it's the first slide. Is that the first one?
That's the first one.
Yeah, that's the first one.
Is that the way it goes?
That's supposed to be the
1, 2?
last one.
Okay, we're gonna fix this.
Yes.
Sorry, guys.
That's okay, Brian. You're running it on fumes right now. I fully understand.
I'm not. I'm fine. I'm not fine. I got a whole day ahead of me. I'm fine. All right, here we go. All right, Valerie, take 2.
Okay.
All right, in 3, 2, 1, over to you.
All righty. So it is a mouthful. I know Bill was trying to explain it, but it's Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center of El Paso. This is a publicly university that's focused on our health sciences here in El Paso, Texas. And I want to show you how the love for our city and healthcare and our community is completely tied in. So buenas noches, good evening, buenos dias, good morning. I know we're on a funny schedule here. Again, my name is Valerie Garcia. I'm the Director of Development. I was born and raised here in El Paso, Texas, and I wouldn't have it any other way. I'm also a proud mom of 2 Frenchies, so you might hear them barking, so I apologize. So tonight I'm going to give you an overview of our campus, the 4 schools that are made up. So we've got the Paul Foster School of Medicine, Gail Grieve Hunt School of Nursing, Graduate School of Biomedical Sciences, and the Hunt School of Dental Medicine. And there we are, that little tip of Texas, but this is the loveliest city that you'll visit, I promise. A little bit of history here is our Paul Foster School of Medicine. It opened up in 1973. It was named after Paul L. Foster, who is a Western Refinery chairman. He was passionate about educating and moving forward healthcare in the community. Here we have some students for the medical student run clinic. They go out to Sparks clinic here in El Paso, and it's an underserved community where healthcare is very limited. So they volunteer their time because they feel that everybody, regardless of your status, earns healthcare. So here's a group that we're very proud of. On August 3rd, 2019, a stranger drove from Allen, Texas, filled with hate and performed the deadliest attack to date on Latinos. The mass shooting at Walmart here in El Paso is where a gunman killed 24 people and injured 23. This team here was responsible for being on hand and taking care of all the trauma. These are our nursing students. This is an accelerator program. They are also our non-traditional students, and they rely a lot on the community for funding, for scholarships. And I'm going to give you some examples here. Casa Nissan with the Lowenfield family gifted this family a car after he had to sell his in order to join the program. They just had a baby. The wife nearly killed him. He wrote an essay, and in turn, the community gave him an annual lease for this car. Upon graduation, he was going to own the car. Charisma James is another healthcare hero and community hero here. Those 2 children she saved one morning along with another, pushed them out of the way, and gave her life from being hit by a car. We have an endowment scholarship in her name, thanks to one of our partners here in El Paso. So we have the GSBS. Here they are really focused because we're a borderland Latino-based community. They're focused on research for diabetes, HIV, cancer, and psychiatric disorders. So that's our Dr. Raj there. Our newest baby that's coming online here is the dental school. Doesn't that look scary? Doesn't that scare anybody who's afraid of the dentist? So this year we'll have the inaugural class of 40 entering. We're very, very proud of this. This is the first dental school that's going to be in our little El Paso town that has been built in West Texas in over 50 years. This mental wellness tent was placed due to the mass shootings, COVID. We're trying to take care of all of our frontline healthcare heroes. We put this on campus in order so they can come and cry their eyes out, scream, relax, have snacks, listen to some music, and decompress. Here, we're very proud of our students and residents. They were frontliners in asking how they can distribute the vaccine once we got it here in El Paso. And we of all the centers have been doing an amazing job of getting people in and out in 15 minutes rather than having them wait in lines that you hear about in the news. So we're also focused on our future. So we offer a one-day conference for middle school students. This is called MedVenture for Your Future. These kids, some of them have no idea they have the ability to go to college. This gives them the opportunity to be on a campus and to teach their parents that anything is possible. This is our annual event that we give back to the kiddos. We decorate our campus with lights and music, and we have mascots out there, and it's cookies, cocoa, and holiday cheer. And like true El Pasoans, we get any excuse to party, whether it's a baby shower or a big birthday party. Again, here's our big celebration, which was also known as the event before COVID hit. Here in El Paso, that was the last event that everybody got all dolled up and celebrated our 10-year anniversary of the medical school. We raised $750,000 in scholarships for medical students. This here is our medical sciences building. It's a beautiful building. It's a five-story building that has laboratories, offices, study spaces, and will have the largest teaching auditorium yet. It is state-of-the-art. It was an $84 million project and 219 square feet of fabulousness. This will be the hub of our campus. This here is called El Intercambio, means the exchange. The artist is by Larry Kirkland. This is a public art program Texas Tech initiated in 1988. So 1% of all estimated costs of our major capital projects goes to these projects. So a quick fact, we have the largest double T. Ooh, we have the largest double T. Not even Lubbock has that. And all of our architecture is Spanish colonial red. So as you can see, I'm very proud to be a part of this. I love Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center and my city, regardless of every trauma that we've been through. The shutdown, COVID, the mass shootings, we always pull together and we're always stronger as a community. So thank you.
Wonderful.
Thank you very much.
Wow. Wonderful.
Well done, Valerie. And yes, it's kind of amazing how you pay forward with your care and love. I'm sure it's all gonna come back one day.
Absolutely. Thank you all so much.
No, very moving presentation.
You make me want to go back. You make me want to be on campus again.
Well, yeah, come on down.
I think you just the bug got
We're gonna have to get you here one day,
Yeah.
Brian.
No, really.
I'm not so sure about the dentist robots there. It's kind of that.
The dentist robot was
They
really
had some
scary.
big heads.
Well, let's
All right,
carry
yeah.
on. Thank you, Valerie.
Yeah.
And next up, we have
Ursula and
yeah,
Stephen next up.
Hi, guys.
We've got a Texas Tech theme going on.
All right.
Ursula Kripp. Texas Tech University, in addition to having a medical campus, we have a branch campus of our College of Architecture here in El Paso. Ursula Krippe is an assistant professor and acting director at Texas Tech College of Architecture in El Paso. And Stephen Mueller, her partner, is a research assistant professor at Texas Tech University College of Architecture as well. They're founding partners of Agency. Their awards include the Rome Prize in Architecture, Emerging Voices Award from the Architectural League of New York, the 2019 GSAPP Incubator Prize from Columbia University, among others. and they are PechaKucha veterans. So
wow,
welcome, Ursula and Stephen. Thank you.
Hello, thank you. Thanks for having us, everyone.
Yeah, and thank you, Mark and Astrid and everyone for hosting this.
You guys ready?
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
We're architects with an investigative research practice working in the US-Mexico borderland on issues of environmental justice and human rights. We thought today we could share recent work that helps us and others reimagine the borderland and the impact architecture and design could have on it.
In our Border Dispatches series for the Architects newspaper, we've been closely tracking changes in the built environment of the US-Mexico borderland since the last presidential election. In this series, we've documented the legally questionable expansion of identification protocols that go beyond the limits of the ports of entry and into international territory to reduce asylum claims.
We've documented the use of simulated border security infrastructure that trains operatives in lethal force. We've gained access to detention facilities to document their growing privatization and specialization. And we've revealed the role of the design and construction industry in managing migrant bodies and destroying the environment.
One of these investigative texts revealed the growing number of construction technology patents that were enabled as a result of the border wall prototypes. You might remember that construction companies constructed these mock-ups of border walls in 2017 to vie for the government contract to install hundreds of miles of new border barriers.
We did some digging and found that many of the companies involved in the mock-ups were applying for patents for the technology they developed for the border wall that you see here. A patent for a steel bollard fence designed by Fisher Industries, which we uncovered and illustrated here, was piloted just outside of El Paso in the summer of 2019.
And that patent has since enabled the rapid construction of miles of border wall through environmentally sensitive areas, through indigenous land, and it's contributing to an ongoing lethal humanitarian crisis at the border as migrants continue to seek alternative paths through more dangerous and deadly terrain because of this new border fence.
So this section of the wall was built in a few weeks using the patented technology. The wall was built without an environmental impact study. Its construction disturbed polluted soil, which will likely reach the river Rio Grande. This is a problem because people depend on the river for drinking water and agricultural irrigation.
We've seen this technology continue to be deployed across the borderland with damaging effects on ecologies, on landscapes, and on human life.
Okay.
Our article alerted the architectural community to avoid this new building technique and to not be tempted by the promises of faster, cheaper, and better technology that was developed at such environmental and human cost.
Another element that constructs the borderland is the network of immigration detention centers designed like prisons and operated by the prison industry. We've worked recently with Amnesty International, a human rights organization, to visualize the dangerous overcrowding and mismanagement of federal and private detention immigration facilities.
Using some documents that Amnesty recently obtained from a Federal Information Act request, we geolocated and categorized 200 of these federally operated immigration detention facilities in the US. And we visualized their average detainee population and their capacity to highlight those that were dangerously overcrowded.
Our interactive map of the facilities summarizes the findings in graphic overlays while providing searchable and zoomable facility level data in support of this Amnesty report. In the online map, you can zoom in close enough and a layer of aerial images shows the physical properties and the architecture of the buildings.
The overcrowding is especially a problem in spreading COVID infections in the vulnerable immigrant detainee population. The report that Amnesty made with our maps and our original photographs advocated for the release of migrant detainees from detention sites in order to promote their health and well-being while awaiting processing during COVID pandemic.
So while these elements work to divide the border, we work instead to construct ways to connect people across the border. We use design tools to help imagine a connected binational region that shares people, ecology, geology, and the air they breathe. We map shared challenges and resources.
In this project that we'll share, we mapped the shared atmospheric territory of the borderland. Dust storms, you see on the left, cross the border, affecting communities on both sides of the wall. the communities shown to the right, disproportionately affecting low resource communities. This unseen threat causes significant health risks in neighborhoods, especially near the border.
The project is a design exercise to develop a tool set that renders the impact of atmospheric dust visible to these communities. Our process uses the hyperlocal data in our region as a test case to enable a broader investigation of cross-border dust conditions in other densifying desert cities on the US-Mexico border.
So to do this, we built these low-cost, self-powered dust sensors that are housed in hollowed-out surveillance camera shells. Using these sensors, we created a distributed dust sensing network on both sides of the border, in Ciudad Juarez and in El Paso. Each sensor collects local air quality data, and it helps to identify pollutants.
We installed the sensors at homes of volunteers. With this network, we were able to determine air quality conditions and pollution sources at a much higher resolution than regional air quality monitors measure and provide to the public. We could see changing air quality block by block and minute by minute in order to identify more threats to human health than previously possible.
As the sensors were gathering data, our 3D visualization drew that data in real time, and an animated online weather map merged with a topographic model of the region. Over time, by allowing the paths of dust particles crisscrossing the border to linger like ghosts on the map, the drawings make visible the shared aerial territory that transcends the political boundary.
The success of the project relies on its ability to share knowledge. An exhibition shared both real-time data and the dust sensor designs. Throughout the exhibition, we held several public discussions on how to improve air quality in the region. The exhibition became a forum for forging new partnerships with different borderland communities who suffer from low air quality.
At the end, the project enlisted several households on both sides of the border to contribute to this kind of collective drawing of the borderland. We showed the interdependence of US and Mexican communities inhabiting this region and working to address shared challenges across the international boundary in order to imagine new possibilities through design.
Thank you.
Wow, very interesting, very interesting.
Wow, Ursula and Stephen, I mean, this is
Thank you.
This is such a difficult topic, and so really thank you very much for kind of delving into this and you know, bringing some clarity to it all.
And awareness too, yeah.
Yeah, awareness, yeah.
Thank you, thank you. I mean, we realize it's not directly a love theme, but unless we do something about the bad things,
I think it is about love, you know, love about, you know, both sides of the border. You know, kind of trying to unify. So, you know, I think it is. So.
And as we've been saying all the way through the 24 hours that we think countries are outdated notions and cities should be where it's at, and there should be no borders, and the cities should be these much smaller units. The countries are too big and they're difficult to manage, and
you
cities,
be careful, Mark
cities are really a much nicer format, I think.
Great.
On that note, I wanted to.
You have another 24 hours where you discuss that.
Yeah.
But no, it's still pretty interesting. I mean, you know, the people are not really informed about these border walls and the different technologies and all that's behind it, and you know, the different companies kind of eagerly getting patents, and you know, it's kind of, yeah, when you know all this, it's like kind of, oh, come on, it's all just a scam to make money. You know?
Yep.
Ursula and Stephen, do you know the project Safecast?
No.
Safecast is a community data collection project where some pretty smart product designers and technologists built a very cheap new what do you call it? Geiger counter, basically.
Geiger counter, yeah. And
the Geiger counter is connected to the cloud, and you can basically put this thing in a piece of Tupperware and stick it on the side of your car and drive it around, and it collects a gajillion points per whatever. And this community-driven data collection initiative gathered like 10 million times more data than the old government did, and it was open source and all built with, you know, Raspberry Pi or whatever. It was a very simple product.
And if you just put Safecast into the PechaKucha surf, you're gonna surf. I'm losing it. PechaKucha website. You'll be able to find it. Sorry, Brian.
But I quite like the notion of getting this information in our own, using our own resources to gather this information for the most accurate information, and also another quick one was the pesticides I know, which are legal on one side of a border and illegal on another side of a border, cause a lot of environmental issues. And so I think I commend you for looking into this, and I hope you continue to work on it. So thanks so much.
Thank you.
Brilliant.
Moving on, I think we've reached the end of the line. Is that
the
it?
end of the line?
Oh.
No, we have one more presentation, Brian.
Oh, forgive me. Okay, William. Oh, and then who do we have? Okay, so where are we going next, Bill?
So we are going around the Western United States.
That's Bill is the last one.
My daughters and I.
You're the last presentation, Bill.
Yes.
Yeah? That's it.
Yes,
yeah,
we are.
So, we've ended.
Oh, I'm sorry, Bill. That's what I meant. I meant we've reached
the end of the line. And
we've reached you. Yes, that's what I meant. Sorry about that. Yeah, that is what I meant. No, not the end of the line of the event. We've reached Bill in El Paso. So you are the end of the line.
The buck stops with Bill.
Yeah.
Somebody's just kindly written.
We're going to bring it in. We're going to bring it into the station.
Bring it home, Bill. Round the street.
Okay. All right. Hold on. This is it. Bill, are you ready? Do you need any introduction or anything? We're going?
It is, I think you can only highlight one person at a time, but I'd like to introduce my daughter, Addie Helm, and Gabriella Helm, Gabby Helm.
Brian,
They're
can you
both here with us as panelists.
I can.
Yeah, thank you, man. The last spotlighting of the day.
Hold on.
There we go.
Hi, Gabriella. Hi, Adonai.
I'm coming.
Hi. Since we last seen you in Tokyo.
So our last international trip indeed was to Tokyo and Japan. And we spent a crazy day where we got to end the day having dinner with Mark and Astrid, and we also get to hang out with Brian. So Gabriella lives in Buffalo, New York. Adonai lives in Cayuga Park. She's at college. She is one of the fortunate students that is still getting to stay at campus this semester.
Nice.
And we are going to talk. We're going to talk about this little trip we did this past year, the three of us. So Addie, are you ready?
Ladies, unmute yourselves. Yeah.
Unmute yourself, Gabriella.
Gabriella, can you hear us?
She might.
Yes. Okay.
All right. Here we go. So let's roll. So we did a trip this past summer, trying to maintain our tradition of traveling. We decided to visit our national parks, which is something we hadn't done until now. And so we loaded up into a 24-foot Winnebago View and began a trip. We drove on day one, 480 miles to Durango, Colorado to spend our first night at a KOA while we began learning how to live out of our Winnie. And this is Addie here at the park. We spent the night there, and the next day moved on to Arches National Park. We drove 160 miles to which is one of my personal favorites, Arches. And we spent 2 days inside this park where there are over 2,000 documented natural stone arches in the Arches National Park. It's a location of many films. You see the ladies here, and Gabriella is holding up a photo, which is a scene right out of one of the one of the many films that were filmed there at the park. Classic Western scenery, and just such a beautiful park. After that, we moved on from Arches. We drove another 210 miles up to Sundance, Utah, which is a small, beautiful alpine canyon that is home to the Sundance Resort, namesake to the film festival. Spent the night in a national forest campground at Mount Timpanego campground in our Winnie, and really started to enjoy the cool weather up there and the alpine conditions of Utah. And shortly after that, the next day we went on to go on to Grand Teton and Yellowstone. Now we're 1,300 miles into this trip, and these two parks are very close to each other. And I'll let Addie talk a little bit here.
We went to Grand Teton, and it was one of my favorite parks that we visited because I really loved the scenery and all the views. And Yellowstone, which I also loved because of the wildlife that we all saw, including buffalo and elk. Yellowstone is the oldest national park in the United States, and it's the largest at almost 3,500 square miles. Here is the big picture. Here is the Grand Canyon of Yellowstone, and we can see where it's got its namesake. We also saw Old Faithful Geyser, and the picture of me at the bottom left is at Mammoth Hot Springs. The three pictures here kind of represent all the different views that you can see at the park. On the left is the prairie, which is where we saw a lot of the buffalo. In the middle is part of the geyser basin, and on the right is Mammoth Hot Springs again.
So departing Yellowstone, it took an entire day to drive 400 plus miles up to Glacier, which sits straddling the northern border of the United States with Canada, the opposite border from us here in El Paso. Camped beside this beautiful alpine creek that put us to sleep for 2 nights, Fish Creek campground. We got up early in the morning. I made the girls get up super early to go up going to the Sun Road to go on this amazing hike through the rainforest, home to 131 lakes, 563 streams, 26 glaciers. And then moving on, we jumped on the road again to Seattle, 570 miles, a full day of driving plus some. And by the time we got to Seattle, I really needed a cup of coffee. So we stopped to visit Pike Place Market, home to the original Starbucks. And then a little bit of architecture, sightseeing, and on to Olympic National Forest, where we got to stay in the Ha Rainforest, a beautiful temperate rainforest that gets 12 feet of rain per year. We spent the night and 2 days enjoying the rainforest with hikes, the cool weather, cool wet weather. And this was also really our turning point back towards El Paso, because just outside Olympic National Forest, or Olympic National Park, is Forks, Washington, of Twilight movie fame. And that was where we turned around and began on our way back at 3,200 miles into the trip. Driving down the Washington and Oregon coast, endless beaches, endless rocky beaches, rainforests, tidal pools to explore, and on to Redwoods National Park. Addie's favorites were some of the beaches we get to stop at. After 2 days at Redwoods, we were on to San Francisco, where we saw some architecture and an occasional bridge of note. And this is Bella's favorite hippie van we saw with the Beatles on it. And from San Francisco, we headed inland and back towards El Paso, where we got to visit Kings Canyon National Park, Sequoia National Park, home to the famous sequoia trees. That photo there of Winnie is for scale, and that is no Photoshop work there. And from Sequoia, we moved on and another entire day of driving, now 5,000 miles into the trip, onto Grand Canyon National Park. And Addie will share a little bit about Grand Canyon.
Grand Canyon was our last stop. It was also my second visit to the park, the first being when I was around 2 or 3, and we spent the day hiking and watching the sunset at the canyon.
So Winnie picked up a little flare along the way, 5,600 miles in, logged over the course of 22 days, and back home to El Paso.
Wow. Amazing trip of a lifetime. Gosh, man, you lucky dogs. You
So
lucky dogs.
We're so envious, and of course you have this enormous country, and you know, I was checking whether Thomas from Ireland was on there. He dreams of having a camper
van.
A camper van. I think he would have died of jealousy seeing the little Winnie.
Well, thank you,
Thomas. Thomas hosted us and all in.
Hey, and thank you, girls. It was really great that you joined in and
Yes.
you know, contributed to that. It was a really family affair. Yeah, so we love that, and we look forward to seeing you again in Tokyo. Hopefully, the first stop when we're all allowed out again. So
that's right.
So we're slowly
can't wait to get back and see you all.
So we're slowly coming to an end, and we'd like to say a big thank you to Valerie for, I think you get the prize for the best outfit in the 24 hours with the
heart and the balloons.
I don't know if you can spotlight her, Brian.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, she has
there we go.
Show us those balloons, Valerie.
Oh, all the balloons. Okay, I figured it was leftover Valentine's.
Yay! Thank you. Great. And we also want to thank Yuho, who was in the first hour or two, who was told us about how he was barbecuing with hardwood and with cherry and cedar. And he's been keeping the barbecue going for 24 hours for us in Osaka. And I just wanted to cut to him if we can, Brian.
Okay.
Because it's still burning. And that's been flickering all through the 24 hours. And along with your energy, Yuho. Are you there, Yuho?
World. Hello from sunny Osaka.
And there we go. The embers are still burning. So thank you for the eternal flame.
The PechaKucha flame goes on. It looks very dark, but it still looks pretty good now. So.
Thanks so much. And I think we should also just pop across to Townsville.
Yes, some more PechaKucha love in Townsville.
For the people that really kicked the presentation, the 24 hours off. And it's great to see you there at the end still. So I hope you've enjoyed it as much as we've enjoyed it. So Tanya, and I don't know if we can cut to them.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're here.
Fantastic.
They're here.
Well done, everyone.
Guys.
Hang on.
Oh, look at that, the barbecue and the
competition, barbecue competition going on.
Yeah.
Yeah. So thank you for being a big part of this and a big part of the PechaKucha network and always being there for us. Thank you.
Thank you for everything you do for us. It's been a great day, 24 hours.
All right.
Wow. Brian, you're a legend.
we
Brian,
love you.
Say hi to Tom. And hi, Tom. Thank you for joining us from Guangzhou. And we really love you and all you do.
Yeah, I kind of this big heart. It's a new one. I'm not sure if it works, but.
And also
Remember the baby.
And also to Kyle in Manchester. Thanks for checking back in again. So really, really fantastic. It's difficult to go around the whole table, but we want to say. A huge thank you to all the city organizers in the PechaKucha network, especially the ones that have joined International PechaKucha Day. I know it was a short period of time, but we don't want to fill up months and months. So this was all achieved since the beginning of January. So you've done an all absolutely incredible job. And of course, we want to thank all of the presenters. There was so much love. It was an outpouring of love. As we traveled around the world. So, thank you everybody that presented, that will help the presenters. And of course, we have to say a huge thank you to Brian. When you should spotlight yourself, Brian. He's been absolute, not only this 24 hours, he hasn't moved from his chair, maybe has a few bathroom breaks, but he's been it's been absolutely amazing, and your dedication.
Hooray, Ryan.
So let's hear it for Brian, everybody. Open your mouth. Brian.
Awesome, amazing.
Brian, a big applause.
Thanks, guys. That was a great time. Great time.
Why don't you say a few words, Brian?
Oh God, don't make me say a few words. I'll just say I love you. I love you. I love you all. I love you all.
We have to say a big thank you to Tomoko, who's asleep now, but she was she's awake, but she was receiving all that. We had this massive peak where all the presentations were coming in, and it probably about hour 12 or 13, and then it slowly died off. But she was really struggling to keep up with presentations and everything moving around. We want to say a big thank you to Hirai-san, who's been helping the tech team here just in case it went down. We actually had a couple of earthquakes just at it's not this afternoon, this morning, a few hours ago. So we were shaking around a little bit. So thank you to Hirai-san. And we want to say a massive thank you to Sean, our partner in crime in Chicago. Sean, do you want to say a few words, man?
You guys are the best. No, like real quick, and then we'll get to Christina, because I want to have a thank you to you guys in a moment. But Christina, who's also been manning the YouTube and the social media channels.
Yeah, we've got her. She's on the.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, she's on our list. We're going to list a nice list.
Right, keep going on your list, and then tell me when you stop, and then I'll get to you. So
okay, all right. So I want to say a huge thank you to Christina, and she's been manning the social media, and John, who looks after all of our tech and makes sure that the website's up, and a lot more. And it's been really great, John, using PechaKucha Create. Everybody's really enjoyed it and using the new formats. And people have said it's easy to download presentations and get them into the decks. So there's been lots of really great learning during this 24 hours.
An enormous thank you goes out to Hisa.
Yeah, Astrid's crying again here. So his has been really instrumental in supporting us through that. So he's the third part of Klein Dytham, and he's the guy that came up with the PechaKucha name and has been instrumental in supporting us and allowing us to get away with this folly for 17 years. And of course, I want to say a big thank you to Klein Dytham All Stars, who've all been. The whole office has been in in shifts over the 24 hours. So I want to say huge thank you to
everybody who wore this great T-shirt.
Yes, and you who got them all printed just in time. So and there's some on the way to you, Sean.
Can we get one?
So yeah, what we'll do is maybe we'll get some orders.
We have to think about how to get this done logistically. We'd love to.
So we've done this year again without any sponsors, and maybe we'll tackle that in a different way next year. But so we'll probably put a thing up. If you want one, you can order one. They're not very expensive. We just got to work out shipping. So we can do that with. We
pleasure. Might put it in the PK shop. That might be the easiest way.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay.
Exactly.
Awesome.
There you
go. That's all of our thank yous. So.
Okay, you guys, you two. You guys, Mark and Astrid, really, it's beyond me, beyond words, the effort that you put behind PechaKucha. We love you.
Thanks, Sean. Get the tissues again.
Well, the box is ready. We got it.
We need to brand that as well, don't we?
I can't wait till we could all be together again. The next powwow or whatever we call it. Like I can't wait to see these people. They're all extremely lovely. And listen, over the last 24 hours, thousands of people have been on this. And they're not here now. I don't know how we'll consolidate this in some way to get that emotion to them. But listen, everybody on here has probably pulled an all-nighter before. You know how when you get to the end of that, how honestly emotional it is because you can't believe it's finally over. The anxieties associated with that. So to Brian, to Mark, to Astrid, and then others, because maybe people got some sleep in here, there, but the amount of effort really that went into this and the stories that came out of it, I can't wait to consolidate them, put them all on the website, make it so easy that people can just pick off a story and get inspired. Because end of day, that's what PK is about.
Yeah.
Thank you, Sean, and thank you for everything that you do, and you know, being the steering, what do I want to say? The guiding light for all sorts of things, and keeping us on the straight and narrow.
Upward and onward. That's all we can do, right?
Okay. I'm gonna keep us on time here. We're gonna wrap it up. All right. Okay. So that brings our evening to an end, everybody. Let's give each other a big congratulations. PechaKucha. Love you all.
Hold on there. Just stay there. Stay there, everybody. We're going to go out with this. So, and that's the end. When it stops, there's no Ferris Bueller moment. It's the end.
Okay. Woo!
Have we got any music? Brian, there should be some music, I think.
Oh, wait. Oh, I got to share the music? Okay. It's in my head. Hold on a second. I know. I did it wrong. Don't worry. I'm here celebrating by myself.
God damn it.
How's that? Can you hear it?
No.
Oh, we heard it in our mind.
Why can't you hear it?
Go ahead, Brian. You said.
In February 2003, a sun event for young designers to network and show their work in public. It has become a global celebration, featuring a special presentation for my 20 images, each for 20 seconds. Moving on while you speak alone. Do not sign for more and from gatherings. Rendezvous for creatives or the city. Everyone can present whatever the age, no matter children, teenager or adult. Presenting something that you like. ITS Work talks about anything. 1,000+ cities around the world. Together, let's say 20 by 20. PechaKucha, eh, eh, eh. 20 by 20. PechaKucha, eh, eh, eh. 20 by 20. PechaKucha, eh, eh, eh. 20 by 20. PechaKucha, eh, 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 eh.
PechaKucha, événement mais surtout format de présentation orale en 20 images qui se succèdent automatiquement chaque 20 secondes.
PechaKucha is een avond vol verrassingen, waar mensen de tijd nemen om weer eens echt naar elkaar te luisteren.
Hey, PechaKucha is like it's made in Turkish.
Dr. Dio no matter what Japanese phrase for the song that talking this is PechaKucha. Thank you Asti Dema for this concert for short and concert presentations lively like cha. Always song in your place, eating and drinking space. Bar resto gallery, home beach or swimming pool. Sharing a relaxed way, put your hands in the air. You feel the spirit. 20 by 20. PechaKucha, eh, eh, eh. 20 by 20. PechaKucha, eh, eh, eh. 20 by 20. PechaKucha, eh, eh, eh. 20 by 20. PechaKucha, eh, 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 eh.
PechaKucha es un evento y formato de presentación oral con 20 imágenes que pasan una a una a cada 20 segundos.
We are PechaKucha, all over the world, a real network. We are PechaKucha, with wonderful stories at the Pecha Nights.
PechaKuchaストーリーテリングのフォーマット。20秒のスライドを1枚あたり20秒使ってプレゼンテーションを行います。
PechaKucha ist für uns allen eine fantastische, eine großartige Bereicherung unseres ganzen kulturellen Lebens.
Oh, thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
I think when
Bye.
See you next year.
Bye, everybody.
It's not what Brian wants to hear at the moment.
Bye, everybody. Adios.
Okay.
Bye.
Bye. Bye. Wow. I love you. Awesome. Good night. Have a good sleep.
Thank you. Well, it's good morning, actually. I will do.